Hello, Melody. How's it going? How did I startle you? That's good. Running about 15 minutes later than usual, but not too bad. Why was this playing in the background while you were playing Battle Brothers? Oh, I'm weird about people knowing. I don't know. I'm strange about privacy. Like I don't care about privacy on a vast majority of things, but when it comes to like when I'm playing a game and which game I'm playing and shit, I don't want people knowing. I like to be invisible. That's just me. Some of it's because I'm a really solo style person. So I'm concerned if I show what I'm doing or what I'm playing, people are just gonna pop in and be like, "Hey, dude, you want to play this? You want to play that?" And then I'm gonna have to like be polite, but like, no, dude, like, appreciate it, but I'm doing my thing. And then it just becomes a pain in the ass, and I don't like dealing with all that. Then eating chips, no. Oh, you were hearing the crinkling of my tobacco bag. I'm packing my pipe right now. I mix sort of like pre-mixed, sort of cheaper tobacco with like high end. And whenever I'm getting the large bag, it's like makes a sound. That's probably what you heard. That's fair. I'm even invisible on Discord. It's not just games. I don't like people knowing what I'm doing for some reason. I don't know what it is really. There's probably some deeper psychological shit, but you can't really. It's harder, I guess I should say, to psychoanalyze yourself than others because you're biased by yourself. Oftentimes you'll have the incorrect picture. Like you'll think something, but that's not even close to the truth. I think Andy tried to join last week, but he's having issues with his mic because he got a new phone or something. I don't really know how to help with stuff like that. But it is always nice to have a more conservative perspective. Not that there's anything wrong with our conversations, but I like to cover other views. And of course, I like to debate. So, well, everyone is biased by themselves, is sort of what I mean. It's why you can't diagnose yourself. Uh, we're filled with defense mechanisms and all sorts of irrational things, especially when it comes to ourselves. Yeah, I think he's cool, especially for a conservative. He's more open minded than most that I meet. He's willing to entertain ideas that aren't exactly his, and he's civil about it, even if we have disagreements. That's important. Makes it easier, a whole lot easier. He can get a little out of hand sometimes, but we all do. I have my areas where I'll get out of hand sometimes, although not that frequently. What do you mean he balances? Check the YouTube real quick. There might be a brief moment of echo. Yeah, everything looks right. Oh yeah, that's sort of what I mean. I mean, it's great. There's nothing wrong with having uh, a conversation with people and agreeing with most things, but I tend to want to cover controversy. It's not just about like because that garners attention. I'm not looking for fights. It's just I think that that's where the most growth occurs. Hard salami. It does sound good though. Right, that's what I mean. He's not just automatically shut down and like, hey, you have a different opinion than me. You're wrong. And that's good. He actually changed my mind a few weeks ago on NATO, or at least part of my beliefs on NATO. He gave me information that I wasn't aware of. And that's something that most conservatives don't do. In my experience, they just tend to like name call and like waste your time. Like they don't actually put forth any effort to bring like actual logical premises. And but Andy will. He'll actually go, okay, look it up, and then I'll look it up, and then I'm like, oh shit, you're right. That's what fucking debates are all about. It's like getting your perspective out there, and then the other person can be like, oh, that wasn't just complete bullshit. Especially in our current landscape where there's so much fucking like fake news out there on both sides. Bobo. Bobo's pissed at me because I took him to the Humane Society. He had to have his sutures removed. He thinks I'm an asshole. Really depends on what we're talking about, but like specifically, he was talking about how that it was unfair that NATO, like other NATO members, weren't paying their fair share. And I thought that it's probably bullshit because there's so much fake shit on the right. But it turns out it's true. There are even really wealthy members in NATO who just aren't paying. It's like they think they don't have to, and that's not right, in my opinion. Especially because it's percentage. It's based on your GDP. It's a percentage of your GDP, which I think is 2%. There's no excuse. Like, even it doesn't matter. I don't know. To me, it's just not right. I'm sort of unstructured tonight, so it's just going to be free balling. A lot of times I like to do that. Every once in a while I'll do something structured, but most of the time I just, whatever comes up, whatever people want to talk about. And different people have different things they want to discuss. And also the landscape of the media and like current events is always changing. 5%? We're at high. I can't remember. I pulled up the chart once. Yes. I think we're number 2. Norway, I think, pays the most, but they have a reason to, because they've got the whole issue with Russia going on and they're kind of concerned about Putin. No. I've got like tiny little macadamia nuts going on, dude. Mine don't swing. They almost like seep back up in there. Hell, I'm going to pull that up while I'm thinking about it. I want a chart. See if this works. Not most of the time. I have a varicocele, which is sort of like varicose veins, but it's on one side of my nut. So I have to have support. So I tend to wear really tight underwear. Otherwise, it can become painful. So I really don't have that problem personally. All right, where am I going here? This is going to be too damn small. How the fuck do you magnify these damn things? It's not the scroll wheel. Damn you. I'm like a grandpa. It is annoying. It can get bad. I met a guy that I used to work with when I was stalking. We kind of made fun of. Well, he was open about it and he made fun of himself, so it kind of showed that it was okay. But we used to call him the uniballer because he had testicular torsion and they actually had to remove one of his nuts. I have no shame. I share everything pretty much. Unless I think it involves someone else and they will be bothered by it. It's usually the only time I hold shit back. Yeah, it's I couldn't imagine. It makes me like very cautious about things. I'm the same. Not completely. I don't think anyone is unless they have some sort of major mental illness. But like for the most part, I I don't know how to word it. Like, I don't put a whole lot of emphasis on what other people think about me. So I just fucking just let it fly. And it's sort of amusing. Like, it depends on what it is, but at least from my perspective, most people are, not to be like mean because it's not intended in a negative way, but I think most people are emotional thinkers. Like, trying to think of a good example. It happens all the time. Like, people have a tendency to take something that's just like words or something simple, and they will overanalyze it in their head. Welcome.
Oh,
And they will, I don't know, like, this is a bad example, but it's the first thing that pops to mind because it's hilarious to me. When you're around certain types of people and you fart, right? They it is funny, but also on a serious note, they over analyze it. Like, they take it like it's an affront to their very existence.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, at work.
it's so strange to me. Like, how like, why do people think this way? It's just a fucking fart, dude. Like, calm the fuck down. It's not gonna kill you. It's not dangerous. Like, it's
Dude,
like,
I can let some pretty diabolical ones. It makes me think about to back at work here not long ago. I was there working away, and all of a sudden, Ange, this girl I worked with, she yells behind me, Josh, Josh. I look back, she's looked at me. She's like, did you fart? I just busted up laughing. She was like 30 feet away from me, and she caught a whip. There, her and my manager just laughing.
There are some exceptions. Like, if especially if you're like, you eat certain, you have like a certain diet, and your shit is like fucking like 10 times more potent and like absolutely rotten, then I could kind of understand a certain level of, not offense, but like, Jesus, man, like, you should be offended, but like, there's certain people that it just cracks me up. They get mad. They get visibly angry. Their face turns red, and they're like,
Hmm.
"How fucking dare you? You
They're
farted on
probably
me!"
disciplined. They're disciplined by their parents probably for it for no
It's
reason.
it's so strange.
My
It,
growing up, that was our comedy. Like my grandmother would even laugh about it and stuff like that, make jokes
yeah,
because it's like clean, dirty humor.
it is. But like, my point isn't they should find it funny. That's subjective. My point is there's no reason to be offended by it. Like,
Exactly.
to me, it's like you're an entitled person that has like this view of the world that everything should be subservient to you and your personal needs. Like,
Boomers.
that's not how it works. Like, if, well, let's put it this way: if the worst thing you deal with in a day is someone farting, you don't know what hardship is. Like, you have no right to be. There's
Well,
people in Gaza starving to death, and you're fucking complaining about a fart.
I think that's the problem with a lot of the world today is we're so detached from suffering anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you go back 100 years ago, people were all mostly living in slums, like barely had any food to eat. Like you had to work from like the age of 9 and
Mm-hmm.
up. Like people do not understand how easy it is nowadays.
That is true, and it's something that's good. Like, this is one of the, now I've never been a history buff, but this is one of the important things about history is it gives you a lens through which to view the world, like it, and you don't take things for granted.
Yeah, it's changed my perspective a lot on things.
Like, I still, I don't get it. So you say you shouldn't do that in front of someone though unless you can't help it. Why? Like,
Well, if I'm in a car with you, I'm not gonna bust a fart unless it's like my son. Then I'm just gonna like lock the windows and wait for his expression.
I get it. So I guess it will depend to some extent on the situation specifically, but like, I just don't get the should here, like, as if it's like a factual affront to someone's existence. It's not. It's your personal belief of what that fart means. You're turning that fart into like an attack on you somehow, like like it's undignified, and that's all in your head. That's bullshit. That's
Yeah,
like,
that's like an affront to them. They're like, "How dare you fault in my presence, you
yeah,
peasant!"
yeah, but it's not objectively embarrassing. It's embarrassing because of the way you view it, which is on you. Like, you shouldn't view things that way.
I like this one car salesman I was watching one time. He's like, "I like a girl that farts. That lets you know she's comfortable in front of you."
That, to some extent, that's true. And
Exactly.
this sounds
Yep.
weird, but I'm not hardcore about it, but like, I agree to a certain extent. Farting is just one specific thing, but I do like that women are more, I don't want to say cynical. They're they don't care about what society thinks. They're not stuck in this loop of this is feminine, this is masculine. They're just themselves. They're realistic. And that goes into the farting thing. Like, I've always been attracted to women that are just, it's not about the fart, it's about what it means that they don't care what other people think about the fart. That's
Well,
what's
and there's
important.
also pheromones in there.
That's true. That's true. It's hilarious, but it's also true.
Yeah, like you could be attracting women by farting around them.
The same thing goes to like body odor.
There's a guy worked behind me, and he got fired because he's a dumbass. And I would rip them once in a while just on purpose so they'd waft back to him. And
Uh
he'd go like, "Oh my God." But like I look back through my arms, my beef's strong. My beef's strong.
huh. Like, people like, especially when I was a stalker, people would try to offend me in that way, and they quickly learned it wouldn't work because I actually get into it. Like, they'll fart in my direction, and I'll be like, wafting, and I'll like fucking like get it, and I'm like, dude, give me more. Like,
Well, see, that's what like me. I grew up with my cousin. That was our whole thing. Was literally trying to like gas each other out. Like, so you're never gonna affect me in any way. I grew downwind of a chicken house and a pig barn. I
right,
smell worse than
right.
you ever smell.
But to me, it's not. I agree with what you're saying, and I'm similar. But it's not just about your environment. Like, even if you were like sheltered, and or like you were taught that that's wrong or immoral or whatever, like, there's no logical reason to be offended by it. That's the crux of it to me. It
Well, I
makes
think
no sense.
Christianity used to have like shaming you for.
So that goes back into the societal shit where people are sheep. They base everything. They don't think things through on their own. They don't use logic. They just kind of
Like
follow
sneezing. I
what.
thought it was your soul trying to escape.
Yes, luckily
God
we've.
bless you.
Yeah, well, well, I don't like it, but I've come to the point where I accept it because it's not necessarily religious. It's more of a, like, it's ingrained in society to the point where you just say it, even if you're not religious. A lot of times,
Oh, I say Gesundheit, so I changed
yeah,
my wording to Gesundheit.
right. I don't say bless you, but usually I don't say anything at all. People may think I'm rude, but I don't know. It's just
Yeah, I've been
how I
trying to
am.
curb myself from doing a lot of things that would be considered like a Christian thing or something like that. Like, because I want those traditions and basically just die out to where nobody does them anymore, to where we just talk about them in history books as something people used to do.
Hmm.
And that's how we'll see religion die. It's just the breaking of the traditions.
Yeah, I could see that, and it will cause the death, the inevitable death, to kind of move a little faster. That's a good point.
So, I mean, if people aren't participating in these religions anymore, I mean, there's no structure left, and I just deteriorize into
That's
myths.
true. So what I've been looking at is, and this is honestly one of the few valid points I've heard religious people bring up, in my opinion, and that is the danger. And Nietzsche kind of went into this with the death of God. A lot of people don't understand what he meant by that. He wasn't like a hardcore, like, I hate religion. He brought up the death of God as, this is dangerous. This could potentially be a problem. And
What?
he
And
was
we
looking at it from that perspective. Go
well,
ahead.
we see this a lot with your ruling elites throughout history and the rich. They were educated, and most of your populace was not educated at all. Most couldn't read or write. That was
Right.
left to scribes. I mean, most just knew how to do what they were apprenticeshiped to do,
Hmm.
like blacksmiths, weavers, whatever, cobblers.
Right.
And
I-
they just knew what the higher ups, the elites, told them because they thought they actually had the divine information.
which is why I think this is sort of conspiracy status, but I believe there's some evidence to back it. I believe that religion was initially used as a control mechanism by elites to control the populace, the
Oh,
peasant
for
brain,
sure,
so
for
to
sure.
speak.
Well, if you look to the fall of Rome, after Rome fell, the church is actually what picked up the Western Empire.
Hmm.
So the Eastern Empire became Byzantium and became its own kind of thing, and that took over the Greece basically and all that area. Rome itself, the city became like the papacy,
Hmm.
and it became its own state basically. And from there, it dictated over kings, giving them saying God gave you, the right to be king, et cetera and such.
Hmm.
And also that's why like Friday the 13th is such a bad day, ominous, because that's when the King of France and the Pope conspired against the Knights Templar, had them rounded up, and then killed them on October
That's
13th.
that's what it all goes back to.
Yep.
I didn't
Yep.
know that.
The Knights Templar were getting too much power because they started a banking system. Basically, you go into the Templars, one of their offices, deposits X amount of silver, gold, whatever, and then they would give you like a tally saying this is, how much he's to be paid when he arrives at the Holy Land. And then that way you could safely passage the Holy Land not carrying your valuables.
Interesting. So it's always, or at least there's a, not always, but there's a link between, it tends to be about some elite person that wants to control power, that wants to make to manipulate other people into kind of thinking the way they want to think.
Oh yeah. I mean, it goes back to even Reagan. We used to have a grant system for college. So if you wanted
Hmm.
to go to the university, you just filed for a grant, and you just were given a grant. You didn't have to pay it back.
Hmm.
Reagan's want to change us over to the debt system where you have to pay back the loan.
Yep.
And from that point on, that's where we've seen $1.3 trillion in debt balloon.
And while I hate Reagan, I'm gonna add Melody, by the way. Melody, I don't know if you intend it, but your video is running. That's cool if you're cool with that. If not, then
Of
I would
course.
take your video down. All right, there you go. I saw a boob and I didn't want you to get called out by
No,
anybody.
you didn't. I've got on a t-shirt.
I'm
You
just
fall.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
That was actually, I think I had my fan on or something. Well,
Yeah, you
yeah.
did. It was mainly just showing your fan. I couldn't even see you. I was just kidding.
Oh,
But
damn it. I missed.
so what was you saying, Gadwin? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, like Reagan's whole idea was that because they wanted to exclude poor people from getting educated because the elite still see it as information is like key to, controlling people.
Which is true.
If you have information that they don't, I mean that's you take advantage of them.
Right. And it doesn't even have to be accurate information. It's just perceived information. The
Like
people
Trump's
can
doing.
exactly. The people can think you know shit that they don't, and you can control them even if you're just making shit up.
What I find with a lot of MAGA is they just don't fact check anything. They repeat things like parrots basically, but they will
Yep.
not. And if you tell them to, they'll just say no, I don't want to, or anything.
Right.
They'll make excuses,
Well, they
deflect.
also they project a lot. They always call you what they are. They'll say, like me, for example, they'll be like, dude, you're in a cult. And I'm like, are you being serious? Do you know what a cult is? A cult requires either an object or a leader that is seen as like with such devotion that it's like extreme. Like Trump, for example. I
Well,
don't I
they
don't
would
have that.
defend idolatry, the
Right,
worship of
right.
objects.
Yes. So it's usually either an object or a public figure that they basically worship and they don't ever question. Yet, so factually, Trump supporters, at least the hardcore ones, are in a cult. We have experts that have actually like went into detail on this, but they'll try to like shift it.
No, that's not true. No, okay, being in a cult, that's completely different because you have to like be separated from society, from everybody else. So a cult, so that is basically whenever, it's not basically, it's whenever you are separated from
You
society, from societal norms.
you
This,
d-
so
that
you would not be able to like to be around like the general public.
not so that
Uh,
that there is a tendency for that, but it is not required for
yeah,
it to be a
that's
cult.
not. See, a
So
cult
so
definition:
That is not
the
a cult. So
system
the
of
whole MAGA
religious
thing, that is not, no,
veneration
that's not
and
true.
devotion directed towards a particular
I
figure
I
or
can
object.
exactly I can pull the definition up if you want. So
Yeah, that's what I
there
just read there.
there is oh okay there is a tendency for that, but also it doesn't have to be physical separation. It can be ideological separation, which is what we see in MAGA. They
Jim Jones is a good example.
refuse to look at anything that goes against Trump's views and his ideology. Like that is cult by textbook definition. Like it doesn't have to be. I understand what you're saying, and yes, that does happen a lot, but it is not required that you be separated from society physically in that way. I don't
Yeah,
agree with it being
like
necessary.
Jim Jones's cult was here in the United States before it ever moved to Guyana. Like he
Right.
practiced here until he was run out of Texas or something like that.
Yeah, he tried to use loopholes and tried to like work within the system to get away with it by considering it a religion and you know how they do that to get away with shit. And he failed. So he left.
Yep. Set up camp in Guyana, and then when all the U.S. senators and stuff were coming to check on the civilians, he poisoned everybody. That's why they say don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Right.
Well, Gadwin, last week you said that you thought that fundamentalism was better than Catholicism, and that was not even more of like a cult. And guess what? That is way more of a fucking cult than Catholicism. So yeah, punch back.
Well, hold on.
Catholicism, that's two different things right there.
No, but that is exactly what you said last week. You said that fundamentalism, which is like, okay, that's Protestant.
Fundamentalist
but that is a huge sect. So, but you said like Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mormons was like, that was not nearly as bad as Catholicism. And that is like, if you want to call a cult out, that's going to be way more of a cult than Catholicism.
Catholicism would be called a cult, but it's religion because it's like mainstream.
It's more mainstream, but you're calling out like a cult. But that is more, that is so much more of a cult because they are so separated from society. Whereas Catholicism, they are ingrained with society. So yeah. So what you're saying, what you have said last week, you're wrong. You are completely wrong.
I think you twisted something or misheard something because I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, you
I would
did.
conflate two different things. Those are two completely different things.
Well, I don't know what was meant or if there was some sort of confusion or whatever, but fundamentalism is not a religion. Fundamentalism can apply to any religion. You can be a fundamentalist Christian. You can be a fundamentalist
Islamic.
I was going to say Islamic, and then I'm like, hey, that's fucked up. I should say Muslim. I have a tendency to do that.
Well, I mean, that's true, but I'm okay, but I'm talking about like the Christianity form of. Okay, so you are correct. So Islam, there are different sects of sects. I don't mean sect, but sects like
I know what you mean.
I know what you guys know. But there's Sunni and there's different.
But the point is,
there's Sunni and Shia, and I understand that there's different ones like in Islam, and some of them are very they're very
conservative.
They hold themselves off from other people, and it's disgusting. But for the most part, people with that are within Islam, they're good people. And most of the people that are in Christianity, they believe in God or Jesus, whatever. They're good people. But there are a lot of people that they rebuild stuff and it's gross. And so fundamentalism. I'm just talking about particularly within Christianity.
Fundamentalism fundamentalism is like the top of like how fanatic you are about something. Like that's
I generally consider it like the definition is how strict you are to the literal interpretation of whatever holy book you happen to go by. So
your doctrine.
Yeah.
yes, a fundamental, and by the way, I have some views that you guys might disagree with, especially considering I'm an atheist. I don't think religion is true, obviously, but I do try to look at it from their point of view. And I will say, if I were in their shoes, I don't consider fundamentalism necessarily wrong. In fact, I would say they're the most truest adherents to their belief because remember, from their point of view, this is coming from God, right? You can't claim that you believe in that God and then kind of cherry pick what you think is right and what you don't. So a fundamentalist is right. So from my perspective, if I were religious, fundamentalism sort of it's problematic because I think it's bullshit, but in a way it's the most truest form of being a religious adherent.
I mean, yeah.
I do not agree with that at all.
Okay. What do you think?
To me, that is completely being in a cult because that signifies being cut off from society. That is, and you have like one person that is, it's just like David Koresh. That was a freaking cult. So
that's true. But so in this case, you're not following a random person who could or may not be manipulating shit to control you. In this case, it's literally your God. Like, unless you're going to say that your God is wrong, you don't. And in my perspective, if I were religious, you don't have that option. Like if you believe in your God, you follow his words without question. Like, how could you believe otherwise?
Well, that's why you have so many sects. Like, so if you go down through like Christianity, it broke off and branched off into all your like 10,000 different versions.
That's the problem we have is that like everybody tries to make it like their version of specific text or interpretation is fact. That's not true. Otherwise there wouldn't be other sects. There's a lot of wiggle room for interpretation. That's the problem. That's the issue. But
that's also going to be its death because one person started deviating from the originals.
That is true.
And it's going to keep deviating until there's nothing left to the true word.
Yeah.
Like if you look right now, like if you go back to the original text, the Greek manuscripts, I mean, it has in there, it says Mary was a young woman. It never said she was a virgin. The number of the beast is 616 and two of the three manuscripts. I mean, there's just so many inaccuracies. There was never a resurrection. That was added way later.
But there's so many different interpretations of the Bible. Like, I mean, I
don't really. The problem is when the Bible was written.
I think the Old Testament is kind of cool because God was a cruel motherfucker.
It was made up mostly, and it was off of kings that were doing things to people mainly.
That's what I believe. Yes, especially King James. Like, how can you not see it? There's literally a King James version. It was a king that wanted to control people, so he claimed that he had divine right, and he was ordained by God, and he started changing religion to suit his personal agenda. Like, how is that not obvious?
Martin Luther did the same. He got sick of the rich paying. So Martin Luther made the 99 rules of Protestants. I think that's what it is, Protestants. Because the rich were basically, they could just pay gold and get out of all their sins. So they're just sinning and then paying gold. And he got sick of this, so he made his 99 rules that you can't, get out of sin.
See, so this is subjective. I consider that a positive thing, but he is essentially doing what we're talking about. He's shifting shit in based on his own opinion and claiming that it's like, yeah, exactly. And that should never happen. Like, if this is actually the word of God, you can't just have a random person come up later and then go, God told me that's not what he meant, or God actually meant this.
Is what it was. Yeah, it's when the Protestants branched off from Catholicism.
By the way, you brought up Luther or whatever. Is that what Lutheran comes from? The denomination?
Yep, Lutherans. Yep.
I didn't know that. Luther. Interesting.
And that, but if you look at Mormons too, that like it is so bullshit made up. Like a guy literally read it from a magic seeing stone. He read these golden tablets, like, and then he
Yep.
couldn't repeat the same text over again after the other
Oh,
guys.
the
Like,
Mormons?
Yeah,
Yeah.
was that Adam Smith or something?
Yeah,
That's
I can't, I
fucking
can't remember.
hilarious.
it's so blatantly made up, and they believe
I
it
know.
fervently.
So the only one that I consider more insane than
It's
that
so
is
hilarious.
Scientology, because the creator was literally quoted as, "You want to make a bunch of money?
That is a fucking cult.
Make
Yes.
up a religion." He literally
L.
said
Ron
that.
Hubbard.
Yes, he
Yes,
made it
I know.
up. He claimed he made it up, admitted it, and they still follow it as if it's true. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and they do like some sort of like a test where like you have like your hand on these like buzzers or something, and then it tells
Thornton's
like if you're
Thornton's
lying, I think. And they have
Thornton's
like this
something
code
like
of you can like move up like in stairs, and but in order to like move up, you have to pay them more and more and more.
Yep.
And so it makes you, and nobody can afford it. And
Yep.
so
Well,
it
the
makes
thing,
you poorer and
it's a
poorer
money
and
racket.
poorer.
It
It's a
is.
money racket. That's all it was for. That's why there's so many celebrities in it, because they were suckering money out of suckers.
Yep.
And it was
Oh,
going in there,
yeah.
and then it was tax free because it was a religion.
I believe
Yes,
that some of the
exactly.
celebrities
Exactly.
know, like Tom
Oh,
Cruise
yeah.
might be completely crazy, but I think some of them are legit. They know what's going on, and they are paid by Scientology to push the agenda because they know that those public figures can easily bring in flocks of worshipers.
Well, at the top, it's run like a business, and to them, they're just laughing at all the money, all the
Exactly.
suckers spending all this money. It's
Yeah,
CEOs doing the
they
same
just
thing, basically.
like, how can you even make some shit up? They believe that there's thetans in your body.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
There's
I was trying to think
aliens.
of that.
There's alien spirits that fucking used to live on the earth before we got here, and they have
blew 'em up in a
inhabited
volcano.
us. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, this sounds like some crazy fucking like science fiction shit.
Well, the thing is, he was a science fiction writer before he was a religious writer. I mean,
And it
but
worked.
that show how stupid people are. Just
I know.
people
Well,
are
and
just
they won't even
innately
allow
stupid.
medicine into their society, like into their, they won't even like incorporate that. I don't know like how much they do. I know, so like on an offshoot, I know Tom Cruise, he's got like his own mansion, like his own, like he's got like everything over to the side. I think it's like in Florida. I know it's in Florida. I don't remember what the town is, but
Celebrities tend to go crazy because they have a lot of yes men around them, so they're never told they're wrong. So they keep going into this spiral of craziness because what they're never told they're wrong. You
It
see what
does
spoiled
happen.
oh
brats
yeah,
do.
yeah, 100%. That's exactly what Tom Cruise is being told, is that, I mean, he is loved by everyone within Scientology, and everybody worships him.
Mhm.
They worship him, and it's
Well, South
disgusting.
Park kind of killed them on their whole. I mean, they making something into a joke is how you kind of destroy it. When people will just laugh at you and not take you seriously anymore, that's
If
when.
you have enough power, South Park had that kind of power, and I agree, but not everyone can pull it off. So Scientology is very powerful. If it had been like, let's say, a comedian, a stand-up comedian, even if they were somewhat popular, Scientology would have ran them into the ground. Like, South Park succeeded because of their pull and their
Oh my God,
ratings.
I went and saw that. It was fucking hilarious.
It was good, and I love how
It,
South
it
Park,
was good,
they
and
use
it was
humor
so,
to
it was
make
correct.
real statements. That's what you're saying. Like, they
Or you mean the movie or the show, Melody? Because there's a
Oh,
movie.
the show like on Broadway.
Oh,
I mean, I saw it like off Broadway where I live in Arkansas, but yeah, it's the Book of Mormons. Yeah, the Book of Mormon. It's
oh, okay.
fantastic. It was what is it? Trey, and I can't remember what the other guy's name is.
Matt.
Matt. So yeah, they wrote it together,
Well,
and
they're
yeah,
brothers. Trey and Matt Stone, I think. Yeah. I mean Stone, duh.
it was brilliant.
Yeah, those two are two of the greatest. That and Mike Judge. Mike Judge did Simpsons, King of the Hill, and Idiocracy.
to me, the good ones have like really deep thought, and they know that your average person just wants humor, but they find ways to slip reality and deep messages into the humor. That's
What's
what South
People get
Park
it.
does so well.
The ones that don't get it, they'll just laugh, thinking, haha, like Friends puts laugh tracks, but the show's
Mhm.
not actually funny. It just kind of makes people laugh.
Mm-hmm. True.
But yeah, there's that deep. It's kind of like in kids' cartoons too. If you watch them as an adult, you see the hidden meanings and things and stuff.
In some of them, yeah, very true. Sometimes you'll look back later and you'll find a bunch of racist shit in like old cartoons that you used to watch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? How did I not see that? They're fucking showing children this
Wait,
shit?
You were ignorant of it. You didn't know a thing
Yeah.
of racism.
Yep.
I mean, I grew up like singing "Jesus loves all the children of the world," and all the different colors, and then you grow up in the like half your community is fucking racist.
Yep. And the half of the community that's racist, in
Yeah,
my
I
experience,
I
tends
went
to be
Bible.
more likely to be the religious people. It's
Exactly.
so backward. What the fuck?
What that was it too. Is like my mom was adopted, so therefore, I was like kind of a bastard too. But I get really dark skin in the summer. Well, everybody else is like pale skins to me. So at nighttime, I look even darker, and so I've been called different names just
I've-
because of a suntan. It's like, you piece of shit. I know you. I've known you my whole life.
What the fuck? Like,
Oh, to go back to the Scientology thing. So did y'all hear about the so with Chester Bennington, he killed himself, I guess, like
Oh yeah,
quite a few
the
years.
Linkin Park guy.
So the woman or the late whatever, Emily Strong or something. So she replaced him as the new lead singer. I guess she was like a badass, and
I like her.
she
She's
was
good.
known as she was awesome apparently, and I guess that she renounced being a Scientologist, but people were really up in arms about it,
I don't
and
follow it enough to know all of the people in it.
I don't know, but she just said that she grew up like that, since she was, I don't know if it was since she was born, but she grew up like that since she
What
was
are
a
you,
kid.
Melanie?
Huh?
What's your denomination?
Catholic.
I grew up as a Catholic.
Okay. So a Catholic, an atheist, and an atheist in a podcast.
It's a start of a joke.
Well, I mean,
Well, we're missing the Muslim.
I'm a non-practicing Catholic.
Right. You're like a cultural Catholic.
What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means.
Mainly means that you're in it because like you were kind of brought into it because of your family and like you just kind of jumped in. It doesn't sound
Yeah.
like you're hardcore about it. You're not like,
Oh,
I
no.
came to this because it's true and this is a fact.
I'm sure you don't have, Pope
Right.
all over your walls and stuff.
Yeah. That's all we're
I
saying.
mean, my daughter went to Catholic school, and I mean, I didn't even believe I was not, I went to church like here and there, but it was just because like my mom wanted me to.
Right.
And I mean, I was really young. I mean, I had my daughter like whenever I was like 18. And so all of the other, moms, they didn't really like me because I don't know, because I was young and I was single and, attractive. And so they're like, what is she doing here? And I didn't go to church all the time. And so they didn't like me. So I just felt like I was a
You hussy.
degenerate, and I didn't like it. And they're just like, why don't you go to church every Sunday? Something's wrong with you. And I'm just like, well, I haven't gone to church in 9 months. And then, I was just like blasted.
If you don't do good in high school, like having a clique, because at churches they also break into cliques. Workplaces usually break into cliques.
Yeah. And I was never a part of it. So nobody like really liked me.
I've always
It
sat
was,
alone at lunch. It never bothered me.
I've always been the same. I've never cared. In fact, I'm the opposite. I actively want to isolate, and a lot of people get the wrong idea. They go, "Oh, you're like concerned they'll reject you." It's not about that. It's I don't have a need for in my perspective, it's wanting approval. It's wanting people to like think that you're good enough. And I don't need that. I don't require it. And in some
Yeah, I
ways I
don't need like
consider it a waste.
validation.
That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, like it's to me it's silly. It makes no sense. And like so many people get locked into this cycle of looking outside of themselves for validation. It don't work. You can't get it anywhere except in your own head.
Well, it took me when I was younger, those teen years, always wanting to fit in, find some group to be part of, something. But later in life, when you finally realize that it's like, in the end, the race is only with yourself. You're the only
Right.
one setting obstacles. You're the only one, sets the destination.
Yep. And that's true no matter what. Like, even if you get offended by someone, you're not offended because the person called you a name. You're offended because you think they might be right. It's insecurity. It's always insecurity. And
That's why I
Yeah,
always
that's
usually
true.
stop and think.
yeah,
That was me.
it's
I
well,
was never I never fit in with anything whenever I was a kid.
I consider it a positive thing. It means that you're being unique to yourself because no one is a cookie.
I fucking hated it because my self-esteem, it was just like,
Yeah, but it's
because I
because
never fit in.
but it's because of that. You think that fitting in, or you at least used to think that fitting in was like important in some way, when it's the other way
Oh,
around. You should focus on your unique qualities because that's what makes you you, and that's being like true to yourself, right? So many other people are so concerned about being like a cookie cutter fake, like what they think is the norm, that they're not real and they're miserable as a result.
but I was that. But that is what I wanted. So I was miserable.
I know, but it's because you wanted that. But like,
Exactly. So I
yes,
was miserable.
right. But I think it's like the
I mean,
key is to
I wish
realize
that
that
I had that
that's
confidence, but I did not.
right. That it's normal. I'm not like talking shit. I'm just saying I think people need to come to the realization that that's not the answer. Like, who gives a fuck what people think about you, except for maybe your most close loved ones. Definitely
Most
not
people gotta
random
learn.
people.
They have to have the perspective. So, like, when you get in an argument with somebody, say you say a bunch of things and that other person said a bunch of things, you both
Mhm.
think you said meaningful things to the other person, and you both walk away thinking about the things you said, completely forgetting what the other person even said.
That is a very common problem.
And
Yeah.
that's what happens with a lot of society as well. People go in thinking, "Oh, I look good." I'm thinking all about themselves,
Mhm.
and they're not remembering everybody else, and nobody's remembering, anything really other than what's their appearance was, how they acted, their body language, what they said. Like, I go away places and then I say stupid things and I walk away and like, God, that was stupid. What the fuck did I say that? Because
Yes.
I'm thinking about the things I said, not really the other things.
So I think a lot of that, and this is a lot of people would disagree with me. I think a lot of that goes into the environmental aspect or the nurture aspect. So a lot of people, that especially the more cynical types, which I usually am, will say that people are innately evil and selfish. Maybe this is wishful thinking. Maybe I'm naive, but I don't believe that's true. I think the truth is, especially here in the United States, it's our culture. We are conditioned that your entire worth is based on your bank account, that everything that matters is stuff, that your everything that makes you who you are is your success in your job and shit like that, which I think is like the least important shit in the world.
We called that keeping up with the Joneses.
Yes, but it's bigger than just money. It's the whole package. I
Get the
believe that
persona of doing good.
yes.
That is true.
So
Yeah.
I think
But
our
I think
version
that's
of capitalism fucks up people in the head and turns
Mhm.
us into these shit human beings.
But Chubbs, that's not just America. I don't care like where you live.
No,
That's
no,
going to be like that's going to be everyone in every single country. That's just
I
the way
agree.
people are.
So I don't think that it's just innate, like you're born that way. So yes, it happens around the world, but it doesn't happen equally around the world. Well, if you view people in the United States and their general way of thinking, the way they view other human beings, it's way different than if you were to go and like see people in like Vietnam, for example. People in Vietnam are actually, they give a shit about each other. They they don't make their own needs like the pinnacle of everything in the world. They actually look at someone else and they go, hey, I'm doing better than my neighbor. Why don't I give them some of mine because I have more than I need? That doesn't happen very often here because of the way we're conditioned. That's my opinion anyway. I think it's highly... Go ahead.
And here's another thing. When we were young, we're told
you do have a point. You do have a point.
Every time we're given something as a person, like growing up through all our stage, we're given things and we're told that that's ours. That's mine, 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 mine. And you get this mine mentality. Everything's mine.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not good.
That's the societal. So people take it for granted because it's so the norm. You don't think about it like you're doing right now. These little things that we teach because it's just what we do, right? It's like, it's all we know. These little things add up to turn people into shit human beings. That's my opinion, but I think there's a lot of evidence to back it.
I mean, some of it's granted because how harsh society used to be, like with people just robbing each other. There was no security, really.
That's true.
People had to live in really tight communities and shit was always going wrong. You had the wolves fucking eating people at night. You had raiders.
That's where honor came from, or at least the modern, the modern concept came from like, hey, I'm a farmer and I have to like find a way to make sure people don't come and try to steal my cows and shit and like all of my whole livelihood. So you kind of had to rely on it. But the thing is, just like an evolution and like racism to some extent, and my belief is, I know it sounds like I'm jumping around, but I'll tie it together. Racism to some extent is evolution. It's based on a survival mechanism, but we have learned to overcome it because it's no longer necessary. We don't live in a world where it's necessary to survive anymore. And the same applies to this whole honor shit and everything else that we like kind of took with us from the past.
Social contracts.
Yes. So some like conservatives have a tendency to lock in on those social contracts from like past days that are no longer relevant and go, we need this. It's like they're latching on to the past. That's like completely, it's not even just gone. It's been gone for decades. Like, let it go, dude. We move on. We fucking evolve with society as times change.
All the holy books are, I look at them as Iron Age beliefs and stuff.
I do too.
That's true. They are not evolving. That's a good way to voice that. That's true.
It's kind of goes in with the definition. Conservative means to stick with the old, to want to stick with what they think is working or works.
Rash and I were just having this conversation. Like, if Christians would actually look where the most conservative countries are, they're mostly all Muslim countries, and all the things they're trying to do here in America, the Muslim countries already do. So they're actually more aligned with Muslims and their beliefs than they are with, say, atheists who want people to have more liberties and freedoms.
Interesting. I haven't thought about it. Like, what do you mean specifically that Muslim countries align with what, conservatives?
Yeah. If you look around the world, like Google most conservative countries, and look at a map, you'll see that most of the Muslim countries are all bright red. And
yeah, that's true. That is true.
That makes sense.
If you go to like anywhere in the Middle East, it's glowing red conservative, like
100%.
Gay bans. I mean,
yes, that's another way in which they are.
None of them are left. That's for damn sure.
Yes, but they're contradictory in their beliefs, which I always point out about conservatives because they don't have values. They're so tribal that they have these beliefs that match up with, say, highly majority Muslim countries, which is true, which means if ideals were what drove them, they would be like, hey, I love those countries. They don't do it because they're so tribalistic that what's more important is that, hey, those are muzzies. They're not Christians. They're not white people. So it makes everything contradictory.
And a lot of Christians don't even understand that Islam is just a branch of Judaism, just like Christianity is a branch of Judaism. Like, they don't even understand that Muslims pray to the same God as they do.
Right. Yeah, because part of it is because they don't want to know. Like, they want to be, they want to hate the other. It's kind of how they're conditioned, and it's all based on fear.
It goes back thousands of years.
Yeah.
Of
I mean,
that's true.
spades and all
Allah
that.
is God. It's the same thing.
Well,
Allah
they don't
is
understand different languages. Like this is what something else going through my mind is like, people are bitching. Yeah, they should learn English if they're going to be in our country. Well, if you go to Europe, if you want to know what another person's saying, and you're that interested, learn the fucking language.
I get it. So I am one of those people, honestly. I do
well,
believe
we
that
are so lucky in
Europeans are very bilingual. They're very
Right.
but here's the thing is that we are extremely lucky in that we can go to pretty much any other country and we can get by with knowing like English, and other people can adapt and
Right.
they know a little bit of English
English
most of
is
the time.
spreading. It's because it's more
It
expressive,
is.
and
So we are
it's a hard
lucky.
language, and because of our media, so our
But
movies
most
have
other
spread so
countries,
far
we
that
don't have to
people use
learn
them
their,
to
but we
learn
don't,
English.
but we, okay. But we do
All right.
not have to learn their language, but they have to learn ours. So that's the differentiation,
So
which is so weird,
I
but that's
agree.
the way it is.
I
So we let
agree
it out.
to an extent. So I will grant that, like in other countries, they're far more bilingual and everything. That is fine, and I have no problem with it. However,
I don't either.
I
I
have
think it's awesome
well, there's a but.
for
I
me.
do have an issue, like in the United States, because it's a completely different dynamic.
Oh,
So
yes.
what I see is we don't have a system to where everybody is just like from birth or whatever, they're taught to be bilingual or anything. So maybe we can adapt to an extent, but I don't like it because it's not equal. And what I mean by that is what I see is people come over, and it's fine that they come over. I'm not anti-immigration. The problem I see is that there's no respect. They come here and they refuse. They don't even make any effort at all to learn the language, which is entitled as fuck. They want to get all the benefits, but they don't want to put any effort. And I, by the way, I hold myself to this same standard. If I moved to Mexico because I would have better a life or whatever, or for whatever reason, the first thing I would do is make an effort to learn Spanish so I could
Agreed.
speak to the
Agreed.
local populace.
Well,
Absolutely.
now, here's my perspective on that. See,
Okay.
I work with people from Puerto Rico. Puerto
Mhm.
Rico was taken over by the United States in 1895. We've had Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Bahamas longer than we had Hawaii, Alaska, and all these other. We took those over in war. They were Spanish territories.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
they come here. Some of them, they were always Spanish-speaking communities. Down there, they speak almost all Spanish, no English. We don't really fund them or give them proper education, and they come up here for better work. Some of them don't speak any English because they never were taught English, but they're part of the United States. They're U.S. citizens. They've always been U.S. citizens.
That's a special.
But that's
you have a point on that one. So I think you make a really good argument on that, but I do also I agree with Melody that that's different. That's at least
there's a lot of Puerto Ricans. I mean, up here where I'm at, I mean, most of the Hispanic people I run into up here are from Puerto Rico.
So
they have like citizenship.
Yes,
exactly.
And in some ways,
but
I would say that the United States has failed Puerto Rico in numerous ways. We treat them like secondary citizens, yet they're part of the United States. It's like they're slaves. We use them for our own ends.
Over 100 years, and that we never gave them statehood.
You're right, and it's fucked. And like they went through, it wasn't that long ago. They had some sort of natural disaster.
Yeah,
and
that's why those come up here.
We didn't give them
basically said, "Fuck it." We're like, "Fuck you guys."
Trump, it was in office when that happened.
Yeah, and like we have no problem taking all their resources. None.
Yeah, they don't give a shit here.
Down there, we had cheap manufacturing. They did like IV bags, so they make IV bags for about $1 a bag, and then they go up here to medical facilities and they charge you $1,000 per IV bag.
It's the same thing we do in other countries. It's like the Chiquita banana shit, like
the banana wars.
Yes, exactly.
And like fucking
know
like
about
Bolivia and shit. Yeah,
it's what we do everywhere. We
had the government come down and wipe out natives to put up banana.
Yes, we rape and plunder their resources, give them next to nothing compared to what it's worth, and we come out as bandits. And this is what I try to tell people that are anti-globalism.
Take out all
the United States,
all of it
cannot survive as a global superpower if we decide to isolate. The only reason why we're number one, or we ever became number one, is, now this sounds fucked up, but it's true, is because we went around and fucking subjugated other people.
Great is king. That's what made
It
Rome
is.
great.
So if we were completely legit, it would make us the best just by like trade, like on a worldwide scale. True, but we did it in a bad way. We subjugated a bunch of people, especially like all of Latin America.
I mean, but you have to look at the perspective of the people at the time, at what they had and what their perspective of the world. Theirs was this abundant, open world yet that didn't know the ends of the world yet completely. I
Yeah.
mean, they didn't know exactly what was out there. They were just taught, take advantage of whatever resources you could find. Because, I mean, it was kind of made right still. I mean, you still had a lot of like Native Americans running around that would attack you and shit in the 1800s.
I agree, but I still don't think
they
it.
were
I still
trying
don't think
to build
it.
their civilization. I mean, that's.
I understand,
is
but I
true.
still don't think there's a way to make it moral. There's
Conquer
no
the world.
Ford and his
there's
rubber
no way to
band
be
nations.
like it. No matter how you look at it, it's saying my culture is more important than this culture because you're taking advantage of them. I don't see
But,
any
I mean
way.
that goes back to like BC times. I mean,
I
that goes
agree.
way the fuck back.
I agree, but it's still wrong.
A lot of
It fucking
it's just
is wrong, but
colonialism. So if you go back,
happening for millennia.
Right.
So
Well,
I mean,
right.
what are we to do?
But it's
That's
mainly
what
the
it is.
English, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Portuguese, and the French. They were the ones that were going around, and it was basically a race between them who could, take the most of the new land, and they didn't care the natives. Like the conquistador who went into and killed the Inca in South America. He was a wanted criminal. Spanish actually came to get him. He went and fought them at the shore, then went back there, annihilating the Inca.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, they didn't care. A lot of this stuff was actually done by criminals in the most part. I mean, psychopaths for a lot of,
So I agree with what Melody's saying, that this is like how it's always been, but it doesn't have to be the same
we are
going
getting
forward.
Yes,
And that's why
always
it's
gonna be
so
the same.
important for people to say fuck that when we get countries that are slipping back into this right-wing fucking imperialist bullshit, like what's happening in India right now with their far-right fucking Modi piece of shit making lies and shit up to destroy
I don't
Pakistan.
know what's going on in India.
I don't know
Pakistan
everything.
kicked off.
Right. I don't know everything, but I know that there's no evidence to support the claims of Modi, who happens to be a far right fucking hardcore, like what do you call what's their primary religion over there in India?
Hinduism.
Yes,
Well, Islam and Hinduism, so it's very.
Yes, but he's a Hindu
there's like 3 different
nationalist.
religions, I think, that are primary. But yeah, Hinduism is, I think, that's like the biggest one. Yeah.
So that's what makes it even more bad, is that they're kind of, there's pockets of belief, but he is a Hindu nationalist. He wants to force it on his people, and then you have that little pocket of like between them and Pakistan where it's contested, and then there's like people that are like, how it happens everywhere. Like the closest to India are primarily Hindu, and the closest to Pakistan are primarily Muslim. He wants to use that for his own ends and fucking claim, just kind of like fucking Putin did, that's our land. They're mainly our people. And, he's using his bullshit, has no evidence to back his claims for why he destroyed, quote, terrorist camps. He just wanted to fucking attack them so he could take their territory. That's it.
We're going to see something happen. That humanity has come to this point. Now we're at a boiling point. We haven't had basically a major culling in a while.
It's true.
If you go through all of history, we've had points where millions, like
it happens all the time.
No. I mean,
not anymore, but it used to happen constantly.
Like the Black Death killed 2/3 of all of Europe.
Well, no,
there was so much
like in the
abundance after the Black Death went through. There was so much of everything for everyone that everybody became rich, basically, because so many people died.
Yep.
That's how last names came about, because people actually had to move places because there was just not enough people to actually have communities anymore. Like they actually had to move, and then it became like Smith and Shoemaker and such.
I didn't know that. Interesting.
But like the Spanish flu was another
if you had Smith as your last name, that means that you did Smith. Yeah, that
right.
means so many people have the last name of Smith. And that's
It's the
what they
most
did.
common name. We got to think people
Mhm.
rode horses, so every town had a blacksmith made shoes for horses, pots, cooking
Yeah.
utensils, tools.
Was very necessary.
Oh yeah, every town had one, and blacksmith was looked at as almost like magical because he could like watch the flames, and he knew how to work the metal and everything, metallurgy.
They probably considered them almost like prophets in some regard in some places.
Well, as like wizards, kind of like
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
with
sure.
how they could work the fire. There's like like alchemy because most
Mhm.
people didn't understand the mixing of
Yeah, that's
like
how it always happens when the common populace they're ignorant, they don't understand how things work. They do like a mental leap to where they make it magic because to them it is magic. They don't
and
understand anything about it.
that's how it is people describing things they saw in the past, but they had no understanding of it. That's where
Mhm.
magic came about because
Yep.
they described it in a way which we think of as magic as you
Mhm.
read it, but
Yeah.
really it's scientific.
Yeah, but if you look at it from their perspective, given the lack of understanding, like scientifically, like on a worldwide or a societal level, it makes
Hmm.
sense. Like
You
when
had to
people
remove your
used
knowing.
to, yeah, and you have to do that to try to understand. But like people that
Exactly.
like religion is thought to have originated in sun worship, and it makes sense. The sun like is
Well, and
so
mushrooms.
important. What?
The stone ape theory is like basically humans been just fucking popping mushrooms for as long as we've been around and
Oh
just tripping our
yeah,
balls out off.
I've heard about that.
And this is actually what gave us like our brain, like transformed our brain to be able to be humans like we are.
So how does that theory work? In what way does mushrooms cause your brain to grow or change? I don't understand.
Psilocybin can rewire the neurons in the human brain.
Hmm. There's a lot I don't
So,
know.
and if you go through a lot of like basically how religion started with shamanism, basically the plant tester. The guy basically got apprentice, hey, go eat that mushroom, eat this berry, shit like that. Oh, if he died, don't eat that, you know.
Mhm.
But if it made you feel good or watch what happened to him, hey, here, try this. That's how we had like warriors that like North Vikings would pop a bunch of mushrooms and then go in the battle all fucking tripping balls. And, and like religion, that's where
And
a lot of that came
they
from.
felt no pain, or at
Exactly.
least greatly reduced pain.
And they saw things, and you got to think Vikings are poets. So what they saw in those trips, they wrote down as though it was true, but really it was an imagination.
Yep. And there's so much we get wrong about Vikings. Like that they're portrayed as like oafs. They were highly intelligent. They
Oh,
were
and
more.
very well groomed.
Yeah,
They were
that's
all about
actually
their
what
appearance.
that's what I was going to bring up. Like they were like one of the first to have brushes to brush their hair, and like they treated their women way better than most during the time.
The
Like,
French would get mad at them because they were stealing all the women because they were just so much better looking.
yeah, well, it's not just better looking. They actually like a lot of history gets fucked with. Like they didn't they weren't just they came over and just raped and pillaged. That did happen, but they were also at least those that were embroiled in their society, they treated them better than men did women in pretty much any other civilization. Like they
the
weren't just complete
if you
shitholes.
trace the Vikings back to the very beginning of before they branched out, I mean they are they've conquered most of Europe
Right.
through their span because the Vikings are the Saxons. The Saxons overtook all of England and became the population of England.
Mm.
They killed all the natives basically off. And so the first Vikings came over as mercenaries. They were hired over. They're given a chunk of Kent, the southern part of England. So, and then they brought all their family members over, and soon they outnumbered the natives. And then they just said, "Hey, we outnumber you now. They're taking the island.
I
Fuck
wonder.
off."
I wonder if that is where the crazy like white replacement shit comes from. They look back at history and they're like, "Oh my god, it's happening again."
Well, and then you did have like Ivor came in into uh, Ireland and set up a whole slaving colony in there and started capturing the natives and putting them out as slaves. And
Yeah.
yeah, Ivar took over a lot of England. The sons of Ragnar, Bjorn, king of Sweden,
Mhm.
Norway.
I don't know much
I,
about that.
I like Viking history. It's interesting. It's pretty neat.
I
But
like
I
the
like
more I
all
dig
history.
into it, I really like it. Especially because I was just wrong about so much because I followed Hollywood, and they give you so much bullshit.
Like the Vikings sailed all the way down to Rome, sacked Rome, took the Pope hostage. Like they didn't give a fuck. They made it all the way to Baghdad.
Damn.
Vikings just traveled everywhere in the Mediterranean. They've been to Constantinople, like all kinds of places.
Did they ever get fucked up?
Oh, I'm sure, but we didn't hear about that because they got fucked up.
Well, wouldn't we hear because victory is written by the history is written by the victor. Like, wouldn't we hear
I
from the
I
people
bet
that
if you
fucked them
look,
up?
I bet maybe if you look through the stories, you'll find unknown sea people. They probably didn't have a name for these people because they were ignorant of these people.
Right. I recently dug into the some of the stories behind Hannibal Barca because I didn't know a whole
Mm.
lot about it. He is really interesting. He was a fucking genius.
Well, he was just brought up just full of hate. His
True.
father hated the Romans
Yeah,
so
but he
much.
had a good reason to hate the Romans. Like, well, it's worth noting that they did start the shit originally, but Rome, like during that time, everyone started shit. It was might makes right. It's what the world
Hmm.
ran on. So, like, I don't know. I can kind of
Carthage.
understand it. Yeah, it was. I didn't know anything about them, but
Carthage was like, did you ever see like scales of the actual city and stuff, like what it would
n-
look like? I mean,
no.
it would be an ancient wonder, like this huge round seaport with like drapes coming. Like think of the Colosseum, but in the sea.
So,
You know,
like, technologically, they were advanced.
well, they just had this huge seaport and trade. In all of history, if you had trade routes and people were bringing stuff to you, you were successful. That's where you had your growth. That's how you had the people, they expand.
So, sort of like today, locations, everything, especially if you have ports and you control ports, then you control a lot of the world,
Yep.
except
And
even
well,
more so.
production too. I mean, America was set up. We had the food. That was the key. We had food
Mhm.
production. Everybody needs food. There's never not a country that needs food.
That's true.
But
I would say it's less of a, I'm not saying it's not important. I would say it's less important now because now we have processed shit that you can ship from different countries and it can last for extremely long periods of time. Like back then, it was everything. Like you're fucked if you didn't have like a food source on hand.
and it's crazy to think refrigeration, like refrigerators, that came out in like 1950s.
Mhm.
Like
They
we've
did
lost
have
all that
interesting technology that was similar. I don't remember where it was, but I saw it on Facebook. It was a story about like in
ice box.
yes, in a desert region, and it was like
Hmm.
an ice box. It was so cool to me that they had that way back then.
Well, see where I'm at. It's probably the same where you're at. Is if you see every farm around you will have a pond, just a small
Why?
pond where it holds water. And that way, in wintertime, when it freezes, that's where they go out and cut their blocks of ice to store in their ice house. So you stack the
Interesting.
blocks of ice in there, and then you cover them in sawdust to keep them cold. So the ice itself would keep the other blocks of ice cold. And then you just store your ice in there. And then every time you need a block of ice, you brought it in, put it in the uh, ice fridge, ice chest. I forget what I called it.
Interesting. And this was just regular life for all farmers?
Yep. Oh, everybody, even in city life and everything, you'd have a nice guy basically come through town and you needs ice. You'd go out and buy a block of ice.
Damn, that's so awesome.
Yep. In wintertime, that was a big industry because I mean, you only had so much time to cut the ice and get it
Hmm.
stored. And
I like to look into the history of shit that we still can't figure out. Like there's some temple somewhere where they created, I think it was made of granite, and they somehow melded the stairs going up, and we can't figure out how they did it.
melded it.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. It's like the stairs on the sides, they were just like normal stairs, they
And
would
then it's melted down through it. Oh, yeah, that's
and
just
in
pathing,
this yes, like how the
weathering,
fuck did they do
erosion.
that?
Just rain, sand, people walking up and down them.
But the way, so they might be wrong, but the way they worded it is it was done on purpose. Like they created it using some sort of engineering method.
I watched that geology guy.
Lever and pulley with ladders.
Maybe.
What?
Yep. I mean, it was very simple. And they used a lot of people, and they were not slaves. It was basic engineering. It wasn't even engineering. It was just a lot of people that.
Anybody who studies Aristotle will understand.
No, I'm just saying that's exactly what happened to build like the pyramids, and everybody thinks, oh,
Aristotle's all about fulcrums and levers and pulleys and everything. Like Aristotle's literally the mathematician of all that stuff. Literally.
Okay, why are you going off and fucking Aristotle whenever Trobbs just was talking about granite? Why do you always like go off
You're
and like?
you're the one saying about pulleys and levers, and that's what I said. Yeah, anybody would read Aristotle would understand that as basic.
Okay, you're talking about like a philosopher. What does a philosopher have to do with fucking somebody actually doing something? A philosopher has nothing to do with actually doing something physically.
It's okay.
That has nothing to correlate.
Look at Aristotle.
That correlates with nothing.
It's okay that this is unstructured anyway. We don't have to stay on topic.
He's an engineer.
I'm just telling you that a philosopher that does not.
I don't think you understand
nothing to do with.
Is.
So somebody might say something. Okay, I mean I understand that might be something that they might say, which would correlate with something that they did. But I don't know. It just seems like you just go off on all of these different tangents, Gavin, and so
sometimes.
I can't speak for him, but what it sounds like is it is loosely related based on what I think I understood, and I'll let him speak for himself. But it seems like he's bringing up the math behind the actual structures, how the engineering was done, because like Pythagorean theorem and shit, that was important in creating such structures, because that's what I think he was saying, but I don't know.
Yeah, you have to look at what was the common.
True.
What was the common teacher? Is that lessons being taught at that time? What was the common knowledge, and then apply that to what how the structures are built.
You just.
Besides, I can't. If anything, I can't talk shit about pivoting because my brain will be like jumping from all sorts of shit. So I have nothing to say about that.
So here's the thing: is that you are correct. There were a lot of scribes. I don't even know about Aristotle or whatever the fuck you're talking about, but I know that a lot of the scribes were in Alexandria, in Egypt, and that's where they were before that entire city was like pummeled. And that's where, luckily, like all of the libraries were saved before everything was ruined. Whenever, I mean, a huge fire became like over that. And so luckily, I mean, a lot of times that's actually kind of amazing. It's weird, but many times
you know what?
They end up like preserving them. And so that is what happens. And so that's what happened in Alexandria in Egypt. And so, but that was a huge place for a lot of people to go to.
Well,
all over Europe.
Archimedes was killed in Sicily. He was in the Greek city there before the Romans took it over.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is all over Europe. That's where they went to. I mean, that's where they were even before they even went over to Europe. I don't even know exactly where they came from, where they went to, but that's where like Greeks, most of the libraries were. That was like the biggest fucking library. And I mean, go ahead and fucking argue with me. But I'm just telling you, that is the biggest library that ever existed for timeliness, like ever.
Didn't we lose it?
No.
Yeah, Christians burned it down. That library.
Well, I mean, they lost a lot of it, but some of it existed. I mean, it.
So how much would we know? Like, how much did it set us back? I bet it was a big deal that they burned that down.
Probably original Bible and stuff like that was in there.
What wasn't there also science and stuff, like a lot of important shit?
Well, not really, because you gotta think this dates back to around Alexander and stuff like that. When did it burn?
Some of the bottom shit I think existed, But
on, I'm gonna go look
yeah,
at it.
a lot of it burned down. But you have to think, I don't know, a lot of fires. And okay, no, that's true. I mean, obviously, like paper ends up burning more than anything. But
48 BC is when it burned. The Julius Caesar Civil War.
but the thing is that they built a lot of things like above
The
it that would prevent the
blow
fires from
came in
infiltrating.
1640, Arab conquest of
So
Alexandria.
I don't know. I would have to look this up. Let me look this up
Okay.
because there has to
The
be some sort of a way
destroyed
that
it.
I would bet that there was important shit, at least for the time. Like, even if it's like old science, you got to think at the time it had to set people back. Like we would have reached more important milestones sooner if it hadn't went down. I think
if we would have put more stuff in stone and not parchment.
That's
parchment
true.
just deteriorates. It's even if it didn't burn down, the parchments would have fell apart by now.
True, but also like they probably were careful because it was important with like accidental fires. They just didn't think that some culture was going to come go fuck you.
You got to think you had a room full of combustible paper and everybody's using oil lamps and candles.
That's true. Rat.
Darn Muslims, I know. This rats was always getting up to no good.
Well, to be fair, it's probably happened in reverse because Muslims did a lot to contribute to science, especially in the early days.
Mathematics.
Well, yeah.
So basically, anything that starts with an A is Arab contributed to mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
Arithmetic.
I wouldn't be surprised if Christians didn't try to destroy their shit too.
Well, see, this is what is Islam is the younger of the three, so each of them has like this rebellious stage they go through until they kind of become defanged. Christians, it was during the Spanish Inquisition. They'd just gone around torturing the fuck out of everybody, just kind of radicals.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been
let me go back to what I was saying. Okay, I'm gonna read this about Alexandria. Okay, about the fire. While the Library of Alexandria was indeed damaged and destroyed by fire over time, it did not destroy all scribes. The library was a hub for scholars, and while some scholars may have perished or fled, the library's destruction did not erase the profession of scribes or destroy all scribal knowledge. It was gradually damaged and destroyed over centuries. So, I mean, the fires just kept happening. So it's not like it was destroyed, all at once, like a culmination.
Oh, that's what I thought.
It was so the fire during Caesar's pursuit of Pompeii in 48 BC is widely believed to have caused some damage to the library. However, the extent of the damage is debated. It might have either survived or rebuilt shortly thereafter. It was damaged by Palmyra. Palmyra. Okay, Palmyra. Okay, I went there. So
but there's astronomy and then there's astrology. Astrology is the bullshit.
So I'm just saying.
I'm
joking.
So
there was all kinds of destruction there. So don't just say that it was completely destroyed.
But you gotta think every time a fire broke out, they didn't have like fire hydrants outside. They actually had like Rome at one point was ruled by the owner of the fire company because he went around extorting everybody. He would show up with his fire brigade.
Why are you talking about fucking fire hydrants? No shit. Because a fire hydrant would ruin everything. That's the dumbest fucking thing that you could ever say.
There's a lot of
ruined
things
everything.
To burn. If you don't have firemen there to put the fire out, which they had fire companies back then, surprisingly.
Okay, whatever.
They just would extort the fuck out of you. Like they'd show up like, "Hey, your house on fire. Give me all your fucking money and I'll put it out."
What they did was that they used this sort of like a putty, and they built it up around it to make sure that the fire did not go up around it. Just like they built like different for to build like bread makers and stuff like that for you to like cook bread and stuff like that.
Bakers, you mean?
No, just like to cook bread, to make bread. No, to cook.
That's
No,
baker.
not to make bakers.
The baker makes bread.
Yeah, no, that's what they would do. But they use like some putty like on top of it, and so it would prevent the next layer from getting all of the fire, and so that's how it prevented it. That's what happened every single time. It had layers and layers and layers, so it prevented the fire from going from one layer to the next layer to the next layer. That's
Oh, between the floors.
That was smart. Hopefully, we do something similar today because knowledge is invaluable.
I
Hopefully,
want to know what's in the Vatican.
yeah, that's actually what I was thinking of. I wonder how well preserved and how they've thought ahead in case certain shit happens.
Well, see, the
I mean,
Vatican one is
I fucking
actually
saw it with my own eyes whenever I was in Syria.
The
in the
Vatican?
Vatican. They'll suck the oxygen out of the room, so like you would actually like you can't be in there. Like they vacuum seal like the books in this big like glass case in the center of the room
Hmm.
because
That's
oxygen is one of the biggest things that causes deterioration.
that's good. It means they've thought ahead. They realize the importance of all that shit.
And they have the money to waste on it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't call it wasting. Like, well, some of it is, of course, the
If
religious
no
stuff.
human eyes can see any of it, it's wasted.
Okay. So I don't know. I think that it's not no human eyes can see it. That it's like you have to have certain clearance to be able to.
Yeah,
And then
you have to set up an appointment, and you have to
right.
know what you're looking for, and so they set it aside and all this shit.
Yeah. So what's going on is they have like quote experts doing kind of like they used to. Like certain people are allowed entrance because you can't just trust anyone, and they sort of
Exactly.
relay the message and like become historians, I guess. To me, it's a good system because you can't just you might have some crazy fanatic go in there if you just let anyone, and they'll just
Oh yeah,
fucking
just start ripping it up.
yeah, but just because they don't agree with the religion or something, you're like. But to what I said, there's yes and no. So personally, I don't think religion is that important, obviously. So I don't
Yeah,
care that
you have
much
to have
about
guardians. You have to have people guard everywhere. Yeah, for sure.
But I'm
right.
sure there's
Excuse
parts
me.
where they don't even let you have access. Like there's manuscripts and shit that nobody's seen for millennia almost.
Yes. But I think that well, in all cases, even though like religion is part of it, it's not all of it. They also guard important historical documents and like old school science and shit. Like that stuff is important, in my opinion.
Wait, what did you just say?
Something about butt sex.
Mud sack? What?
Who said about sex? Somebody said about sex?
Somebody said butt sex, and I heard it.
Bud sucks? Okay, I'm trying to find. Well, see, okay, so whenever you look at whenever there's a fire, everything is not going to be even. You're going to find something from 1 century. You're going to find something maybe that was, I don't
Well,
know,
yeah, it was just
maybe
random
like even
destruction,
10
but it was a
centuries
lot of
off
destruction.
at the exact same level. And it ends up like pissing everybody off, which sucks. But so like this skeleton that's in my profile picture, that ended up pissing everybody off because it was they said it was like in the 10th century AD, and everything was supposed to be from like, I don't know, I think it was like 300
920.
BC. Well, no, because here I'll show you.
I see that as a bug of science. If you get new information, regardless of what it is, even if it goes against what is commonly accepted, everyone should be happy because they're finding the truth. You shouldn't get
No,
angry.
it was this was a badass find because I mean this skeleton, it was full. I mean every
Oh,
single part. I mean
excuse
you
me.
could even see like the pinky finger, and I kept like having to put it back together with my hands. I mean, and yeah,
You
I'm not
fingered
wearing
a
gloves or
skeleton.
anything. What?
You fingered a skeleton.
Oh yeah, no, I did. I kept having to. I would put it back together, and I'm like, nobody touch him. I named it Beaumont. I was like, no, nobody touch. And so I just kept putting the bones back together, and I would just use this little brush and make sure that he was dusted off until I was done. And then I just put it in a bag whenever I was finished, and I put him in a fucking basement. I'm just like, no, he's gonna come
Wait, so you
to a
had that
death.
skeleton in your basement?
No, so I had to put it. So no, we had there
I'd
was
put
like
it in the closet, so then I can tell everybody I got a skeleton in my closet, and it won't be a lie.
I don't know where they put it, but I was told that it was put in a museum somewhere, but it probably got destroyed because everything got fucking destroyed.
Can't believe
But
humanity destroying history.
I know.
You're a bad anthropologist.
That's interesting shit. I would love to do that.
Yeah,
I wanted to be an archaeologist, but yeah,
it was awesome.
I have big ambitions that really fell flat.
I didn't even know that I was going to
It
do
happens.
it. I just on a whim I took a course. I needed to get more credits in the 304,000 level to get
Be
my
honest,
bachelor's.
you just showed them your boobs and they let you through.
Shut the fuck up, dude. And so I'm like, okay. And I decided I wanted to go.
Didn't you?
I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, but yeah, no, it was awesome. So I went there for 2 months.
And then easy when you're a hot chick.
Then afterwards I went to I followed a girl. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And then but there was a guy, and I was supposed to go with him to Turkey. And
exactly. Him.
No, but listen to this. So this dude ended up being like this fucking sex addict or something.
See, exactly. That's how you got to go.
No, motherfucker.
He wanted to see your boobs.
No. So I saw him like flirting with like little like Syrian girls, like out on like the yard and stuff like that. And I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? And then he almost got like a Muslim girl like fucking killed. Because I mean, if she would have gotten, if this would have gotten noticed by her elders, she could have gotten like beat or something. Because they were like very, very, it was very, very like religious, and so you do not fuck around with them. And so, but he went into her tent, and so like I was like, he needs to go back home.
Couldn't you get him fired or something?
No, but I told him to go back home, and then he ended up going into my room. So and he was like, "I really like sex," and he just like cornered me, and I'm like, "No, get the fuck away from me." And so then I talked to the professor. I'm like, he needs to go the fuck away. Get him away from me. But I had already planned to go to Turkey with him for like a week after we were finished.
I mean, he planned it, and you.
Well, no, we both did. I didn't know who the fuck he was, but I just thought, hey,
you see, this is how you get yourself into predicaments. You got boobs. If you didn't have boobs,
no,
you wouldn't get into these predicaments.
Okay. So I'm kind of naive, but I was just like, okay, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. So I want to go somewhere. I want to do this. So luckily, there was another girl that was there, and so she said, okay, you can come with me, and because she ended up going for a 1 week trip to other places. So I went with her, and we went to Jordan, and then we went to Lebanon, and then we went to Turkey for 1 day until we went home. So
just
I looked
females?
out. What? Yeah. What do you mean?
Wow, that's dangerous, really, in those countries, especially.
No, serious. No, it's not. No.
Being two female. Well, see, a lot of times in Muslim countries, females have to be attended by a man. That's just.
Oh no, we got in a lot of trouble. we went. So yeah, we did some fun, interesting stuff. So yeah, we went to some clubs and almost. I've got stories. It was interesting.
Were they countries where you couldn't get alcohol? Because there are a lot of Muslim countries where they don't serve alcohol.
No. Here's the thing: is that we could actually get alcohol in Syria, and the only reason was because we were in like a Christian community, But in the Islam community, if we were like in the Muslim part, then you cannot get alcohol. But we were living, or not living, but we were
Oh,
staying in,
Christian
if you're in
district.
the Christian
See,
part,
so
then you can get alcohol. You can buy it.
interesting. So they partition different areas and the rules are
well,
Yeah.
different.
well, see,
Yes.
under Islam, Christians just have to pay a tax.
Yeah, I don't know, but so
That's all.
Lebanon
They just
is
apply a
known
tax to
as like
Christians.
the
Now,
liberal.
atheists is an affront to God, and they usually would behead them.
Yeah. And that is one of the reasons why. And a lot of people are like, why are you so mean to Christian? And I'm like, dude, I don't want them dead. Like, how the fuck can you compare those two things? Like, they want me dead. I just think they're evil. Like, how you can't compare me to that.
Well, as again as I said, they're getting older now, so they're becoming more defanged, especially after the 20-year ass whooping they got from the U.S. Kind of.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was the
that's one of the
Wasabiism
things
branch.
that so a lot of people think I flip flop and I don't. If you listen to me carefully, you'll notice that I distinguish exactly what I mean. So I do say that it's a negative thing that the United States, in certain ways, isn't applying soft power in the world like we used to, and I believe that. Like, for example, what's going on with India and Pakistan, I think, is in large part because of the world stage seeing that, like, Gaza, and basically they're getting away with a genocide that has tons of evidence to support it. The whole world knows, and no one's doing anything about it. So the whole world, any of the extreme right wing, like dictator type people that just want territory, they're looking at it and they're going, "Hey, the United States is off the board now. We can do
Well, and
whatever the fuck we want."
well, here's another thing is, well, after Trump got into power, we cut everything to Ukraine. We cut all tactical support, everything. We pulled
Yep.
everything out. And now Putin is doing war games in Belarus for plans to invade Lithuania.
Exactly. And this is what I said before. Do you think Putin is just going to stop at fucking Ukraine? Fuck no. It's not in him. He wants fucking, like, conquest.
Everything.
Yes, he does.
Well,
And
he wants to rebuild the USSR, and
he does, but do you think it would stop at gaining back what they did have? Hell no. He'll keep wanting more and more and more.
Well, it's going to be easier to take back what it once had because they speak mostly the same
Right.
language.
That's true.
Customs, bringing new cultures into the country would be harder.
That is true. Most definitely. I don't deny that. But I do believe, and people are like, you make everything about Trump. But it's true. I think Trump and his stupid actions have caused a cascading fucking series of, like, worldwide events.
Trump, my belief, Trump is still a stooge for the Russian government.
I do believe that to some extent, yes. And there's a lot of evidence to show that they got him as an asset back in the 80s, I think, wasn't it? Yes. And he's been an asset ever since.
Well, and Israel has him too with Epstein. As Rash put it to me too, I think now I thought about more is Epstein was an Israeli agent.
Really?
He would get rich and powerful people to do things, record it, and then blackmail them with it. So anytime they needed to get anything done for Israel, they just pull this up and be like, hey, I need a favor. Or, hey, don't speak about this.
So do you think that's the entire reason why he did what he did in the first place? So he could, like, use it against people? Or was it about money, or was it both?
I mean, it was just so they could blackmail people, like powerful people, leaders, business owners, and get them to do exactly what they wanted them to. Israel. I mean, look at Israel. They're untouchable in the media and everything. You say anything about them, done.
Right. Well, we see that, obviously. I don't know, like, is there evidence to tie Epstein to them, though? Like, I don't know about that. I don't know if there's any connection. I mean, is it just a conspiracy theory, or is there something to back on it?
There's, other than he kind of looks like one of those kind of Jews from the region area, but
it's not far-fetched. I don't think it's crazy, but, like, with anything, like, I got to have something to go on.
We just look at his clientele. Where did he come from? He came out of nowhere and has all this millions of dollars set up like it was nothing. Like he was a government plant, basically.
Right. Look at Jamie being all tough, hiding in text.
I mean, I'm sure this is not new. I'm sure this espionage stuff's kind of going on for a long time.
Right.
I mean, look at the Cold War. That's all that was, basically. Spies spying on each other, trying to, get the other side to do things.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, I'll say that, but it's just my nature. I can't consider something likely without some form of evidence. Like
Jamie, hi.
I have to have some form of evidence. He's like, "Hey, look, guys, I'm retarded. Look at me." That's basically what you're doing right now.
What did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
Yes.
Littlefinger. I think I'd be like Littlefinger.
He's like he's like Machiavelli. He's like, he believes in power through control of information and
exactly shit. Money and using brothels to get the information and such.
Yeah.
And he used basically rich. He indulged the rich with anything they wanted, and a lot of them were perverts.
I could see that.
And then recording that without their knowledge of it, and then saying, "Hey, you play ball, or I, expose you to the world."
I could definitely see it happening. For sure.
And you don't see it coming exposed because it's such things that if it did come to light, like they'd be done forever. So they play ball 99% of the time.
It makes sense.
Who's playing ball? Playing ball for what?
Kind of think like, do you ever see the movie Hostel?
Mm-hmm.
Like businessmen can go and they get a victim and then go in there and torture them and do whatever they want to.
Where everybody gets fucking killed?
Yes, but he's using it to describe how Epstein supposedly controlled people.
Like they could have had things like that, and we just would never know of that because the FBI got all the footage and everything like that.
Well, P. Diddy is another Epstein.
Now, P. Diddy was just somebody high on power. He got Pac killed. He was high on that, like, nobody can mess with me kind of deal. That egotistical.
I still don't know all the details about P. Diddy. Apparently, there's some really bad shit.
Yeah, it is pretty bad.
Like, did he like fuck with Justin Bieber and like do shit to him and stuff?
No. I think he groomed him, though.
That's not true. So apparently, I think that he had some parties and he had like minors there, and I think that they were like in the corners or some bullshit. I don't even know. There was one guy that.
You're never a teen at a party for adults when when I was a kid, I went to adult parties sometimes.
I think he forced a lot of people to do. It was the same thing as Epstein, and it was like a power trip. And so he kind of forced people to do exactly his bidding.
He would have after parties, basically. It was after the main party. They would go up and have like a big bedroom where all of them have like orgies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That was after like the main party.
And a lot of people they would even say, I'm not telling you about the after parties. It's secret and I'm not telling you. I think Usher said that. I know Ashton Kutcher. He definitely said that. I mean, Ashton Kutcher, he's a piece of shit. I know for a fact that he fucking said that.
If I say it, Rash will understand and Travis will understand. When I say P. Diddy, I think of Slanesh.
That makes sense.
That's basically all his was just pure pleasure and sensational. That's all he wanted, more and more. And he couldn't. He just wanted more excess, and the more you do something, the less you feel from it. So therefore, you have to keep amplifying it.
It reminds me of a dude that I used to work with. He was like a chronic, like I've always joked, and it's partially true that I like fap all the time and shit. Of course, I overdo it because it's funny to me, but this guy was so bad that he couldn't watch normal porn. He had to see gaping buttholes or he couldn't even get hard. So it kept getting worse and worse to where he had to up the ante. It's what you're talking about. He had to constantly seek thrills because
okay, wait a minute. Are you talking about fucking like rosebudding or whatever?
Well, I don't know. I'm not talking about physical. I'm talking about when he watched porn. when he watched porn, he could only get
That's
hard
that's what I just meant.
if
What
the
that's
woman,
called.
if there was women that like their butthole had like really huge shit in it, so it would gape open and like be all crazy looking. That's the
What I
only
just
time he
said.
could. Oh, okay. I didn't know what you meant.
That's what it's called. That's what it's called. It's called
How,
rosebuding.
how the fuck do you know
It's
all this?
disgusting.
It is extremely
It's whenever
disgusting.
like your asshole is torn into shreds and
Well, you have
you
two
can
of them. You
see
have an outer one and an
it's
inner one, and it's pushing your inner one out, your outer one.
it's
So
disgusting.
this is not my thing, but I try to be pretty open-minded. What
Ugh.
bothers me is not that that's his thing. It's that he was doing this hedonistic treadmill, his Slanish thing, to such a point that he kept needing more and more and more, and he wouldn't fucking back off. So like sooner or later, even fucking buttholes like that aren't going to do it. You're going to have to like murder people and have sex with their corpse, otherwise you won't get off. Like you can't live like that. It's crazy.
That you said that, and you just triggered a memory. It's like one of those things you see and it scars you. It's
You
like when
saw
you're looking,
something like that?
dude. It was like you ever see when you're looking scrolling through the videos and you just see something. And it's like you see this woman in a hospital bed. I was like, what the fuck's this? I click it. It looks like they drugged the woman. They like come in and would fuck her, and then they came in and they sawed her fucking leg off, and then they like started just mutilating her body, but then they'd come in and fuck her randomly. I was like, oh my god, this is the most gruesome shit I've ever seen. And this actually goes on. It's like real video.
What the fuck?
It was like Asian. I was like, this is like that was it. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm going.
There's
Why
some.
are we talking about necrophilia?
Like no,
Well,
she was
I
still
brought it
alive.
up.
She was still alive, and they were mutilating her while she was still alive.
That's crazy. There's a lot of stories. There's especially this kingpin dude that was Asian.
Oh, okay. No, I heard about something like that like a couple of weeks ago, and it was on the subway in New York, and people had robbed some dude on the subway, and then somebody else had gone in there, and he was like having sex with a guy. It's disgusting. I listened to this podcast, and it's about like weird shit, and so yeah, it's gross.
Jamie says such a liberal conversation because there's actually intelligence involved.
Jamie, we talk about everything. No, it's not all liberal. It's just we just talk about whatever.
He's what do you call it?
Jamie, then come up.
This is called banter. He's trying to offend, although he can't do it because he's not smart enough. But
I always like
fluid
Jamie
in our conversational skills.
So a conservative conversation would be like, yeah, I fucking hate this guy, right? Fuck yeah, I hate that guy.
Shit,
yeah, did you see that guy? I hate him too. Do you hate him now? Yeah, let's all hate him together.
And then they like, it's like they're skiing. Like one dude will have a dick in each hand and they'll start jerking off like crazy until like comes flooding the fucking floor. That's a conservative conversation.
It's a whole bunch of incels, racists,
yeah,
guys with tiny dicks. You ever see
Jamie
the
always
episode of
cracked
South
me
Park?
the fuck up.
Well, there's an episode of South Park. I love it. It's called Anger Management.
Mhm.
And it has people from like all these different groups, and they're all mad all the time. And come to find out, it's just they all have tiny little dicks, and they're just mad at the world because they have a tiny dick.
See,
and what they can do about it.
What we were talking about earlier, they use humor, but they're bringing the truth out, and that's like, even if it's not about tiny dicks, conservatives are insecure. It's why they think the way they do. It's why they're angry all the time.
Matt and Trey Parker. Oh yeah, it's it. No, Matt and Trey. Yeah, it's Parker, not Stone. Yeah, well, I thought it was Stone. No, Matt Stone and Trey Parker. That's it. There we go. They're not brothers, or are they? I don't know. They
I
actually
don't
were
think
at
they're brothers. I think they're both. I think they're like creators, but I don't think that
okay,
they're
it's
brothers.
something. But they were at an award ceremony, some liberal award ceremony. And they're like, here, and they won this award, and they come up, and they're like, we're Republicans, and then he walked off stage.
That is awesome.
They're Republican. They vote Republican anyway.
Really?
Yep.
It's interesting that they have the ability to talk shit about everything. So they're not like ideologues.
They're like you and I, basically, but they just didn't convert all the way to center, kind of. Because I don't like Democratic Party. Democratic Party is just a bunch of spineless wins.
Well, yeah, and a lot of the time they're what I call Republican light. They're just as much subservient, not just as much, but they're almost as much subservient to fucking elites. They take the money, just like, except for AOC and Bernie. Like,
Yep.
it's the
The
same
corporate
shit.
politics.
Yeah.
It's just like the Republicans of the 90s. I mean, that's all Democrats are anymore.
Well, it's just fucking neoliberalism, and fucking Reagan pushed it, and it became big. Trump is essentially, in many ways, just copying Reagan, and it's really fucking bad. People don't understand what it means.
I don't see how they don't say he even stole his slogan, "Make America Great Again." I mean, it was literally Reagan's campaign slogan.
Well, a lot of people that are, in my experience, a lot of people that are pro-Trump know nothing about history of politics. Like, they never was into politics until Trump. Like, he brought them on board. So it's like a bunch of people that know nothing about anything.
There's this guy I want to actually, from my work, I want to get on here. He's one of those crazy conspiracy guys. He likes to bring up shit, and I just like bat him down every day at work. But I was like, we had to sign one of those safe works JSAs today, and I was like, here, I need your John
JSAs.
Hancock job safety analysis.
Okay.
And I was like, here, you guys sign this. I need your John Hancock. And he's like, my Abe Lincoln. I was like, oh, I love Abe Lincoln. I was like, I love his this one quote. I was like, it's better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. And he, after I said that, he just signed it and fucking walked away. He didn't even start shit with me today.
Love it.
He seems chill though. He doesn't get mad. Like, there's some people, like, you say anything against Trump, oh, you fucker! I'm going over here in my truck. I ain't gonna talk to you. This old man's Phil. I piss him off all the time, but then I'm nice to him. I'll give him cheeseburgers and shit. And then my buddy again for a day or two. It's like, you fucking liberal, fucking hate you. I love it.
It's funny.
I had him bring me home the one day, and I gave him like 11 bags of cans I saved up. So, now I'm kind of his buddy, but not really. Like,
they're so easy to like toy with because they can't understand what you're doing, I guess, or like it's like you're playing 3D chess and they're still playing fucking bad fucking checkers.
I'm not
or some
even
shit.
really trying to even play games.
I know, but you don't have to.
Fighting me.
Yeah, but it's funny.
I'll play checkers.
I'm just like, I just try to be nice to people. Cold doors for you. Thank you, sir. How you doing, sir? I'm just polite and shit. And then people are just, I can tell a lot of them are just raised like trash.
Oh my god, I fucking saw that piece of shit like do push-ups. He couldn't even do one.
Who?
Oh, Acid. You remember that motherfucker? No, he tried to do like push-ups like for everybody on video, and that he was ganglier than somebody in fucking Ethiopia, and he tried to do one push-up, and he couldn't even do it. And so, and then
a lot of people don't even do them right. Like, a lot of people put their
Bro.
arms out, and you're not supposed to. That's hard on your shoulders. You bring your arms in, keep your elbows at your sides, and like you're pushing.
No, but he was tiny, and he can't even. Oh my god, it was so pathetic, and everybody makes fun of him.
Well,
I'll get on here with the video.
He dogs everybody too.
Yes, so I would
and of
say
course
that
everybody fucking knows that about him.
He's not
gross.
a good person. That's true, but I stick to the things
Insecure.
that matter. Yes, he's insecure, but I don't care about whether you can do a push-up. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like,
I know.
Why are you gonna make fun of that?
Because he's a piece of
catch him
shit.
outside, bro.
Because he's a piece of shit. Otherwise, I wouldn't. But he's a piece of fucking shit.
That's why he does that.
Okay.
And he fucking doxes
sense.
every single person.
Okay, so it's sort of like me. Like, I'll use like conservative tactics on them because I'm beating them at their own game.
It's because he's an asshole to every single person.
That's fair.
He doesn't like anybody.
Right.
He doesn't like hold it. He hates
blocks
everybody.
me, and
He's rude to everybody.
So.
He's just nasty.
Jamie, what I think you don't understand is there's nothing less masculine than boxing yourself in and being, this is a guy. That's because you're insecure. So most of the time women understand that, and that's why women generally aren't attracted to right-wingers. Very rarely is there any deviation from that.
Well,
because
it's
there's.
almost
Go
like
ahead.
you ever see how like the gay guys they all get buffed up and they're like trying to impress other
Yep.
gay guys. Like that's
Yep.
all it is. This like that's what guys are attracted to, not women,
Exactly.
really.
It's like the only time you get that hardcore is when you're insecure. It's why your whole world is like, I've got to be big and badass. I've got to be muscular, and like women see right through that, dude. They see that you're insecure. It's why you care so much about it. Like me, I don't give a fuck.
Jamie was always a troll, but I don't know. He was
You
always
wanna-
cool with me. He was, I don't know. You just have to kind of get through him, and
Well,
he's
he
actually
does.
a good dude.
He doesn't offend me. It's
I
just
know.
like to me, I'm kind of. It's not even about Jamie. It's about that way of thinking in general. It always comes from insecurity. It's like this rigid worldview of like, this is a man, this is a woman. It
Well,
comes
and
from
his way-
insecurity.
His way of engaging too is always with conflict. He always wants to fight you with everything. It's not like
Right,
he just wants to have a
exactly.
conversation.
But because of fear, because their whole worldview is based on fear and like everyone's potentially a challenge to them. So if you have someone who's actually confident, they don't care about what other people do, what other people think, because they're confident, right? It's like common sense.
Well, Jamie, why don't you come up?
He's scared.
He might roast butt himself.
Damn
Has he
about.
ever I wonder if he's ever come up on panel.
He did once. It's typically just to like act like a badass, like he'll be screaming and being like, "Yeah, I'll fuck you up," and like everybody's like rolling their eyes, like, dude, it's like the fucking tough guy.
Oh, he has. Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
I actually was going on steroids before, and that's not insecurity. It would be insecurity if I was like, I've got to be a big, bad, tough guy. It had nothing to do with that. It's about aesthetics.
Yeah, exactly. You wanted to see definition.
Yes, and it's
Yeah,
about,
I mean,
and it's
we all
not even
know that.
about,
It's
it's not about
not
what
a
other
secret.
people. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm open about it. I don't hide anything.
It's not a secret, Jamie. I mean,
I always been blessed with that, Charles. I'll get on here one of these days. I'm almost back to where I want to be.
Blessed with what?
The definition. I can just do almost nothing. You just do a couple curls and shit, and I get poof.
That's awesome. So I wish I had that body type that where you're like kind of, I can't remember what they're called. Mesomorphs, I think. They're like naturally muscular, so they have to put very little effort into maintaining muscle.
Yeah, basically. Like it just goes dormant if I do nothing, but then I can just pump it up and I can just poof, I can inflate myself huge.
That is the best body type to have, in my opinion.
Yeah, Miss Italian, she was kind of mad that I was doing nothing with it, but I was like, I can bounce back like it's nothing. It's for me.
I don't remember specifically which time you're talking about, Jamie, but you were out on the street and you weren't really showing, like you didn't have a tank top, or I couldn't really tell how big you were.
My experience, guys that do gym stuff all the time tend to not be very strong.
What do you mean?
Like being a construction worker, when you're used to 12-hour days of just nonstop grueling work, you get pushed farther than you ever push yourself in a gym because you have to do it because it's your job.
Yes.
You're going to be out in the elements, going to be, push harder.
When it comes to
I would say both. I wouldn't say one or the other. You can't say either one. I mean,
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
So
you can't say just because somebody goes to the gym or you're a construction worker.
It's
That's
not
not
like
true.
individual. It's a generalized thing. Like in general, this is how it works, is I think what he's saying. And so in my experience, yes, when it comes to strength, the construction type people or the farmer type boys tend to be the strongest. However, there's a trade-off. There's nothing that compares to bodybuilding when it comes to actual aesthetic, like
that's targeted muscle building.
Yes, nothing compares to it. So if that's what you're after, you're not going to get it the same anywhere else.
No, but if you're a farm boy and you've grown up working hard your whole life, you're going to have endurance like
that's true. Yes.
No other. Like you're going to be able to go like nobody.
That's true. It really depends on what matters to you. Me personally, I've kind of moved away from it. I don't care about it like I did. But
So like I started at 12 working like 10-hour days with my uncle doing fencing and stuff. And after like into my 30s, like you could go 12-hour day and it was like it was nothing.
Right.
Just working nonstop.
Personally, I've never cared. Like, it all depends on you. I don't care about strength. Never have. I care about just the aesthetics. That's it. And I don't even want, like, I've never wanted to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I just want to be slightly larger and just well-rounded. Like, I'm already happy with how I am, like, because
I
I'm
like having the
sculpted,
power
I
there.
guess.
If I
So
need to, I can
that makes
be
sense.
strong.
Well, I don't know. To me, it's like there's not much of a reason in this day and age to need it. Like,
Hey, if I got 15 bags in the car, I'm making one fucking trip. I'm not going back.
that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it is useful in certain ways.
Like for me now, if I walk the dogs and walk into, or not to, from work now and then,
Right.
I'd get driven there. I'm too lazy to walk to it.
So this is another common
That helps.
misconception.
Okay,
Like,
so
I've had
Walking
this
helps.
happen numerous times where there's like a dude that's like goes to the gym and they'll be like, "What do you know about weightlifting? You're like small." Has nothing to do with what you know on the subject. I would be happy to school you any day when it comes to fitness. Like,
Well, I like
I
how
know
he
the
like
actual science behind it.
tries to even guess my weight. Like he's not even close.
He's just trying to fuck with you, really.
Mm-hmm.
oh my God. Okay, so I gotta say something. Okay, so I don't care if Jamie is right or wrong. What he's saying is to me it's fucking funny as hell.
Why?
I can't stop laughing, but I don't know. He fucking cracks me up. So I don't care if he's right or wrong, but I don't. It's just his demeanor, like just what he says. But
He's a clown.
I know. I don't care. I don't know if he's right or wrong. I actually I don't care if you are a huge bodybuilder. I particularly don't like huge muscles. I would rather just have somebody that I do like muscles, but not somebody that has like huge, like, I don't know. That's just kind of my thing.
It's
But
insecurity. It's like they don't
no,
stop
I mean,
at just.
I don't think it's insecurity.
It is.
I'm just saying,
Well,
I'm just saying my particular, me, myself,
No,
and
I know. I'm not.
that's my type. I'm not
Right.
saying anything about anybody
No,
else.
no, no. I know
That's just me.
you're not saying that. I'm not saying you're saying that. I know you're
I'm
just
not saying,
describing
no, I
what
don't
you're
think that that's
interested in.
insecurity on other people's
I know.
part just because they want big muscles.
Well, no. It's
not
not
correct.
just because they're wanting big muscles. It's the extent at which they're obsessed with it. It's not just,
Well-
hey, I want to be like, like in shape. They want to keep going because they're chasing after. It's like they feel insecure. They feel like they're not a man unless they reach this certain pinnacle. And it is insecurity. That tends to be what drives that.
I don't know if I wouldn't say that it's insecurity per se. I think it's more of whenever you have like this level that you want to get to.
So
And
you're right.
I don't think that that's insecure. It's just like education. If you're going for, your bachelor's degree or your MBA, then you want to, progress and get to a certain level.
You're
That
right.
could be, with fitness, is
You're
that,
right.
you want to get to a certain level. I don't think that means
But
that you're
I'm
insecure
not
about
talking
yourself.
about I'm not talking about just someone who loves the gym or they get a lot out of it. That's perfectly healthy. I'm talking about people who it's literally part of their identity. It's all they talk about.
That would be part of my identity. That would be part of my identity if it's education or whatever. If I
Like, yes, but it's not just like a, hey, this is cool and it's important. It's like it's all they talk about. And when other people are like, say there's a person that don't really
that's
care.
okay.
Right?
Okay, you do have a point there, because if there was one thing and that was the only thing that I talked about constantly, that gets old. And
yes, but
that's
you're
boring.
right. But it's not just that it's all they talk about, which shows an obsession. It's also that they're so hyper focused on it when they meet someone who doesn't care about it. Like, let's say that their career or whatever they care about is more important. They're like, hey, you're a bitch. Like it becomes their whole world. That is insecurity.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, So I've gone on dates with people that, I mean, because I haven't gone on, so I've been on Bumble and stuff like that, and so I haven't been on a Bumble date in a couple of months,
Right.
but I don't know, I just kind of switched off of it, but yeah, it's kind of fun. Unfortunately, it's been kind of a dud,
Right.
and but yeah, there's been a few guys, and they are so encompassed with their careers or what they're doing, and they don't even ask me a question about myself. If you
Yeah.
don't ask me about me, then you don't care and you're boring. So fuck you.
That's fair.
And I don't know if that's exactly what you're saying, but to me,
It's a
they are
little
hyper
different.
focused on themselves, and
Right.
I don't want somebody that they only care about themselves and they don't want to know who I am as a person. I mean, that's so boring, and
That's true.
no
That
thanks. I'm
yeah.
out.
I
Because
was
I've
not
seen that
talking
so many
about
times.
body dysmorphia. That's not at all what I was talking about. Yes, I know what that is, and that's not what I was referring to. But
Yeah, I'm just talking. Yeah, just I know that that's not what you're talking about. I'm just
no,
saying.
I was talking to Jamie because he's acting like I was talking about body dysmorphia, but that's not
That
what I
you're
was
talking
talking about.
about trobs, though you're educated on the subject. No, okay. I don't think I was just talking about if I'm okay. Yeah, that's a different topic.
Well, we're
But
already into something else. It's fine.
but though I don't know. I know you tend to focus on something, but
No, that's not what I
no,
was
no,
talking
not
about.
not you. No, I'm
I
talking to
know.
Dave. He's
I
he's
know.
focusing on something, and you are focusing on that too. And
Yeah, and you moved on. I
so,
know. So
but
it
I'm just
happens.
saying, if somebody focuses on one thing and they don't move on to talk, if you are talking about yourself and you don't talk and you do not ask somebody else about themselves,
Yeah,
you suck.
that's true.
Oh yeah.
And
I don't
that's
want
a
to talk to you. You're fucking boring.
it's a pretty easy red flag to spot, and it's something that you should take seriously, especially like early on in like dates. Like that should be an automatic. Oh shit! Like this is not good.
Well, I do like talk about myself in ways like to relate. So if they talk
Yeah,
about something, I'll bring up something
Yeah,
that
I've
relates
noticed that
to
about
that.
you guys, is that you talk about yourself, you talk about things, and you don't really ask people questions. You don't really. You're pretty much about you.
well, I don't
I've
see
noticed
it.
that.
I don't see it as
I don't really talk about
self-absorbed.
me.
I
Well,
see
you
it.
talk about things, and you don't listen to other people about like maybe their ideas or kind of where they're coming from. You just tend to just focus on what your ideas are, and nobody else's like what they are
I,
discussing or what their
I'm
ideas
I,
might be. You're
I'm
just like,
honestly
no.
similar in that regard, and I think it's not about being self-absorbed. It at least speaking from myself, it's how I relate with them. It's how I show, hey, I'm actually listening to you, and this is what you just said about you. This is something similar that I experience, and it's a way to connect. Like
Yeah, that's how I'd try to go. So that way it shows that we have a commonality between us.
yes, yeah, that's how I see it anyway. Because I've had that same sort of like
Mhm.
thing kind of pointed out about me. And I don't see it as being like self engrossed by any stretch of the imagination, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, because I have a very low opinion of myself anyway.
I think you're more like perhaps you will allow people to talk a lot more than Godwin, um, just to allow people to share their thoughts. Godwin just kind of like talks over people. I'm not saying like always, but you just tend to talk over people a little bit more. My opinion.
Sometimes if I want to finish an argument, what I was saying before, because if I stop, I'm just going to lose it, and then that's it.
I think it's pretty normal, especially in situations like this where it's not like a one-on-one conversation.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah.
It happened like Andy does it a lot. I do it sometimes, probably not as much as others, but the reason why is not because I don't do that. It's because this is sort of my platform,
Yeah, it
and,
is.
and I feel like everybody gets my opinion on shit because I make videos about it like all the fucking time. So to me, it's more about like you guys explaining your side of shit. Like that's more important because people can hear what the fuck I think about shit anytime.
It's so weird. I was just thinking, I was like, where's Crash at? He should be here. And then literally fucking pops up, the little devil.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's kind of breaking up though, but I hear you.
Okay, that's Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi's bad at the moment.
Yeah, wife's always bad.
Oh, Rash is in the jungle.
In the jungle. I've
Hunting
had that
treasure.
same problem with like online dating when I go on Grindr and like I show up and the dudes
Are you chasing after men? Are you trying to cornhole somebody?
well, you fucking right I am. What do you think? I'm gay or something? I'm all about
Yeah.
that butthole.
Yeah,
He goes to the
boom,
glory
boom,
hole. He
boom.
don't care who's sucking.
Look, I identify as a female and I like dudes.
Yeah,
Did,
You
so,
can't.
did
yeah.
you see? Trump actually made it so we're all female now.
I know he's so retarded
Get
without
in your
even
fucking
trying to
asshole.
be.
Yep. Gender is determined at birth, making everybody female.
Yep.
We're all
Oh
fucking.
God!
Or
Everybody's
not at birth.
today.
Contraception or conception. I'm sorry, my bad. Conception.
Well,
So whenever the
luckily
sperm gets into the egg.
he's
birth.
really dumb that he don't realize he's doing that unintentionally. But like, luckily, even if he did word it correctly, it means nothing. The president of the United States does not have the authority to change science. It just don't work like that.
Well, a lot of the stuff he's doing, like trying to change holidays,
Yeah.
trying to do tariffs, all that stuff, that's mostly done by Congress.
Yep. Well, almost everything he's done has been circumventing Congress, which makes it illegal. So technically we don't have to abide by any of the
It's
shit
not
that
law.
he's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's executive orders aren't laws. They're just dictations, basically.
Yep. And besides, like with all the damage he's doing, now I could be wrong, but I am pretty sure at this point, with even like a majority of Republicans turning against him, he has destroyed the future of the GOP. The right it's almost impossible that they're going to win again. Like
That's as funny as whenever Trump first came out, I was like, he's going to destroy the Republican Party. That's the only good thing I could see out of this.
Right.
But it's going to be rough for everybody.
Yeah, well, yes, so I agree he's doing a whole ton of damage and I talk shit about it every day. So I'm not trying to downplay that. What I'm saying is there is hell if he's going to do it anyway and he's fucking everything up, we might as well like find something as like a bright light, and that is he is destroying the GOP. So when his term is up, and maybe earlier if we're lucky, if he gets impeached, like seriously, then we are going to have a massive pendulum shift left, just like the whole world is. Like Canada turned hard left over Trump. Australia turned hard left over Trump.
Many countries are going left now because of this.
Because of Trump, yes. It's huge.
And if you look at history, if you look back to whenever they did tariffs in the past, in the 1920s, because of that, it caused it to where Republicans weren't elected in office for like 60 years. Like FDR and all them came into power and just held power.
And I think it's going to happen again. And this time it's going to be big because, don't get me wrong, bad shit happened, especially Reagan. But I don't think a lot of people have the context to understand how fucked the shit Donald Trump's doing. Like I make videos and people are like, yeah, it's just another liberal that's mad because he lost. They don't understand the gravity of our situation and how like amazing this shit is. Like this is never before done shit.
This comes back down to their brains again. They can't comprehend the gravitas of these, like cutting Medicaid. So did you see the new budget where they're going to give $4.5 trillion in tax cuts to the richest, like 10%, and in that they got to cut Medicaid by like 60%. Medicaid is what pays for the elderly to be in retirement homes. So a lot of these elderly voted for Trump to cut their funding for nursing homes.
Yep. And people are learning. You know how many videos I've seen of like literal, like I'm not exaggerating, literal MAGA voters in tears saying that they were betrayed by Trump, and they're so distraught over it.
The guy had his wife deported. There's like all the people lost their jobs, people losing their farms.
And so they might be. That's some serious static going on, but they might be dumb, but they're at least smart enough to where they're like, what the fuck? Like, you can't fool people over and over and over forever. Like,
Well,
we're at a point now that it's like there's no winning.
I mean, there's
He
everything is
proved again
text.
they're
I mean,
stupid. I mean, look at all the things he pawned off on him, like sneakers and fake Trump
Yep.
dollars and crypto fucking money, and then his wife did crypto too, and then
the Trump Bible it was so big that they had it like part of an actual state. I can't remember which one, but a school superintendent made a deal with Trump and tried to push it to where Trump's specific Bible had to be put in every classroom.
he was the only one that met the specifics.
Yes.
Had the Constitution, and basically they tried to nationalize Christianity.
Exactly. It was like a whole scam. And it's like everybody forgets this. This is what I said before. Trump does such stupid shit and such corrupt shit so often that people ignore it because it's like just another day. If Biden, for example, did one of the things that Trump did on the left, there would be screaming like fucking from the rooftops to impeach. People would be losing their fucking mind.
That's why my brain's broken at this point where I'm like, what is going on? Like, none of this makes sense in a sane world that I'm used to living in. Like,
I think it's by design. It's by design. It's like a blitzkrieg tactic. He's trying to create chaos, and he's also exactly. He's also trying to test the limits of democracy by like overloading, like the Supreme Court, for example.
Like
he wants to see. Go ahead.
You guys can't have it both ways. Trump can't be an idiot and at the same time be this master planner.
Well, he's not. He's not. So what's going on is Trump has surrounded himself with people smarter than him. There are people in his orbit that are evil but intelligent. But he himself, he's a moron. Like he can't even string together sentences. He's got a third grade fucking.
You messed up saying that one.
What?
You messed up saying a sentence whenever you said he couldn't.
That is hilarious. That was like perfect timing. I didn't even realize I did that. But yeah, but it's true though. He's seriously retarded, and like so what he does is what he always does. This is what he figured out after he bankrupted 4 fucking times. He realized, hey, I'm not as smart as I thought I was, but I've got money. Yeah. I don't have to be smart. I can pay for people to give me ideas, and that's what he's doing now.
I don't think he has to do that either.
He's just waiting out his days. He don't have much time left. He's in his 80s.
That's true.
Who is?
Trump.
Oh, is he? I didn't know. He's
so 3 years younger than Biden.
Well, he's just orange, so I wasn't sure.
Because he spray tans himself and he fucking dyes his hair. That's why he doesn't look old.
Trump is not confusing anyone. Like we all call out exactly what he's doing, and then we're right, and then we're proven right. Like he's not confusing.
And it's so fucked up because he's like, Biden caused inflation. Fuck him. Well, guess what, motherfucker? Deflection. You just caused inflation like tenfold. So yeah, no. What are you thinking? Hello?
Why does he focus on the economy? Because that hurts him more than anything. If you go back and look at the economy under Biden compared to other nations right after the COVID pandemic, we weren't just doing well; we were record breaking. Like we were doing better than anyone. And all of a sudden, Trump takes charge. Everything goes downhill, and he blames it on Biden. Like, who's stupid enough to believe that?
Yeah. With these tariffs, he's a fucking dumbass cunt.
Yeah, and by the way, like I have no reason to be biased. I'm not a Biden supporter. It's just true. It's factually
I'm,
true
I'm
that
not either. I'm not either. I don't like Biden. I never
Exactly.
did like him.
Right.
I
So
wasn't crazy
It
about
was
Biden because he's a corporate, but then
yeah,
he didn't make a lot of noise, so therefore you didn't hear about him, so you
that's
didn't
true.
think about it.
And that's
He was
actually one
quiet.
of his mistakes. So a big part of the reason why Democrats, in my opinion, moved away is because the things that he did do that was good that they would have approved of, nobody ever fucking heard about because he had no PR marketing deal.
well,
Like,
and that's whenever they said Lazy Joe. Well, fuck yeah, that's exactly what he was.
No, he actually got more done than Obama did. Like he
yes,
like pushed through legislation that like
But nobody fucking knew about anything.
exactly. That's the problem is they didn't let people know. So no one
right
knew about
wing.
all the shit he did.
Most of the media in America is actually right wing. They try to make it
Mhm.
like there's left wing media. There isn't really.
Well,
The
that
only left wing media is these independent people on YouTube and
Mhm.
Well,
shit.
and most
You're
and
right.
most of the things that people get, it's not even done by the president. I mean, it's by like the Supreme Court. I mean, that is what justifies everything. I mean,
Jamie, are you living on a different planet? People are complaining at like triple the level they were about food prices now because things are way higher under Trump.
oh my God, that's so true.
What the fuck? Like where
Look
where are you getting your information from?
CNN's gone right wing now too. I mean, it's just look at
Well,
the owners,
see,
Ted
that's
Turner.
that's the point that I make when I say we don't have a left in the United States because our left
Biden.
is center right on the world stage.
Yep.
Like
Okay, Max, I'm not saying, I'm saying what the populace said. I'm not saying that I said that. I'm saying that what most people said
But
in the
that's how the
populace
right does is
Yeah,
stick up
of
and
that.
insult
I think
Sleepy
Melody
Joe.
is basically
He's
agreeing with me.
trying.
She's saying that he did do stuff that was great, but no one knew about it because they didn't do a good job of PR and marketing. So no one
Like
had
the
a clue.
Chips and Science
But yeah,
Act, that was
I
amazing.
think that
That
he
was
was.
bringing chip manufacturing back here to America. It was investing like $750 million into manufacturing chips here in America.
Well, did you
Trump,
see what Trump did on his first term?
And
He
you fucking
promised
he got
know
all
rid.
what he
the
did.
he lost
I didn't know what
hundreds
he
of
fucking did.
thousands of manufacturing jobs after making all those promises of bringing it back.
What all the shit, the steel tariffs and stuff, because he put
Mhm.
tariffs on the first time that are still in place from the first time,
Right?
and that drove off a lot of people. He insulted BMW, so they just closed down the whole plant altogether and moved out.
Yep. And we're having more of the same now. He has this like mentality of, hey, we are America, we have what everybody needs. But the problem is it's bullshit. If you want to look at it objectively, China has a better hand to play on the world stage when it comes to trade than we do by a
Oh my God,
long shot.
Well,
that
they
was
had
the
the
dumbest
manufacturing.
motherfucking shit
Exactly.
that
So
ever done.
what's happening now is Trump has pissed off all of our former allies, and now they're going to make deals with China, and China's getting more powerful because of it. When the whole point was to make China weaker. What an idiot! Like, how stupid can you be?
I just seen Canada's basically going to be growing food. Wow,
Grass!
your shit's out of control.
He's got like rabbit ears or something going on.
It's the gravitational fields where he's at. But Canada's getting agricultural contracts for China. So, like, America was the big supplier of agricultural goods to China. Now that's going to be Canada, South America,
and
Europe.
and this is a
All
point
those
that I
soya
made.
beans.
This is a point that I made before, and it's really important people understand. Do you think that we get like a better president that's actually smart and understands how global trade works, and then they change course, and then like what, Canada's going to cancel their new trade agreement with China? No, this is permanent. He has fucked us. Like
for a long time.
Yes, it's
we
going to
have
fuck us.
chicken tariffs with Germany that go back to the 1950s that we still can't undo.
Yep. Because then our former partners that we fucked over find other avenues to get what they need, and that becomes their new fucking
Trade
deal.
route.
Yes.
That new trade routes, and that, I mean, it's going to cost money to deviate from that to a new one again. So they're going to stay course for what they're doing.
And not only that, but he has this childish, naive belief that we can do all of the shit we got from China.
Arrogance.
We're actually not even capable of it, even if we wanted to. We don't have the
Everything is made in
material.
China. Hello.
Well,
We know that.
but that's true. But Trump has a belief that we can just change and then make it here instead. It won't happen. It can't happen.
I know.
He
So
doesn't
prices
understand
are
we
gonna
don't
go
have a lot
up
of rare
in order
earths.
to make things even, he thinks, but that's going to mean that prices go up for everybody. And so,
Yes.
yeah, people that they can't afford it. Not okay, like the lower to middle class people, they cannot afford it for their families.
Well,
It's
he's
going to
crashing
go
the
down.
dollar at the same time. I mean, he's crashing every. I mean, to me, this almost seems like Russia got to him and basically are using him as a puppet to destroy America for good. Like he's
Honestly,
getting
so it's either that or it's a combination. Trump is really, really stupid, but thinks he's smart, and that's part of it. I think he's not completely retarded though. And then there's part of it where I think you're right, is that there's a lot of ties to Russia, too much to ignore.
Look at all the ties that Russians had to all these different media groups, all these right-wing media outlets that were always supporting Russia, pro-Russia. I mean, they even got people to move to Russia to go live there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the right is spouting all this pro-Russia shit, and then they find out that the Russian government was paying millions of dollars to these YouTubers and so on.
I don't know about the whole Russian bullshit, but whatever.
The Cold War never ended.
So this is
Well,
more.
I don't know what that has to do with like what's going on right now, but okay. I mean, I know,
power.
he likes to ride bareback with Putin.
If Russia
like
cripples the United States, they can become the superpower of the world. That's their plan. They want to take up these other smaller countries, Lithuania, Ukraine, get their power back.
So for
Crimea.
just a second, so I don't lose it, I try to keep chat involved here, and Jamie likes to say shit that's absolutely retarded, so I have to point it out. You don't want to talk about the plane loads of criminals that he sent back. So this is what I'm talking about. You have fake news. Over 95% of the people that he sent away were not criminals and had absolutely no criminal record whatsoever. You're given bullshit and you're slurping it up like a dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to fact check shit, dude. You have to look at sources. You're fed lies.
It's more like 75%, I think, but yeah, close enough, or 85. It's not 95.
Really? I'm gonna have to look that up. I thought it was at minimum 90%.
Did you hear about Anonymous hacking the airline that sent them?
I did hear about that.
They had to go out there to go and get the information that the airline refused to give to the judge.
Right.
And now it's
That's true, and that's actually a really important story to bring up, because a lot of people are looking at Anonymous as if that's fucked. They're not doing anything illegal. They're actually the only ones following the law. They're the people that are actually doing what the fucking Supreme Court said to do.
Yep.
They're the actual patriots.
Upholding justice.
Yes.
Just like Yemen.
Just like what?
Just like Yemen. The Houthis.
Oh, yeah. I know a lot less about that.
Appointing Judge Dreads. They can start sweeping the streets.
Yes,
Judge
Jamie, but the difference is you guys just say fake news and leave it at that. I say fake news and I prove why it's fake news using evidence. That's the difference.
Everybody should be using grounded news.
Fake news on both ends.
Or ground news. That's it. That one just basically sorts it all out for you. It says this is the bias this side has, this is the bias the other side has, this is the center news.
How much does that cost?
I don't know. I use AdBlock, so I only hear it every now and then when I go to bed.
Mm-hmm. I've thought about getting it. If it's not very expensive, I might, because it would save me a lot of time.
It sorts the bullshit. It's basically using AI to sort through the bullshit.
Not just bullshit, but like bias, because oftentimes media will tell the truth, but only a partial truth to sway sway your opinion.
It's very biased.
Mm-hmm. And that usually goes by the owner. So like Sinclair, the guy who owns Sinclair Media, he owns 200 news like local news stations in America. So like whatever he wants, those 200 news stations report.
Mm-hmm. And people are like, you have to be naive to think that that one person doesn't have like certain agendas he wants to push. Like he owns the fucking company. What, you think he's all about like spreading the truth no matter what, being objective, fair, and balanced? Fuck no. Like
There's
they
a
don't.
reason they used to call it TV programming.
Oh.
It's a good
Sneaky.
point.
The TV set was first like patented as a mind control device. Basically, you just show them what you want them, repetitive pictures and viewings of things, and you could just basically brainwash people.
And Fox News has proven it.
Yep. Yeah, if you watch the documentary, it's called Outfox. It got into about how they designed their graphics and everything to be specifically eye-catching and draw people in and such.
Mm-hmm. There is a science behind it for sure. They're very good at it. And
It's about extracting money and getting people to elect people that will vote them more tax cuts.
Yep. Not just tax cuts, but anything that will affect their bottom line. Any sort of policy that'll shift and make them more powerful in some way.
Yep, like cutting workers' rights, getting rid of unions, so
Yep.
on.
Absolutely.
This is why I don't think that whether it's Trump or somebody else in charge makes a difference, because they're
It
not really in
doesn't
charge.
really.
Well,
That's
I'll disagree. So I think it does. Because
Okay.
what you're doing is, in my opinion, you're kind of subscribing to the middle ground fallacy. You're saying, well, they're corrupt and all people are corrupt and they're paid off, therefore it's exactly the same. Now, it is true that they're all corrupt, at least in my experience, but it's not true that they're equally corrupt. Not everyone is doing what Trump is doing now and like throwing caution to the wind and saying, I'm a dictator and I can do whatever the fuck I want. Like no one else has ever done that. Not like Trump is doing now.
It's not a matter of corruption. And I do agree with you that some of them are better for people than
Right.
others. Okay, so yes,
what
Trump
is
is
it?
definitely bad for you guys. But
So-
Trump, Biden, and all the rest of those people, all the politicians, what they're doing, they're only doing the things they're allowed to do according to
True.
what they want to do. There's stuff that they are not allowed to change. There's stuff that they are not allowed to mess with. Military spending.
That's true. True.
Even this giving money to the rich, that's gonna be, it's gonna be a drop in the bucket compared to all the other ways the really, really, really rich people make their money. The ones who are actually controlling your government.
He just set up a bribery thing, like he's doing this crypto shit thing where people can literally just send him money by buying his crypto money, and it's basically bribery.
And the idiots are doing it. You're right that it's like tiny in comparison to what's going on, but even what you're talking about, like there's already elites that control things, absolutely true, but not to the extent that they are now. Trump has literally given them the keys to the kingdom, so to speak, like never before seen.
That was
this
a good
is
game.
like,
I had that.
like in my opinion, this is not like anything you can't compare it to any other president in history, and except for maybe Reagan.
Well, see, now his middle ground thing kind of was how I see it when we went from Bush to Obama. We had exactly the same. It was the same shit. It didn't matter the president. It was the exact same laws, basically. We were in the same war in the Middle East. It was the same tax cuts. It got extended because it was the Bush tax cuts Obama made permanent.
Right.
And it was the same shit because there was no really difference between the two, other than one could speak.
Oh, what about the war on drugs?
That was Nixon.
That was intended as that was like a
Reagan.
secondary racism deal. That was only about controlling black people.
Oh, yeah.
And hippies.
That's true.
That was a race thing for sure.
That's why they went into the campuses and shot the kids to prove a point to scare the rest of them.
There's levels of the evil stuff that they will do. I mean, yes, the war on drugs was against black people, but
Right.
I mean, look at something that's really important. Look at something that's really important. The environment. Okay,
I forget what state it was, like Alabama or something like that. They called the National Guard in and they marched on the campus and shot a student or two. I forget how many. Berkeley. Oh, Berkeley, California.
There's one. It might be what you're talking about. I don't know, but they considered it the Black Wall Street. There were so many thriving black businesses in this one
I
area,
seen that. Yeah.
and they literally came through and started lynching people because they were jealous of them
They
succeeding.
burnt it down.
Yes, and like all of what the black people had the success they made was gone.
Well, that's why they made things like vagrancy a crime. So, like after they freed all the slaves, and then they made the law, hey, if you're homeless, that's a crime. You go to prison. Well, under the 13th Amendment, slavery is hereby abolished, except for as punishment as a crime.
Yep, it was always
law.
Yes, it was always to keep subjugating people, but making it legal.
And then we had
just like redlining. Redlining was that too. By the way, we kind of cut off Rash. Rash was in the middle of saying something when we started going into this. I don't remember what it was.
But I remember even in the 80s, they bombed a city block in, I don't know, New York or somewhere because it was full of black people who were living an alternative lifestyle or something.
Yeah,
I mean, that's in the 80s. They called the military in with jet planes to bomb an apartment block in the middle of the city.
Yeah, and it's not like we don't even talk about it anymore. It becomes like whitewashed history. It's like
they're just key experiments.
Yeah, there's so much fucked up shit on our own people.
But you gotta look at the other countries. Like, look at Germany. They went at war with the world twice.
That's true.
Germany is just scary.
I would say that's worse. However, I will say that it doesn't take away the bad of the lesser. Like something being worse doesn't mean that that makes it good that these guys did less than that. You know what I mean?
And we just seen over like a decade of Assad gassing and killing his own people.
Mm-hmm.
Germany had a brothel for blonde people. Basically, their own blonde citizens, the women, they put them in brothels, and only blonde officers could go in there for free and fuck them and get them pregnant because of, the whole eugenics thing.
Aryan race, yeah.
Well, right now, a lot of people are saying that the current deal to where RFK or whatever Jr. wants to make a autism registry is eugenics. It's why he's wanting to do that.
Eugenics is a fucking fallacy. It's not a fallacy. It's something that goes on, but it's fucking disgusting.
Yes, it is.
And it doesn't make any fucking sense.
You're right.
It's nasty.
But like white nationalists, think of this shit as just science. It's like fact to them.
It's like fucking Nazism, pretty much.
That's what it is. That's where it came from.
And it never died out. What?
That's where racism is. That's exactly
it's very racist.
Well, that's what created racism, basically.
Is what genetic?
Autism.
I don't know. There's
completely different.
There's actually debate on that. So there's some autistic people that they believe got there through nurture, and some they think has certain elements of nature involved. It's complicated.
It's all the brain wires itself.
Yes, and it can happen either way. It can happen
just kind of random.
You can be born that way, or there's some studies that show, this sounds weird, but some new study is showing some sort of colon thing. Like they put something in the mother's colon or some shit at an early age, and it somehow affects your rate of developing autism. I don't know much about it though.
Well, here, how about this? Okay. Maybe
that's epigenetics then.
I may have a theory here. If we maybe look back at all the great people throughout history and see if they were raised by say a nanny or somebody other than the mother. So people like boomers, a lot of them, they had their parents raise their kids.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're seeing a lot more autistic people. Maybe because of it, not the mother actually raising the child.
It hasn't. Yeah, it has. It's only because people are. It's not because people. There's more people that are artistic. It's because more people are self-aware about it. It's because there is more.
That's what I said throughout history, because Einstein was known to be autistic, and Aristotle. I mean, it goes all back.
I believe that too. But the truth is, we don't really know. It's impossible to tell how many people like were kind of fell through the cracks because we didn't understand enough about it to correctly diagnose them.
Well, Einstein, I'm pretty sure, because he couldn't
Yes.
speak until he was like 3.
Oh,
and
I
so
agree.
many socially awkward. I mean, if you
Right.
look at Newton is very social awkward. I mean, the guy died a
True.
virgin and everything.
I will say that the whole people, okay, so like the people that say
Tesla.
antibiotics are causing it, that is the biggest bunch of bullshit.
That was
that
disproved
you
in the
could
90s
say.
already.
I know, but there's still
anti-vaxxers are dumb.
yes, but there's people like fucking RFK Jr. who's literally in charge of our health policy who spreads this shit, and a bunch of idiots believe it.
Yeah, I know.
Even though
It's
it's
disgusting. I don't understand
They
it.
stopped using the preservative that extracted from mercury in 93, I think it was, because people raised that concern and they started using a different thing. But people still prevalated.
Yep. And see, the fucked up thing is they did that just to set people's mind at ease because there was no evidence to show that mercury even had an issue. They did it just
it's not even mercury. It's not mercury. It's
what was it?
A chemical extracted from mercury.
Oh,
like
right. That's what I meant.
It's not even it's something distilled from mercury.
Yeah, but the main point that I'm getting at is there was no evidence to show that even the original formula was causing any problems. They only changed it to set people's mind at ease, and they still didn't fucking listen. They still kept with their fucking
The internet
anti-vax
was
shit.
the biggest spreader of misinformation.
Yeah, I could see that.
It's kind of like the measles have a
Did you see
resurgence
there's an outbreak?
in Texas.
And
Yeah.
it happened in strong fucking like it happened because of RFK Jr. and his policies.
Well, no, it happened because of anti-vaxxers, and now we have all these cells of people that are anti-vax.
Well,
like they're not
that's
getting
what
their
I'm.
kids vaxxed.
You're right, but that's what I mean because that's RFK Jr.'s biggest thing. It's his bread and
This was
butter.
done for a generation, or not
That's true. That's
about
true.
a generation now. It's been going on. People have, avoiding getting their kids vaccinated. Which,
Yeah,
this is just nature going to sort out the stupid. Okay, you're stupid
That's
enough
true.
not to get vaccinated. Well, your genes are probably not going to get passed on now.
You're right, but there's a place where I jump in, and I actually had an argument about this with one of my aunts like a while back. She's saying that people who are religious, who like believe that like vaccines aren't right because of religious reasons, and then their children die because they're negligent and won't, that they shouldn't have anything done to them. And I disagree because it's not that child's fault that you're retarded. You're putting that kid at risk, and it's going to die because you're stupid.
Are you really going to
That's not fair.
propagating in the gene pool?
So I agree with you, and that's natural selection, but it's not the child's fault. So like,
I know, but that's natural selection.
Yes, but all I'm saying is what we can control is we can fucking pin them for criminal charges. My aunt's argument was that they shouldn't be charged at all, and I disagree. They should be charged for murder.
Negligence, at least.
At least,
Yeah, I was thinking
in my
negligence,
opinion.
actually.
So I'm not sure if this is true, but this has been like a few years ago, and I read something about certain like Christian sects. They would like reach out to certain like minority groups, and they would just tell them that vaccines were horrible and you should not, vaccinate your children. And so this is what ended up happening. And so they would just tell them not to vaccinate their children. And so that's what, I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay,
in this day and age, but that was what I read about like 3 years ago.
You ever read about whenever we gave the Indians, the Native Americans, blankets with smallpox?
Yes. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but I did hear about that.
I don't know.
I think
it
it was like
wasn't
up north.
intentional, but we didn't understand sterilization and shit. So I mean,
Yeah, it might have been smallpox.
Yeah, it was. That's what ravaged South America too.
Okay.
Missionaries spread smallpox all across South America, wiping out like 90% of the population.
Mm-hmm.
Missionary is all right, but I like backdoor every once in a while.
Fucking crazy ass. Yeah.
I wonder, is there, I mean, I look at it as, is there a good reason why a, say, church would not want people vaccinated? And the only thing I can think of is if you have sick people, that generally brings more people to the church
Yeah,
because,
I
oh,
was
I've
gonna
run
say
out of
that.
options. It sounds, this is the way I think. I think it's my Asian side. You look for the monetary incentive in anything. And that's the only reason I can think why they would do this thing. You
Well,
know, because I
I
don't think
see.
the Bible doesn't say anything about getting vaccinations or using medicine in general. It doesn't say anything about that.
What I think it is, this is just my theory. I think it's a way of thinking. I think that they have made everything so simplistic that, and my aunt is a good example of this. She distrusts all technology. She believes in nature because nature is synonymous with God. That's how things were intended to be. So they think anything that is man-made is wrong, evil, or is trying to fuck us up in some way.
But we
She
are of
doesn't use the
nature,
car.
so that everything we do is
She
nature
does use a
natural.
car, and that's why it's hypocritical. I don't point that out too much because she'll get offended and start screaming. but
Right.
but you're right. But these people, at least a certain branch of religious people, obviously not all because you don't think that way, but like these certain subtype, they have this very binary way of looking at the world. There's the natural equals good, and then there's man-made equals bad.
Ask her why she's wearing clothing next time.
No, I don't want to do that. She might get naked, and then I'll have to kill myself.
True. I mean, yeah.
Well, it's not like the COVID was any different. It's proven that the COVID vaccine saved insane amounts of lives. In
Mhm.
I
fact,
don't know. So here's the thing is I thought it was wrong for the government just to okay, so they posted all over the television constantly, this is how many people died of COVID.
Because they want to
Well,
save lives,
that was
Melody.
fucking no. I think that was fucking
They know
horrible.
people are
well, hold,
stupid and they
hold
gotta be
on.
Don't
scared.
fucking do that.
Well, I get what you're saying, but if they didn't do that, if you,
It's just like scare tactic.
I know, but
Exactly.
flip it
And it
around.
was not proven that the COVID vaccine did anything.
Yes,
And we were
yes,
told
it was.
so many different things
No,
over
You're
time.
skeptical.
So
You're
no,
it
no, no, no,
skeptical
no,
pissed
no.
me
doesn't mean
off.
fact.
It
That's
pissed
just.
me the fuck off.
I
So
understand what
you
you're
know what?
saying.
Fuck the COVID vaccine.
I
Fuck it.
understand. No, no. Look, this isn't
I
opinionated.
don't like it.
It is a fact that we measured people who had like we measured
Mhm.
before
Nope.
the vaccine rollout happened and after, and what happened. And you would expect this because Republicans are the people that are like hardcore anti-vaxxer, and they contracted COVID and died at massively greater rates than Democrats because they didn't take the vaccine. That's a fact.
I'm not convinced.
So
At
what?
first, at first I was.
It was the
I
vaccine
definitely
taken by the
was.
most
But
people
over time,
ever,
the
and it was
government
tested.
they changed over and over and over. And so I was like, fuck it. I am
The
not
world
gonna
was
do this
panicking. They
stupid
didn't
ass
want no
vaccine.
Spanish flu
It was
fucking epidemic
bullshit.
with 150 million dead people.
No.
Well,
No, no.
Melody, I want to understand from your perspective for a second. So let's say the reverse happened. They didn't fear monger, as you call it, and they just didn't say what's going on. Don't you think the COVID pandemic would have been like 3 times worse because no one would even know about it? Like, do you think they should have done that?
I have no idea. But they kept like, waffling back and forth. Oh, okay. Well, if you take the vaccine, okay, so we know it came from like a wet market. Okay, we're not like really sure exactly where it came from. Did it come from China? Did it come from,
Well, that
other
doesn't
people?
matter. They had this strain
It
of the
was like
virus
back
to
and
break
forth.
down to make the
Every single
vaccine.
thing.
So that didn't.
Nothing made sense.
So
So
it is
over
true.
time, I just threw my hands up and schmuck.
So I'll give a little bit here. So at first, it is true that it seemed like waffling because no one had a fucking clue what was going on, and science was doing everything it could to learn what's going on so we could get answers. So it kept changing because that's how science works. Like when you first like learn about this brand new outbreak, it's going to take time before we understand everything about it. So yes, they kind of flip-flop because they didn't know exactly how to deal with it.
And it
Yeah,
mutates
I
as
know.
it
No,
transmits.
so-
So every so many generations, it keeps mutations and it keeps mutating as it keeps
I
spreading.
know, but still, I don't trust it. I think it's all a bunch of fucking bullshit at this point.
So you think that they were lying to like what, make money for the pharmaceutical industry?
No, I don't think that. I just
My
think
shots were
they don't
free.
know
So
exactly what they were talking about. I mean, they gave it all. I mean, it was all for free to us, but
I
they just
got all my
on.
vaccines. I got my polio vaccine. I got my
I just
Tdap. Well, and actually, I gotta get another Tdap. Because they're
I
good
do not
for
agree with
7 years.
people. I mean, okay, so but that's been proven over time, of course. Yeah,
Right.
I mean that's like a duh, Gadwin. Hello, of course.
But
Like
yeah,
whenever
but
you're a fucking
anti-vaxxers
child,
are
you
anti
give
like
that to your
polio
fucking
vaccine.
kid. You're an evil
That's what
person if you don't give that
you
to your baby. You're a disgusting, horrible person.
well,
I'm
you know
talking
what?
about COVID. That's completely different.
It's
So
still
No, it's
whenever you
exactly
don't
infectious
the
know about
same.
disease.
now,
I
one thing
Not
that I
I
the
will
same.
say is people that say, "Oh, you're gonna get sick and you're gonna fucking die like quicker than everybody
Measles
else."
is a
I think that's
spreadable,
like biggest
contractable
like
disease that we
bullshit.
prevent with vaccines. The reason we haven't had a measles outbreak in America for like 60 years is because of vaccines. And now because
Why?
of
Okay, did you
anti-vaxxers, now
just
we
hear
have
what
a
I
freaking
said
measles.
5 minutes ago? I just agreed with that. Did you not hear what I just fucking said?
she's
I
saying
just said that.
she's saying that COVID is a completely
Jesus
different
Christ.
thing.
I
No,
just
And
it's still a
fucking said
disease.
that.
and
About measles. I said that about measles in Texas, that people were idiots for not doing that for their children. You always
But
need
it's
to
because
have your
of the
children
anti-vaxxers.
vaccinated.
But
But
it
that
sounds like you're
Been
gonna
proven
say
right.
that if you were back in the day of measles, you would have been one of those people that says it's not proven. The vaccine for measles is not proven. That's what
Yeah,
you're
yes,
that
it
type of
isn't.
person.
but hold
yeah.
on. What so this is what gets me. Why are we still arguing about this? Because enough years have gone by and it's proven that none of them have serious side effects. People aren't dying because they got the
I'm
vaccine.
fine. I got 3
Yes.
jabs.
It's perfectly fucking safe. And like are you afraid that like 20 years is going to go by and some crazy mutation is going to happen? That shit don't happen. That's like
I'll
Well,
let you know if I grow like 11 toe
Okay,
finger.
I
no,
just don't
guys.
really. I don't get the flu vaccine, so
Well,
you
I
know
don't either
I'm
because I'm
good.
not in a place with a lot of people who have the flu.
So well,
Like
I'm
if
just
I
saying.
was in a
So
hospital or an
COVID
ER or
is pretty
something
much
like
the
that,
same thing. I
I'll
mean,
be getting the
COVID.
flu
It
vaccine.
is though. COVID is pretty much the same thing as getting like the flu
Well,
vaccine.
the
no,
flu,
it
okay.
the
The
vaccine
flu,
I don't know, but the statement COVID is like the flu is absolutely false. They're way
the
different.
the flu at
Okay,
one point
you know how many
was the
people that
Spanish flu.
influenza kills?
It's what killed millions of people. It's what it went around the world and almost destroyed the world at one point. Just what we call the common flu.
Mm-hmm,
That was the Spanish flu. It killed like 150 million people.
mm-hmm. You're right. And one of the big reasons why the flu today is not as life threatening is because of those vaccines
Natural
and
immunity
developing,
too.
yes, natural immunity.
But that
And
took
that's
decades.
why, yes. And so we didn't want people to die for decades in order to fucking like for people to survive. That's what the vaccines were for.
Back in the day when you got the flu, you just puke and vomit nonstop until you're so dehydrated you just died.
Well, and some people still do whenever you get the flu.
I
I mean,
remember when
That's
I got
true.
it when I
it
was a
depends
kid.
on the it depends on the strain.
When I was
So
a
yeah,
kid, I got it where I was like that projectile vomit, like from
and
like
your immune system.
The Exorcist.
Yeah. Well,
So
it definitely depends on your immune system.
it
That's true.
does. Let me
It's good
backtrack
though.
for just a second so it doesn't seem like I'm avoiding it.
Okay.
Jamie's like address what I wanted to say. I didn't ever
30
have a
37
I didn't have a time to chime in. So he said,
now.
so did black people, T-Robs, who are renowned Democrats, what are you talking about? So it seems like you believe
did
some
black
sort of conspiracy that black people died far more that got the jab. All I know, this is a fact, look it up, is Democrats, right after the rollout, survived in far greater numbers than Republicans for obvious reasons, because Democrats took the vaccine, Republicans didn't. It's
Now,
very obvious.
I could see black communities being very like, the ski experiments.
I could
we're
see that, yeah.
good. We're good. No thanks.
Is the point
Well,
you're making that more black people died during COVID?
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's too many possibilities there. So it's not as direct as like me saying Republicans versus Democrats. Then you're taking a whole group of people that have all sorts of possible reasons why they may not get the jab, as one example that Gadwin just said. Like, you can't use that as a comparison.
Like, I have a lot of family members that have this distrust of the government because in the past, government has been crooked, screwed
Mhm.
people over, come take your land, whatever.
Especially toward black people.
A lot
Yeah.
of black people do not trust the government. They do not trust doctors because they were never
Yeah.
because
were
like all the
treated as
doctors were
humans.
white.
And
from,
I
you know,
would
from
feel the
since,
same
like,
way.
you know,
If I was an African American boy that actually did my research and learned about some of the shit the government did to my own fucking kind in past generations, I would
exactly.
be skeptical too. Wouldn't you?
Yep.
Mhm.
I would be like, fuck these motherfuckers. These white people want us dead.
I would be.
Well, and if you go back further, that's how the English treated the Irish. They sent
Right.
500,000 Irish here as prisoners, basically.
That was
This
my
is a
people.
colony.
Those motherfuckers.
That's
Yep.
why a lot of black people, they won't even go to a doctor if they aren't black. And there's no black. I mean, there are some black doctors, but there aren't that many. And so
Well,
a lot of them
they
don't
weren't.
even go to the doctor just because
Again,
they don't
this goes
trust
back
people.
to that. People were priced out of knowledge. For the longest
Yep.
time, knowledge was only obtainable by the rich.
You're right. And by the way, it's
Mhm.
still the case. It's just not as extreme as it was before. There's still
Yeah,
a
that's
price demand on education, which is why college costs so much. And
What
it's like that
they
for a
bring.
reason.
They want they give you the knowledge, but they put you in chains to keep you in subservience.
It'll filter
Yeah,
out,
absolutely.
but it's still, you know, it's
But
it's
you're right. But so what gets me is when people say, yeah, this happened back in the day and everything is equal now. That is bullshit.
it's
Do you know how many generations it takes to
still
fucking get to the point where like a normal white person would be? Like, you have no idea how generational poverty works and how
I mean,
many.
here,
Go
look
ahead.
look at white women versus white men. There is a huge discrepancy just right there. I mean, we get paid, I don't know like how much less, like, you know, dollars like versus men, but I mean, there is a huge discrepancy right there. So
80
yeah,
cents on the
Well,
dollar.
There
it depends
is.
on the industry. So if you go in the porn industry, I bet the women are paid more than the men.
so
That's
if you were
true.
to put that, I mean, that should be number one that we're looking at. I mean, so it just filters down. So
Okay,
I'm just saying.
hang on. I gotta look up who's the
Just
highest paid
saying.
porn star. It might be a gay porn star.
What? You're looking at a gay porn star? You're disgusting.
No, I said I gotta look up who the highest paid porn star is.
It may not
Yeah,
even be a porn star. Chatterbox
Why are
Adam
you
becomes
looking
so
at, why are you
big.
looking at porn stars? Are you ew?
The highest paid porn star is Adam.
Okay, I would not
Dickett.
pay for you. Gross. Ew. You're
A,
nasty.
a guy is the highest paid porn star?
Yep.
Dude, I would have never guessed that.
I
What the
was
fuck?
thinking it was a
Why are
woman.
you looking at
Yep.
porn stars? What the
Because
fuck, dude?
He's
because
he's just interested in
doing
like
my
the
research.
dynamics of it. And
I
I
wanted
am
to see
too,
if
by the way.
it
It's
was
like,
a patriarchal
Why are you gonna
thing
like
in
look at
porn
them?
as well.
no, it's about like our initial impression was that it would probably be a woman because women tend to do better in the industry, but it's actually a dude, which is weird.
No,
Yeah.
women get paid way more than men.
I just looked it up. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that is one
Yep.
industry where women actually get paid a lot more than men.
I just looked
By
it
the
up.
way,
That's what we were talking about.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I
But
didn't know.
while we're on this topic,
Okay.
there's actually a lot of debate that's controversial on the whole wage gap thing. And I'm not yay or nay either way. All I'm saying is I don't fucking know because I keep hearing different shit. So apparently there's people that say the whole thing, it's a myth that there's an 80 cent on the dollar wage gap, and it's because they're not accounting for everything involved. They're not including maternity. They're not including interest because the, women in general aren't as interested in like STEM research or STEM fields as men are. and that those are the reasons why there's a difference. And when you account for those, they actually get paid slightly more. I don't know.
Well, I don't think so. I think it's more about promotion. I don't think it's so if you are at the same level, like say, okay, so I'm a project manager. So if a man is at the same level as me, if they are a project manager too, we are going to be paid the same amount.
Mhm.
However, they might be promoted easier than I am going to be promoted just because they are a man. So I think that that's kind of where we're at still.
So that may have been the case like maybe 5 to 10 years ago, but it's actually not true anymore. It's why we have this big thing to where you go to YouTube and they're talking about the male loneliness epidemic and shit. It's not just about male loneliness. Men are dropping out at about 3 times the rate of women. They're graduating less than women. Women are taking most of the jobs that require education. Women are doing better than men right now, at least in younger years, like coming right out into the workforce by a long shot. Yes.
Men aren't focused until after about 25.
That's true.
There's
there's a lot of
women are graduating from college or university than men for sure.
There's something wrong with men right now. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I won't pretend like I do, but something is wrong right now.
We have to look at genetics at this part. So females, they finish maturing around 18. Men don't finish maturing until about 25 years of age, and now it seems like it's even older now. It's stretching farther because we're not put through as many hardships.
So I could, like, I'm with you, but if that were the case and it were the only reason, why wouldn't have cropped up in the past? Because this 25-year thing has always been the case, hasn't it?
Most crimes committed between 16-year-olds and like 25-year-olds. That male adolescence, all those hormones flooding them, they can't focus. All they want to do is fuck everything that walks. And
yes, it makes sense, but like still, it doesn't answer my question. Why wouldn't this have cropped up in the past? Why would it be a sudden thing that like the 25-year thing that you're talking about? Like something's different now. That's not.
Well, these things weren't necessarily attainable, really, and the rich use brothels and shit like that. So I mean, they could fulfill all their needs.
Because men always, they've always typically been seen as the sole provider.
Yeah,
there was more crime back to the 70s.
We're known as,
that's true.
And we're like the dainty one that, we're the one that we take care of the kids and make sure that there's food on the table for daddy to come home
abuse
to.
was legal up until like the 1970s.
So now,
like women would get beat. If not, we were sent to the psycho ward and they'd do a lobotomy on you.
That's true.
Huh?
And many housewives got lobotomized. The old lady, she just got a sign here the other day. It says "Live, laugh, lobotomize." And it has like a woman laughing.
Oh, if they kind of took over, like after the
Live, laugh, lobotomy.
Oh,
Jamie, it is true that men tend to dominate manual jobs, but why is that something to brag about? Those are the lowest paid jobs. And by the way, like we're reaching a point in technology where that doesn't matter.
I would have fucking kicked your ass whenever I worked at a warehouse 5 years ago. I would have fucking whooped you, and you would have liked it. Yeah, because I had that pallet jack. Yep, and I would pick up like those lead acid batteries, and they were fucking 200 pounds. Actually, like 250 fucking pounds. I would lift them.
Hold on.
I would pick up. Yeah, pick about, I don't know.
It's not,
like 10 of them.
It's not manual labor. It don't count as manual labor if you're using a pallet jack.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes,
that's
exactly.
Manual labor.
Like, go to
pallet jack, really?
All day long.
There were so many different things that I did.
Dude, I miss it, but I hated it. But we used to have this thing called a Rhino. It was this 80-pound post driver. It had handles on the side, and I'd have to hold that thing above my head to put it on top of posts. Then my uncle would put one in, and then we'd stand it up, and then I'd run the control, just run them down into the ground, pick it up off the top again, and then hold it above my head to the next one. You do that all day long, you feel freaking jacked.
Oh, I bet.
Okay, what about taking a hammer to one of those like ride along what are those like ride along car thingies that the kids have on, and you got to like bash it open to get to the battery.
Did
I
you
mean,
do
just
it all day?
not all day, but you get like a few of them back there, and then you got to like open
I
up
don't
battery.
know. Like everybody has their opinion. Personally, I don't consider it manual labor unless you're physically working with your body most of the day. That I consider manual labor.
Concrete. See, when I get to a job, you have to go in and prep it. So you put the plastic down and everything, roll it out and stuff. Make sure everything's prepped. Then it's getting the concrete into the house, the wheelbarrowing it, dumping it, screeding it, placing all the concrete, and then you wait. As soon as it's getting hard, you carry down the turning trowel, which is about 300 pounds. I wait for the rash static to die.
Dude, it sounds like cluster bombs going off.
Kind of like Atari sound effects.
Okay, here's what happened. Okay, so Gadwin said whenever I make it hard, and then Rash
When it gets hard.
he just started like spazzing out, and so like I think it made Rash go hard, and so Gadwin you did it right there.
Well, you should be
Rash,
getting better reception now. His antenna's out.
And
Oh,
then
there you
Jamie
go.
and then right after that, Jamie said, "Melody, until I choke you and you say thanks, Daddy." So it all happened at the same time.
choke me and
Hey,
think
Would this be
Gads, I had that
considered
dream
orgasm?
last night.
50.
Uh-oh.
I would fuck you up, and you'd probably like it.
Gad said I
What
was
was
going to have a
the dream?
dream last night.
Oh, the old ladies.
Yeah, I had that dream. I literally did. But it's not who you think it was. It was Melania.
Melania Trump.
I had to put like
Yeah,
5
yeah.
What the hell?
pallets into
It was supposed to be Kamala.
44 pallets into.
Actually, I think I would do Kamala over Melania, but Melania was the one
Oh,
in the
yeah.
dream.
I
To me,
think
Melania looks
I think
stupid.
Kamala is actually fairly attractive for her age.
Yeah, she's about
me-
my age, so yeah.
I don't think Ivanka looks good either. She looks kind of dumb too. She has that dumb look in her face.
That's true.
Yeah, no thank you.
You got to have
Unlike
at
Trump,
least
I wouldn't fuck somebody my daughter's age. I'm not Trump.
Ew.
That's fair.
Why even bring that up?
But you do it the other way around. You'd fuck a
Gross.
woman like 20
Why would
years
you even
your
say that?
elder.
Oh yeah, definitely.
See?
You see, that's the proper way of addressing sexism. Throughout history, it's always older man, younger woman. I'm the
See, I'm the
reverse.
same way. I like it the other way. Like almost all my relationships, the woman was older.
Same. Since I was a teenager, I was dating
Yeah.
the seniors when I'm a junior. So I don't
I
know.
remember when I was 5,
Wait.
I got in trouble for kissing a girl, and she was like 10. I was at Bible school. Well, she kissed me, but then everybody's like, ah.
You like to kiss juveniles? What?
I was 5, Melody.
You were 5 and you kissed a 10-year-old?
She kissed me.
That's
Oh.
not
Well, I
that
think she was
weird.
like 7 or 8. Maybe I can't remember.
At that
Yeah, she
age,
was
that
older than me.
doesn't really mean anything.
No,
I don't think so.
it was one of those innocent things, but it was like I still remember that's one of those weird.
That's kind of creepers.
I don't think so.
Bible school, and you're all outside playing.
Did it go any
There's a
further
kid,
than
there were
that?
kids I grew up with. Her name was Caroline. I still remember.
Okay, well you remembered it, so
She tried to hop on his dick, but it wouldn't get hard because he hadn't hit puberty yet.
That's what I'm wondering about.
Well, Melody, you go to the extreme here. Like I can remember things
I don't
back
know.
to like
That's
my
that's what you're talking about. You're
you
the
wanna
one
know
that
my
you're the one that
earliest
said it.
memory.
Hold on. He all he said was a kiss.
I don't
Like,
know.
Yeah,
You're the one that threw it out there.
Well, I made it go further because I was kind of joking because it seemed like you thought that it was more than that.
Yeah, I know. Just because I like to fuck with people.
I have
Oh,
a
okay.
very good memory. Like to me, like I can remember a lot of things from my life, like vividly.
I wish I did. I have the worst memory ever.
My earliest thing I can remember is I had to be about 3 or 4, somewhere around that. And I was at a party with my parents. And they had me in the pool, but they weren't paying attention to me. And I was at the shallow end, but I started walking down the slope, and it got to where I was under the water. And I can still remember hearing my name being yelled. And I'm just like looking around. I remember seeing the ladder and everything. And then all of a sudden I get jerked up out of the water. And then they're like looking at me, and I'm perfectly fine. Like, but that was
Damn.
like my earliest memory.
I can't remember anything around that age.
I want
Yeah.
to verify
I
this
think you're
memory. Like,
lying.
I wanted to verify it.
I
So
don't
I
have
was
a
on
filthy mom.
vacation with
Well,
I was
maybe
on vacation with my parents, the 2 I was with that day. On the way back, I was like, yeah, I even remember the time when I was like 3, and I told them the same story, and they just like looked at each other like how did he remember that? But that's like that's how I verified it to myself that it was actually an actual memory, not something just a false memory.
I have to worry about false memories all the time because my memory is so shitty, and it's shown that like your ability to retrieve shit gets fucked up. It's why court cases and stuff it's not considered
admissible as evidence.
Yes, because our brains like fuck with our memories as time goes on. And mine, because my memory is so bad, I can't trust any fucking thing.
I want to go get a CAT scan just so I can see, because it's more determined by that crack going down the back of your brain.
Mm-hmm.
So the deeper that crack, the more forgetful you are. If there's
Really?
no crack, you don't forget anything.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Anybody that says that they can remember something at age 2, they're fucking lying. That's
I
the
didn't say
biggest. That's some dumbass
I
shit.
didn't say 2. I said 3 or 4.
No.
Oh,
I'm not talking about you guys.
Yeah, there's no memory before that.
No,
You have no
I'm just
memory.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about anybody that says that.
Angela tried to bring that shit up to me. I was like, bullshit. Your
That's
memory doesn't start kicking in until
nobody
you're between
can
3 and
remember
4.
stuff whenever they're 2. That's a fallacy.
Hell,
But that's not. I'm saying it's true, Melody. That's what I'm saying.
I know, but
Okay.
and that's right. She did say that, and I was trying to tell her that didn't exist. That is right. No,
I had to
that's
tell her
true.
your brain's not physically capable of
I
having
remember
memories yet.
that. I remember that.
And then she'd be
so-
like, no, I'm the special one that science is like, I'm like an alien.
Dude, I told her
Really
she
shut
was
the fuck
talking
up.
about her ancestors being from somewhere. I was like, oh, that sounds like the Scythians. The Romans used to have them hire them as mercenaries. They used to be amazing archers. Now she's going around telling everybody she's a fucking Scythian.
Wow.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen her. She hasn't had she hasn't gone live in a while. Have you guys seen her?
No, I haven't
No.
followed her because, well, I
I
stopped
blocked her on
after she
Discord.
started all that shit. I stopped following her. So I
Oh.
didn't know. I thought she was just running live streams as usual.
I see her in
I always liked Angela,
Blade Runner.
but I haven't
Well,
seen
she's in
her.
Blade Runner, but I don't see her because I blocked her or she blocked me at one of the other.
Right.
Oh, she's on Blade. I don't go to Blade Runner. I just always stick to. I just go to.
Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to.
I go to Egypt. Where do I go to?
That makes me think of a memory. I remember I used to go to the bowling alley with my parents. Oh, this is a step down. We go there every Friday night, and the rest of my step brothers and sisters, they all go to their grandparents and shit. But there was like a little arcade there, and it had a jukebox, and I kept putting on TLC. Don't go chasing waterfalls over and over, and these teens are there like, who the fuck is putting this shit on? And I'm just there playing Cruising USA.
That's hilarious.
Just, like, I live in my memories too much that has been the key to remembering a lot of them, is revisiting them a lot.
Right. That makes sense. I have to do little mind tricks. Like I'll have to associate the memory with something that is easier, like some sort of I don't know, like a word or a short phrase or something that will click the memory. Then it might work. And I don't know. It's like 50-50.
For me, anything can set me back. Seeing a landscape that I haven't seen since childhood, or seeing a packaging from something, or somebody saying something.
Smell is usually a strong.
That's one too.
Yeah.
There's sometimes I get a certain smell comes back, and it's just it takes me back to different moments. I can't place what the smell is, but it takes me back to the different times I
You
see
get
it.
like a nostalgia, but you don't know exactly where.
Well, I don't know the smell of it. It's just like this weird eternal smell thing that happens in my nose, and it's just like it's all of a sudden this weird smell, and it's like I can remember the different times it happened.
Interesting. So that I've read that's pretty common. Like your sense of smell is highly linked with your memory somehow.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
I've
smoking
heard of
for
that
many
too.
years fucked with it though.
Yeah.
Because smoking really fucks with your senses.
Yep. That happened with me as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really, I don't care much. I like to talk shit just because that's what I do, but I don't care much if people's conservative or not. So my issue with Angela is not that she's conservative, is that she lies constantly. And like, I can't look past that. I can't be like, well, you're a good person. No. If you lie constantly, you're not a good person.
Yeah.
Like I can't look past that.
I need truthful words, basically.
Yeah, well, they can be wrong, but they have to believe what they're saying, I guess, is where I would say. Like sometimes people just don't know any better, but they truly believe what they're saying. That's different than being a liar.
Yeah. It's not deceitful.
Yes. And I have caught her in like 5 or 6. Like they're just direct fucking lies.
Apparently I'm Danny. I mean.
Oh, good grief.
She can't differentiate us.
Yeah. And so go ahead.
No, the only one I remember is Max said something about me, and it made Angela very angry, so angry that she made a video about me, and I had nothing to do with it. I had literally nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she gets off on like these angry tantrums off of nothing. Like,
well,
we didn't
I
even
don't know
do
if
anything.
that's all, but I really like Angela. So
self-hatred.
I don't really care.
It's okay.
So she's always been like really cool with me, and I've always been really cool with her. So nothing but love to Ange.
That's perfectly cool. Just because we are like like saying things that could be construed as
hating on her, but
I know.
But there's other places that I go to, and there's like hating on somebody else.
I know. I'm sure like people have brought up there's places you've went to where the whole point was talking shit about me. And it's
no, not you, but there's places in other countries that I go to, and people like talk shit about somebody else, and I just keep my mouth shut.
Right.
Like,
that's perfectly
all I say
cool.
is I like this person, and I just keep my mouth shut, except for I like this person, and then they can talk shit if they want to. And then I go to the other group, and I just say I like this person and whatever.
Right.
I just keep my mouth shut just because
I know.
I want, because I don't want to just be ousted by everybody.
I understand. I've been in a situation where I wanted to maintain neutrality before between two people that wanted to use me and go, Trobs, this motherfucker's a piece of shit. Are you going to tolerate how they treat me? And then the other one would pull the same thing. I don't play that game. Like, for me, the person that, like, I'm usually neutral between two people, like if they're fighting, but the person that pushes the hardest to try to bring me in, that's the person I go against. I don't do that shit. So I completely understand what you're saying. I don't fucking play that game. So just because I dislike her does not mean you have to, and I completely get it. It's fine.
And I hear the same shit like on other levels from people, and they'll like talk shit about somebody else, and I'm just like, okay, well, I like that person, and I just don't say a word.
I usually try to avoid talking about people in general, because it goes kind of back to that Eleanor Roosevelt quote, like simple minds talk about other people.
That is true. It's absolutely true.
Jamie, I just said that I like Angela, so
he's not talking about you. He's talking about us.
I know, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying anything bad about her, so do not put me into this category.
Yeah, I that's why I usually try to stick to talking about events and ideas.
I was just put into one last night, and people are like, "Oh, Melody did this, Melody did that," which I didn't.
Right.
I did not do that.
Another old saying
so
is the person who gossips to you will gossip about you.
Amy.
That is true.
That's all I'm asking.
And I do agree with that. So it is worth noting, to be fair, in this particular case, it wasn't like, hey, let's talk shit about Angela. It was Angela got brought up because of a prior conversation we were talking about that reminded us of her.
Yep, and then I mean, I added in parts too. I mean,
yes. So in this particular
try to
case,
avoid it if I can.
right, I agree with you. But like in this case, I don't think we have anything to feel bad about. It was like a natural evolvement of the conversation.
No, and I understand. I just don't want Angela. I don't want Jamie to go back to Angela and say, "Oh, Melody was talking shit about you." I mean, and I
Right.
think Jamie would, but
He might do it anyway just to fuck with you.
well,
Trolls
I
are gonna
had somebody
troll.
do it yesterday, and I don't even know. I think I know who it was, but I thought that person was cool with me, and I don't know what the fuck, dude.
Dude,
Like,
I
You
know.
need to stop thinking.
I know Jamie. What he's going to do is he's going to contact you in private and say, you know what? I'm about to tell Angela on a private line exactly all the shit you talked about her, unless you send me boob pics.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, he's gonna blackmail you probably for a butthole pic.
Jamie and I have always been cool, so I don't know.
I'm just kidding.
He can do whatever he can do whatever he wants.
I'm just fucking around. I think Angela
knows me, so
I know. I think you're over. Yeah, it's nothing to worry about. No one's gonna say that you were talking shit about her.
No, she knows me.
Can't believe you do that, Melody.
Is that the British Jamie? Jamie, the British?
Yeah.
Okay, that is. I keep asking him and like he doesn't answer. So,
Jamie, can you swim?
Yeah, shit, fucking Jamie. No shit, you're not a liberal. Yeah, he's Brit. He's a Brit. He was.
I am kind of shocked how many British people watch this thing. You had Mao and Home, and you got Jamie.
Yeah. Oh, Jamie tried to do the I'm big and tough and you're a tiny little Asian on me, and the next day I had this dream. It was the best dream ever with Jamie in it. There's this white room, and
oh, you're not British? Oh, where are you from? Where you at?
Probably Scottish.
Hold on. This is important. That's not just I'm not British. That is all caps. I'm not British.
Okay, he's pissed. Are you a Scot?
Oh shit, he's Irish.
I know he's fucking.
Look, this is a collectivist right here. His entire identity is about where he live or his chosen group. Like, how dumb.
See, Beck would always get mad at me because I call him English when he's Scottish, and Scottish hate being called English.
Who cares, man? You don't have to identify with your fucking arbitrary group. Like, I'm Irish, but I don't like make it a big deal. Who cares?
I don't know. Well, if he doesn't like it, I mean, that's
Some people don't like having ginger pubes.
Now hold on. That's a legit issue there. If you're a ginger, fuck you. But if it's just an arbitrary thing, like where like people talk shit about the Irish potato famine, I don't get offended. Like,
I love potatoes.
Jamie, where you from? Where you at? Where you at?
Your ancestry is irrelevant to you.
Are you from Dublin? The slave trading capital of the Ivan.
Americans are more Irish than actual Irish people.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, if you went to Ireland, you can understand a fucking word like that.
I wasn't being serious. I'm just being an asshole.
Okay. I'm just saying.
I'm aware. I don't consider it a big deal. I don't care about my ancestry or that I'm Irish or that I'm white or all that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah. I'm only Irish by marriage, so it doesn't matter.
I see everybody's human. We're all humans. That's it.
Right.
It's kind of like a race selector on a video game. There is no orcs, there is no dwarves, there is no elves. There's humans. What shade of human are you? Well, here's the slider. Select your shade. That's
right.
We're all one race.
Yep.
They just come in very many mutations.
And there are pros and cons to different mutations, but it's dumb when it becomes this like all-encompassing. These people are inferior. These people are superior. That's just stupid.
Yeah, one's superior at deflecting sunlight, one's better at absorbing it.
Exactly.
That's about it.
But the difference is that is a specific superiority, right? It's not a big picture like I'm better than. It's like
Yep. It's just no
there's
opinion.
exactly. It's a specific thing.
And that's where eugenics came in. They tried to separate all these things and make one say, "Oh, this race," like making Jewish a race when it's a religion.
Right.
It's an ethnicity, not a race of human.
Yeah, so that is one thing that I fault myself on is whenever I hear if I hear an I say, "Where are you from?" And I shouldn't say that. I don't know what should I say? What's the proper?
Yeah, where you're from would be the thing.
That's
I'm from whatever
pretty
state.
normal though. That's normal. Like I don't see anything wrong with that.
Or if you're from, like, if you're in Europe, you'd say, "Where you're from?" Well, I'm from Germany. That tells you, oh, okay, he knows this and this. That tells you about that person.
Yeah, I think that's like common. I mean, that's how you start conversations.
If you went back into the past, like how Romans like seen other people, they didn't see them in races of people. They seen them as their cultures. Oh, these were Scythians, these were Carpathians, these were, Egyptians. That was their culture. That told you what language they spoke and such and such on.
I mean, if you don't have an accent, then I would just say, then I don't think that it's really appropriate to say, "Where are you from?" And then for
Maybe.
like if you're like a black person, "Where are you from?" Then I'm from America. You're not gonna say like I'm from fucking Nigeria. I mean, what do you expect?
No.
I don't think people would take it that way. I could see that, but I think someone would have to be crazy to take it like that. Like
maybe if you said, "Where'd you escape from?"
Oh.
So Jamie says it's not race, it's nationality and culture. Just because Americans don't have culture as Europeans do. So this is kind of my point. I know what you mean, but nationality in itself is something that insecure people latch onto. It means nothing. It's stupid. It's the same thing with culture.
Culture, that is true.
Well,
Yeah.
We're an
How are we to
extension
know
of
about
UK
that?
culture. We're just an extension of the UK colony.
Yeah,
We
true.
would
But
have to really get to know you to understand your culture and to
True.
ask about it.
And
My-
we bought parts of our country from French and the
Mhm.
Spaniards, like Louisiana purchased from the French, Florida
Right.
from the Spanish.
So we have culture. It's just a huge fucking intermingling of a lot of different cultures of the past.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't really
Well-
matter like, what country you're from. I mean, there's a lot of different cultures within a country.
Mhm.
Look
So
at Canada.
you
Like
kind of have
Quebec's
to,
all French, and then the rest of it's all
Yeah.
English speaking.
My point mainly is that let's say for the sake of argument, I came from a place that had a longer history, right? Like Ireland, whatever. And let's say that like my point is that would not be part of my identity. I wouldn't like make it an important part of who I am that my people did this like 300 years ago. That's stupid. Only insecure people do that. You should focus on yourself and your actual attributes and your current family and the things that you feel proud of that you do, not your and who cares about your ancestors? Like it's so weird that you like it's like ancestor worship in a way.
For boasting.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen if you actually are confident is what I mean. Like it tends to happen in people that like they can't find anything to be proud of about themselves. So they latch on. It's like when people do this white versus black invention thing. They go, well, white people invented this. And I'm like, what did you invent? And they're like, quiet. And then I'm like, yeah, you didn't do shit. You don't get to latch on to your fucking ancestors as if that was your accomplishment. That's not how it works, dude.
It's hard to fill those shoes on too as well.
That's true. Well, I'm not necessarily talking shit that they didn't do anything great. It's that they're trying to use it as a way to spread hatred. They're like, well, fuck it, like a black person that's like, well, we made peanut butter. And then a white person gets mad and they're like, we created computers or whatever. And I'm like, dude, who gives a shit? Like, are you that sad?
I do like moments in history, like when the black women at NASA calculated the trajectories of the first space
I saw that.
trajectory and things like that.
Right.
Like when we have those monumental achievements where society changes for the better, I like those kind of moments and things.
Yeah. I think that you don't understand the extent at which insecurity is prevalent in mankind, Jamie. Like,
Okay,
yes, I use it a
one,
lot, but it's also valid.
one place where I could see problematic that somebody might take issue with, I don't know, is if you were talking about maybe like a southeastern, like Asian, like, hey, where are you from? I mean, could it be like Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam? So I don't know. Would that cause a problem? I'm
I'm
not
a
sure.
mutt, and I don't really have history because, like, my mom is adopted. I don't
But I
really
mean,
have
but I
real.
wouldn't even
So
know.
I don't care. I'm just me.
Yeah, but
Melody,
even
it's
if you did have history, that doesn't mean that you're forced to make it an important part of your identity. Like,
Nope.
Yeah.
you're not forced to do that. That's your mistake. You don't have to make it like everything you are. Like, that's
I
just
was a
dumb
black
to me.
sheep anyway, too. So I mean,
So I mean, I still don't see that as problematic. I mean, I don't know. I
So
don't think that it is,
I
but
think that
some
it can
people
be.
might think that
So
it is.
the
I
way
don't.
I would put it, it's not
Some people are very
automatically.
sensitive.
Yes, but I wouldn't say it's automatically problematic. I would say it becomes problematic when it's so important that you start using it to justify hatred toward other people, which happens a lot. That's when it's a problem.
Okay, yeah. If if I was like in another country and I say, "Oh, where are you from?" that would be like fucked up.
No, but I mean, if you actually sort of slightly know the person, you're already having a conversation, there's nothing wrong with asking, oh, where you're from. Especially if okay, you're a white person, you're asking an Asian. There's lots of different kinds of Asians, and the Asians will be happy to tell you how different they are from, how different Laos is from Vietnam, even. They will be
yeah,
happy
like
to tell you. The same way a white person will be happy to tell you, no, I've got Germanic history, I've got Irish history. They will be happy to tell you as long as it's not you first thing you ask them, where you from. Then that no
Okay.
problem.
a lot of
Right.
times, if you just listen, a lot of
Yeah.
people will talk.
So Jamie's latest was, so I shouldn't
Okay,
respect
Raph.
Michael
Yeah.
Collins, who liberated us from the British in 1916. You're not understanding my point. So look at it in a spectrum.
That has nothing to
So
do with
so
anything.
there
What
isn't
the
there
fuck?
isn't just, you're looking at things like binary.
Oh
Like
my god.
you're looking at it like either you care about it or you don't. So look at it in a spectrum, because that's
We're
the
not
more
talking about
realistic
the
way of
United
looking at it.
Michael Collins. Who
So
cares?
what he's saying is someone in the past did something important that was important for his ancestors. So shouldn't I respect that? Yes, is the answer. But there's a spectrum of respect. It goes from like don't give a shit to worship. My point is, if you're anywhere within this like 3/4 or higher mark, you're fucking going too far and you're retarded.
Okay,
If
so just because we said okay, I'm sorry that we assumed that you were British. I have not even heard of your then correct us. I mean, it's not that big of a fucking deal.
I don't
Hey,
think
hey, I'm a Scot. Hey, I'm a German. Hey, I'm a fucking I'm Irish. Hey, no, I'm Norwegian. Like it's not
I
big of
don't
a
think
fucking deal.
I don't think he's referring to you, Melody. He's specifically talking to me
And
because of what I said.
I don't understand like what the big fucking deal is.
Well,
Ask him if he's
he thinks,
Caledonian.
is he what?
Ask him if he's Caledonian, like the other Scottish guy in that used to be around in chat. I'm not Scottish. I'm Caledonian.
That is so weird.
I mean, there's
It's
tons of
like the
different
same
kinds
thing,
of
man.
Brits. There's a lot of different kinds of Scots. There's in between Brits and Scots. Yeah, there's a lot of different.
You don't understand the fact that you make culture that big of a deal is the problem. That is your issue. Like that's insecurity, dude. Like you shouldn't care about it that much.
What it's the culture holds on the qualms of the past. So like,
I've talked
if
to
you know
people
about the IRA in the 80s,
Mhm.
I've talked to people about
they just ended a war with England
that
in
and
the
they're
80s,
cool with it.
basically.
So I don't understand what your problem is, dude. I think
Well,
he's
you
just trolling.
should. It's called the Troubles. Look up the Troubles.
He's just trolling.
I don't know shit
No, they
about it.
were tanks strolling down the streets of like Dublin and shit, and they're literally like fighting guerrilla warfare right in the streets while kids are walking to school.
He's being silly.
Yeah.
That was in the 1980s.
I don't understand like why he's being weird.
We were alive when that was going on, so like it's still fresh
Even in the
wounds for
2000s,
them.
even in the 2000s in Ireland, you could not go to a nightclub without, armed. Well, they were policemen, but they're British policemen with MP5s
Damn.
standing outside the nightclub. So, yeah, I told you I'm a little bit Irish. I've been there. I've got a family there, so it's not totally gone.
They've been trying to get England out of Ireland for like 800 years.
Oh, yeah.
So there are things even in our short history that I'm proud of, or people especially like Martin Luther King Jr. I think he was pivotal in creating the America that we have today that I love. So my point is not that you shouldn't respect, it's that I don't fucking worship Martin Luther King Jr. He's not like a core part of my identity. That's my
I don't
point.
worship anybody.
Exactly.
I won't like bow before anybody.
He capitalized Republic of Ireland.
Okay, so he's definitely Irish then.
He's like hardcore about it too. It's funny.
The Brits are only in the north of Ireland. Okay.
Yep, just a little chunk.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's
Yeah, that's
really
right.
not. It's really
Okay.
not that important. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But you should look into it. It's called the Trouble. It was called the Troubles.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
does sound
up in a war
interesting.
zone.
About this.
I don't know
And
anything
most
about
people
that.
Don't even like it. Like it's not that big of a deal.
Oh, it is a big deal. Imagine walking to school every day and you got
It's not that big of a
like
deal
warfare going on in the streets
I've
beside
asked.
you.
Hold on. We have multiple conversations going on. So I think I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. When Melody said it's not that big of a deal, she wasn't talking about what you were talking about, Gadwin. She was
Oh.
talking to Jamie.
Yeah,
Oh no,
like the
I was
British.
just saying that the north and the south
British.
and Ireland. I mean, I've talked to
It's
people
not that
on
big of a deal.
chat.
Like she says, it's not a big a deal for the
And-
England and Ireland thing. It's a big deal to them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I just, and I know for some people it is. I've just talked to people on chat, and a lot of them, they're like, no, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I guess some people it is, but I have been told from, I was actually told from one of them, they're like, but you don't go from like one part to another because you will get your fucking ass kicked. So, so you have to like be careful. They're like, you could, as an American, you're fine, but if you're Irish and you go from like, I don't know, I think it's
Old family grudges going back
I don't know.
generations. They hate each other.
There's something there.
Do
But
you guys remember earlier in the conversation when I was making fun of Trump and was saying that he had the sentence structure or whatever of a third grader and I fucked it up and that was highly ironic and funny?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to look on the screen at the comment that I have highlighted and see if you notice any irony.
You're welcome for the education. Yeah, no, they never get. You're right.
Exactly. It's like it wouldn't be as funny if he wasn't talking about education in the same sentence that he's spelling
Well, the
wrong.
thing I always get to is if you always can pick a right winger, but they don't know how to capitalize the first letter of their name. They're always lowercase.
or they only use all capital for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie, I want you to tell me all about Ireland. No, seriously, I would like to understand more. That would be really cool.
I always like Andy because he always likes to judge me for sentence structure and misspelling,
Really?
but yet he uses no sentence structure whatsoever. He uses no commas, no periods, or nothing, but yet he tries to judge me on it. Like,
Wow.
he's fucking stupid.
I've never noticed that.
He does it in chat when I fight with him.
Wow. That's hilarious.
Jamie, I need your help. Please help me, please. Like, maybe next time, will you come up, please? No, but I really do want to know about, because I know there is definite issues between North and South. I don't remember everything, but yeah, sometimes I know. So like on my music chats, they would talk about it, about there like being this big divide.
Mhm.
But with other people on my music, they're like, no, it's fine. I can go this way or this way. It doesn't matter. But I think there was a Brit guy. No, it was an Irish guy. He's like, fuck no, I'm not. I don't remember like what party he was in. I don't know if he was north or south, but he's like, fuck no, I'm not going to go there. But as an American, you can do it. So I don't know. That was like a couple of years ago. So, Jamie, but I would like to hear your perspective and education and knowledge because you live there. So you would actually school us.
If there ever be a zombie apocalypse, I want to go to the Isle of Man.
Oh, I actually dated a guy from there.
Why would you want to go there?
It's isolated.
Because
Oh.
he wants to see the car races.
And this thing, after all the zombies die
That's
off and riot, you have
the only good thing
Ireland,
about
Scotland, and England right there.
I don't know anything about the geography here. Like, where is it
It's
around
a little-
Ireland?
Well, it's a little island in between all of them.
Oh, interesting. Is it like really nice? And
There's people living there.
No, not really.
It's like a little farming area.
oh, so it's not about it being like a paradise. It's because of the location and like it's isolated and shit.
Yep, isolated, but yet you got all those big countries around you.
That makes sense.
No, Jamie, I really do want to hear from you. Come on.
She really,
Please.
really wants to hear from you.
Come on, Jamie. I'm going to be submissive. Come on. I want to hear from you. You're Irish badass. Come on, muscle man. I want to
Reminds
hear
me of those ads that used to come on late night TV. Call us. You want to talk?
It does remind me of that.
I like it.
Dude, I used to like prank call those numbers and like call them and just sit there and listen.
Jamie's actually gonna come up, and then like all you hear in the background is a big swish because like there's so much moisture going on Melody's side. It's like
what is that supposed to mean?
it's because you're saying like, come on, baby, like come up, and then like he actually.
I do want to hear from him.
I know, but I'm it's funny because of the way
You
want to
hear him fapping.
And then like he joins, and then like you get so wet that all you hear is like fucking like a splash in the background.
And then the rosebud.
Rosebud. I do have a toy, and I've got a toy.
You just hear him. I'm rosebudding.
I'm never gonna forget rosebudding now. Melody taught me that.
It's burned into my brain now. Way to go. It's
I don't
like
know.
one guy, one jar. Once you see that, you can't unsee it.
Podcast, and I don't know. I heard it sometime. I don't know, about like a couple of years ago. And
Melody, did you ever see One Guy, One Jar?
Into brain. It's saying something in my brain. I was like, oh, that's disgusting. What the fuck? And so I looked it up. And it's called like a prolapsed anus.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's what I was trying to think of what it's called.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking of. I just never heard of a rosebud before.
But yeah, so that's the sexual term for it. Yeah, because everybody, not every, but some, so like the whole porn industry, it's gotten so out of hand because people want to just keep going to the nth degree. And
and it's surprisingly popular now. Prolapsed buttholes is one of the fucking top tier fucking things.
Or they keep getting these giant bulls in there that just the things ain't gonna fit in the other one, so they got to use the back one. And I mean that's the only way they're gonna get a full penetration on anything.
Yeah, and then their butthole's ruined too. Then they have nothing.
Oh no, I bet a good day, it probably gets back just like a big poop.
Gross.
Where did Rash go?
Those ones that make you walk funny for a little bit after you take one.
What do you mean he has it?
He's saying that Rash has a prolapsed asshole.
Oh, does he? I don't know. Oh, he's not here to like defend himself, so I don't even see that. That's weird.
See what?
Oh, I can't even see what Jamie even said.
Did he
Yeah.
block you?
I don't know. Did you block me, Jamie? I
Do you
don't
ever
think.
turned on comments? Yeah, in the StreamYard thing, you can turn on comments and you can see everything from YouTube on here.
Yep. You don't have to go to YouTube or flip back and forth. As long as you're on the panel. I know on the computer it's at the top right of
No, I
StreamYard.
see him, but I just didn't see the last thing that he said about Rush.
He says he does not block.
Oh no, I saw.
Okay.
Yeah, Rush doesn't like it. Rush likes it in his asshole.
Don't we all?
Mm-hmm.
Melody. That was like an unintended response almost. I think that was just like a natural or something.
That wasn't just a normal. That was a.
Did I really just say?
Melody's a freak. In a good way.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, that's so funny. I did just go. Mm-hmm.
It depends on the person. Like the hardcore conservative types, in my experience, well, it can go either way. But some
Involuntary.
some
That's what I'm saying.
hardcore conservative types like look at a woman that's like freaky, and it's nasty to them. But then we get people like Andy, and this isn't a bad thing, but it's like he's completely open about sexual stuff. And
Oh, he likes it.
yeah, it's strange. Like, why are there's like a subset of conservatives that are like, that's nasty. That's not how women should act. I don't know.
It's the more religious type, more conservative. They don't really understand what real conservatism is. Like, if you actually go to look at Muslim countries, how they actually are very restrictive of speech, how you dress, you can't drink, no drugs, so
Yeah,
on.
I told him about like a sundress, except for it was like a top that I was gonna wear on Monday, and he was like,
Melody, Jamie said that you like the thumb in the butt when you're getting railed. Is that true?
No, no. That would be you, Jamie. No,
Melody likes the DP.
no. Okay, so Jamie, you like that because that is what gets the prostate stimulated. Mm-hmm. So you like that, not me. That's what men like. They don't know that they like it, but they do.
I do. I've never hidden it.
Just don't smell your thumb afterward.
Ew.
I almost stepped on the desk there.
Hey, if people really care about it, you can do a really thorough clean job. You can clean that shit out, and it can be just as good.
Oh, dude, that ass to mouth stuff is so disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Thorough cleaning
Yeah,
job.
that's
That is
going
gross.
too far for me.
Uh-huh.
Personally, I've never even done anal, and I'm not even interested in it. But I don't really care about it. Like it's like, but like other people have their thing, and I don't really judge on that, I guess. But like ass to mouth, that I have a hard time with that. That's fucking just
Well,
too far to
even
me.
when, like a guy pulls it out of her ass and then she starts another one sucks on it. It's like
No.
or just the same thing.
Tossing some liquid.
That's weird. That's fucking going too far to me.
Yeah. I've had guys try to do that on me, and I'm just like, no.
Yeah, no. Then what happens if it goes off in your face?
If a woman pulled some shit like that on me, I would instantly like, I'd be limp.
I would not. No, I don't allow it.
It wouldn't just be limp. My shit would go internal. I would have a vagina afterward. Like, that's such a turn off. Yes. Like, that is gross to me.
Yeah.
You should always eat a woman's ass out first to make her feel comfortable. Dude, what if you're eating the ass out and you get a damn corn kernel in your tooth? What the fuck? I'm not playing that shit.
What if she didn't realize that last fart was actually a shark?
Oh God.
You go stick your face down there.
Yeah, it's just nasty.
Yep. Well, there's a correlation with certain people, their sexuality and submission. Some people go so far that it's like the act of being submissive is what the turn on is. So the more you do to them that's considered embarrassing, the more turned on they are. And
Oh,
that's
you
just
mean
weird.
okay?
Oh,
I
like
know.
public humiliation.
Kind of, but I'm linking it to that. Like I believe that those type of people are the ones that are more likely to enjoy like ass to mouth and shit, because that's what it's about. It's
So
about the humiliation.
you're talking about cuckolding.
Well, that's a part of it.
That's a
I'm
kind of
talking
different.
about. I'm talking in general, but that is sort of kind of what I'm talking about.
Look up public humiliation once. You'll be surprised. That's a
public?
weird rabbit hole.
I know all about it. Well, I hate to say it, like when it comes to porn, I'm sort of like a semi-expert. I'm semi-expert. Like I've actually gotten into it not just for the porn, but like more of a social science type thing. I want to understand what makes people tick,
Until you're
including
done.
yes,
Once you get
including sexuality. Well, yeah, that's true.
after
Once
nut
I'm done.
clarity.
Now,
Yeah, it's
after
like-
nut, then my brain goes, hey, I wonder what other people are into and why. That's just how my mind works. So then I like want to look into it.
usually it's like, oh wow, that's hot. You know, you blow a nut and then you're like, oh, you're a dirty slut. Get off my screen.
I think
No, you're right. You're right. I've
That's
asked
true.
people, like, why do you like this? What's going on here?
Yeah,
Why?
like why did I just blow a nut to that? Why?
I'm-
And then you
I
get that
think
pussy
Jamie
clarity.
is like Jamie's low key admitting that he eats out assholes.
Oh yeah, he's screaming it from the rafters here. He ain't being shy about it.
Like what the?
He's
You're
like a
right.
dog.
It's not low key. You're right.
Don't know what kind of woman you boys are eating. Oh, Jamie wants to eat out. Oh, okay, so he
Yeah,
wants to toss some salad.
he exactly. He's saying
He
that
wants to
because
lick your turd cutter.
we're saying, hey, dude, I couldn't do that. That's kind of gross. And he's like, I don't know what kind of woman you're. It's not like that. There's not like shit coming out in your mouth. He's trying to make it sound like better, like it's not that bad. So he's like trying to defend it.
So he wants somebody like on all fours and just like, boom, boom.
I gotta hand it. I gotta hand it to you, Jamie. You stick to your guns, even if you're being fucked with. He's 100%. He's like, make no mistake. As long as there's vagina underneath, I will lick an asshole.
I can
Yeah,
bet
he
that doggy style
do.
is probably his top position.
Jamie
Yeah.
likes to spread those. He likes to spread the cheeks. You know,
What?
the
So,
cheeks for the.
Jamie, what if it gets reversed? What if the woman wants to lick your asshole? Are you cool with that?
I'm sure. Oh my God! I wonder if he shaves.
All this straggly hair sticking out of there.
Ew. You don't want to have. I don't want to like floss with that shit.
If you're a hairy dude,
It's not
unless you use baby wipes, you're gonna get some fucking dingleberries in there. If you're hairy,
Ew. No, you gotta like shave your asshole.
yeah. Fuck, I'm not shaving my asshole. I actually use baby wipes. It makes things easier.
Oh, much more hygienic too.
It costs a little bit more, but it's okay.
When we had kids, I did the same. Or like, well, yeah, when we had kids, when we had babies, and they're still babies. Yeah. I'm getting to that part where I'm pretty staring.
So
Yeah, one of my colleagues does that.
Why is it okay for you to lick the woman's asshole, but she can't lick yours?
You ever have a woman suck on your balls?
Yeah,
I've had it, yes, and it kind of feels good, but it's also weird. I'm like,
why
are you doing that? It feels strange.
Why are you down there? Yeah.
But it does feel good. I think if I got past it, I would like it.
Yeah,
But it's so weird. It's so weird.
It's
like
It's just like you're laying there twiddling your thumbs while somebody's sucking your nut.
Yes, and
Ball
I've
sucking.
I've actually had a conversation with a woman about this because she thought it was weird. Now I'm not talking about ball sucking. I'm just talking about dick sucking. But it links
Yeah.
into what you
Well,
just said.
I don't like it either. I don't like head. To me, head is
Exactly.
boring.
But and the reason why I feel weird because I'm not pleasuring her. She's just focused on me, and I'm just sitting there, and it fucking feels strange. Like, and then she's like, "Why? I like doing it," and I'm like, "I understand that, but I would rather us both be doing something." It feels so strange to me.
That's where the 69 came out.
That makes sense. I've never tried that, honestly.
It helps with your drunk. If you're drunk, you just kind of get all into it and you don't think. You just, you know,
I could see that. I've never licked a woman's perineum. I don't know. It might be good.
Oh,
you gotta
that's
flick the bean with your tongue. You gotta get in there and the quicker you go, the happier they get.
Well, I've done that. That's one of the more obvious ones.
We're getting into a lot of sexual talk.
You like it.
My streams are the sky's the limit. As long as it's not going to get me shut down, I don't care about what we talk about.
Yeah, you gotta have like tits on there.
On where?
Oh, like on your stream, if somebody like shows their tits.
Oh no, I'm saying what we talk about. There's no limitation to what we can
Sky's
talk
the
about on
limit.
my streams.
Oh yeah. No, I was just saying if you want to get it shut down.
Oh
That's-
right, yeah. If you show some boobs or something, you will get me shut down.
I mean, if you want to
I
get
was
your
talking
boobs
about
out, you can
YouTube.
just Discord them to Trobs and we'll look at them there. I sent Trobs a pair of mine, a picture of mine.
They were beautiful.
They're getting there. My old man body. I'm got the dad bod going on.
Speaking of which, the last 2 days, I don't know what the fuck it is with me sleeping. I sleep violently or some shit. Because I keep injuring myself. Like 2 days ago, I woke up and I'm like an old man. I'm like going to the grocery store all hunched over and barely able to walk because my back's fucked up.
I came home from work today early because I fucked up my back. This rainstorm came in. It's like all my energy was gone. And all my things, like my hand I broke 3 times, has been aching all day. I didn't do nothing to it.
Damn.
In theory, what I think is there's a bunch of static electricity in the air. It can't, form a lightning bolt, but there's enough there that it causes the joints that hurt, or where you had
Probably
previous
because you've been
breaks and
stressing
stuff.
it all fucking day for all the shit you've been talking about.
That's probably more like that. That could be a legit reason for my back going out, maybe.
Well, Melody, you're wrong on that one because I use my left hand and my right hand's the one that hurts.
Well, lefty, righty. Well, the right hand went out, and you had to like supplement it with the other one.
That's how I learned how to use the left hand. As I broke my right hand 3 times, a boxer break, 5th metacarpal, and so I learned how to use my left, and I've just always used my left because
you're
right
using
hand,
a different part of your brain.
I'm ambidextrous, so I taught myself to use my both hands, either one, whatever.
I don't see why anyone, not you, but a lot of dudes say they use their right hand or their left hand. Like, how can you not use both? For me personally, I'll go forever. Like, I can't, like, my fucking hand will die by the time I'm done.
Well, with the left, you have to flip your hand around, so you put the thumb to the base versus the other way, you take the thumb to the tip.
That's true. That is true. But like, still, you should use both. Like, at least for me, because normally a session is at least an hour.
Yeah, it's
God, talking about the data session.
But like, if you're rimming hard, it's like one of those ones where you're not ready to bust it out because you're like, well, these bitches are hot, kind of. You're extra horny that day or something.
Well, what happens with me? It's almost a mental illness, honestly. Like, I have this weird perfection syndrome when it comes to fapping. I have to fap to the best thing at that moment, and it changes. Yep. It changes. So I'm in the mood for like something specific. I'm not going to go into details because that's a little too specific. But like, I want something very, very specific, and like I'll see some really good stuff, but I want to hold back. I don't want to come to it. I want exactly what I'm looking for.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
So I'll get addicted and like be fapping for like an hour. Sometimes I'll get overheated and like it'll be like in the summer and I'll be like, fuck it. And I'll get pissed off because I lose my heart on because I'm looking for the best thing for so long. And then I'm like, fuck it. I'm done.
You know what I hate is I can never remember their names. They all have names I can never remember.
Yes, I have that same problem. If it's like in the back of your head, you have a specific girl that you want to look at,
Performer. Yeah.
and you can't fucking find it, and you're like, I'll be sitting here like slowly jerking it, but not hard because I want to like get that
It's a
memory
build
back,
up.
and I can't.
Yeah, you
Yes.
gotta. It's a slow wind up because you know what the end, what you want to have at the end
Yes.
thing, but you gotta find it first. And it's just like looking through the library. Hey,
Yes.
Alexandria.
And there can be some really good shit that you're looking at, but it's not that one that you're really looking for. So you're like, nope, fuck it. I'm a perfectionist. I have to have that fucking one.
Yep.
And I'm such a perfectionist. It's not just the one girl. It's a specific pose, an exact picture that I'm looking for or something. And like, I have to have that one. I don't
Same
jack
problem.
off. I can't come unless I can smell pussy. I don't
So
have that.
He must smell himself a lot.
But the good thing, there's good and bad. One, it can become like obsessive, but two, in a way, it trains you to be able to last longer for when it actually comes to sex. That's
Kinda.
That's the good side of it. To some
Alcohol
extent,
has always been key. Opioids are fucking amazing.
that's true.
Okay.
But also, the longer you wait, the better it is. There's just no denying it. If you have like a 1 hour session, it's going to be way better than if you just had a quickie for 15 minutes. Like no way around it.
Endurance training.
Well, not just that. It's like when it's done, it's like, ah! You like the fucking neighbors are like, what the fuck was that? Sounds like somebody died.
You know what we all need is a camera that takes a picture of your cum face. So that way you can see how dumb you look.
Okay, I gotta go. Y'all are disgusting. Fucking sicko motherfuckers. No,
That-
you probably put your dicks like in between like the fucking couch and like, oh my god, y'all.
I've
Hey,
done
I'm not
that.
Katie Vance.
I've
Pig.
done that.
No, you pig ass motherfuckers. You're disgusting and gross. And don't talk about this shit on fucking. Oh my god, gross.
That's why I do it, to get that reaction.
Gross. Okay. Gross, gross, gross. Y'all see ya. Blech.
Oh, I love it.
Oh
Yeah.
boy. She'll be
Honest.
back.
Well, it's honestly about that fucking time anyway. I've been running for 4.5 hours.
I was just told to be quiet.
Why? Were you too loud?
Yeah, am I laughing, I guess, and everything.
Oh.
I didn't realize it was 12:20 in the morning.
Well, what a lot of people don't realize is, at least, well, I am telling the truth. I don't hide shit, but sometimes I'm just kind of purposefully making it ultra nasty, specifically to get that response. It's like the whole
shock
point.
value.
Yeah, it's the whole damn point. And so it's hilarious when it works, and then they're like getting serious about it.
I mean, I know everybody freaking does it, so I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
I wouldn't
When
say
you're a teen
everybody,
boy-
but I would say that it's so common that like most of the people that get really angry probably do way worse.
Oh yeah, well, the ones that don't are the incels, but
Yes,
I mean, they're
yes.
another story.
Or people that are so convinced, like they're so convinced that it's wrong or immoral, that they think something's wrong with them. They feel
Catholic.
guilty when they do it.
Catholics.
Yeah. And that is a real thing. But I would say those are the minority. Most of the people that even talk shit about it do it all the damn time.
Mm-hmm.
I just I don't give a fuck. I'll tell people.
You and I don't have that split self. So a lot of people have their in private self and a public self.
Right.
They have the things they'll say in public, and then they have the things they'll say in private.
Right.
Me and you and I, we just really don't care.
Yeah. To me, that's so people go, oh, you keep on bringing up insecurity, but that is the actual reason. I am, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just being honest about what I believe it is. It's confidence. I don't care about what other people think about me fapping, for example, or me. Like, if I actually enjoyed it, I would tell people, dude, I'll fucking rip open those butt cheeks and fucking have mud up all over it. Yeah, like I don't care. It don't matter to me. I only say I don't like it because I actually don't like it, right?
Yeah, to me, I can't stand the smell of
Yeah,
shit.
I don't.
mean,
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not just that. It bothers me to the extent that it even. I'm sure you don't go as far as this, but it's to the extent where that's my problem with anal, is I know my dick's going where shit it usually
yeah,
goes. So like it
it's a
kind of
mess.
yeah, it goes that far for me. But like most people aren't that hardcore about it. They're like, it's just pleasure, and I can
This
understand that.
me, I feel that the only way it's applicable really, unless you're a porn star, which they prep for all that, is
Yeah,
in the shower. And do it in the shower. It
yeah,
washes it away.
it's a very
And that's
different
soap.
thing.
Yep.
That's true. I could understand that, at least when it comes to porn stars. But average everyday people, no, not happening. Like I can't even fucking
Yeah,
imagine it.
they prep. They probably take laxatives to clean their whole system out. They do all kind like they
They're
have their
probably
weight.
obligated to by contract. Otherwise, you'd get fucking like shut out of the industry, wouldn't you?
It's funny that my new thing I stumbled across this behind the scenes. So seeing how they are behind the scenes. So there's like this girl putting her makeup on. This guy's like, I can't get enough of fucking Unis. They're just like fucking her while she's putting her makeup on, getting ready. It's like they're just constantly just being fucked the whole time, and then perform, get the shots they need, and then go home. So it's like they
Dude,
always keep the hole loosened up.
I don't know if I want to damn learn this shit. It sounds like it ruins it, kinda. It's kind of like when you learn
Movie
about
magic for the
it.
porn industry.
Well, I say normally I like to know everything, but there are some areas where I think ignorance is bliss. Like I didn't want to learn exactly how Taco Bell's meat is made and prepared and shit. Once I learned, Taco Bell's gone. It ruined it for me.
Yep, I don't eat it no more. The
Yeah,
sand in the meat.
yeah, but it's so good before I knew that. It was so
Yeah.
fucking
Well,
good.
I only get chicken, the chicken quesadilla.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's not fake shit. I hope.
Yeah, I'm hoping chicken's good, but yeah, the beef, it's like 40% sand.
Hmm. And it smells like dog food, according to the people that work there. And it's just nasty. Like I'm not fucking with that shit. But anyhow, I'm gonna fricking go. I'm still in my process of finding my next game. I'm really picky. Like Rogue Trader, I like in certain ways, but there's other ways that it can't quite reel me in.
It's character sheets and stuff like that suck.
That's part of it. And there's also the very subjective thing that's just me. And I'm kind of like with Melody, that space stuff is just not my thing. So anything involving space, it takes more for me to get into it, unless it's, I don't know if this will make sense, but a guy used to say that the difference he saw between Star Wars and Star Trek was Star Trek is sci-fi, Star Wars is like more fantasy than anything. I can get into it if it's more fantasy, but if there's too much like science fiction, it kind of turns me off. I don't know why.
See, now to me, I went through all those things. I keep going through one because I absorb so much of it to the point where I'm like, well, there's not a whole lot more to learn of this. Like Star
Yeah.
Wars, once you get to the expanded universe of this one race that made all the other races just so they could take the force powers from them and concentrate to themselves to use for their own greedy needs.
But I love that. So Star Wars is more my style because it has the lore, the canon, like the I don't know how else to put it. It has lore behind it that makes you delve into the fantasy aspect, the different races and all that. To me, Star Trek has that in a little bit, but it's mainly about like science fiction. It's mainly about this is realistic, or this is what it would be like based on these equations and shit. Like that's just not my thing.
I was mostly a pure medieval. Like any movie I could get my hands on that was like depicted in a medieval era.
That's
I
how I
loved
am
it growing
now.
up.
That's how I am now. Like Troy with Brad Pitt, that's my shit. Like any movie like that is my shit.
13th Warrior,
Who's in that?
Dragonheart. 13th Warrior is Antonio Banderas.
Yes, I've seen that. That's a good one.
Dragonheart,
That one.
Kevin Costner. I had
Yes.
there was Knights of the Round, or what was that? King Arthur.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was his round table and stuff like that. It wasn't as fancy as stuff is nowadays. Lord of the
Right.
Rings when that came out. Army of Darkness, The Evil Dead,
Yep.
a couple other
Like
ones.
that's all my shit. And I also have a thing for the devil in general. Like I like depictions of the devil that are interesting or different, like not just cookie cutter, this is the Bible's devil. You know what I mean?
Like D&D's devils.
That or like, well, it can even be depicting that devil as long as it has like a creative spin, like the Devil's Advocate, for example. Like Spawn's Malbolgia. I love different depictions of Satan. I just have a thing. I like it. I especially
I
love
did like
villains that
Spawn.
aren't, huh?
I like Spawn. To me, I like that the moral gray hero.
Yes, that's what I
So
love about it is that
Venom, Spawn.
yes, and well, I've always loved the anti-heroes, which is that's what I call them, more than like everybody's like you always like the villain. Sometimes, but it's mainly not the villain. It's like the Vegeta, the Wolverine, the ones that are they're
Thanos.
not either. They're like somewhere in
Yeah, I side
between.
with like Thanos and Avengers. Like I was like, well, Thanos is right.
I do too, and people think I'm crazy and evil, but it's because they don't understand what I'm
The
trying to
grand
say.
picture.
Yes, and I try to explain it, and I'm like, they can't understand it. Like, so this is why it drives me crazy. If I explain something and someone understands what I'm saying, and then they disagree, I'm perfectly fine with it. It drives me fucking crazy when I try my best and they still fucking can't understand what I'm trying to say. It's like it makes me feel like I'm fucking ramming my head up against a brick wall. You know what I mean?
To me, I always explain that like I'm speaking another language. Like I'm like they can't understand the words I'm saying whatsoever.
Yes, and I hate it. It makes me want to isolate and just fuck everybody. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well, see, now I see when I'm on here, I articulate pretty well. I use pretty big words and stuff because I know you'll understand. A
yeah,
good part of the audience will understand what I'm saying. But when
right.
I'm at like work and stuff, I have to dumb my shit down.
I do that too. I had this conversation with my aunt who I work with, and she's like, "You don't really sound like that around me." And I'm like, I'm trying to politely explain to her it's normal to at least slightly change your vocabulary and your demeanor and your sentence structure depending on who you're talking to.
Yep.
We all do it to a certain extent. Just
I
some
do
do
it
it
with
more than others.
everybody.
Yeah.
It depends on the person. That's I always tell people I'm a mirror. So like how you
Mhm.
talk and treat me, I'm gonna treat you that way and
Yes.
talk to you that way.
But in this case, it's not necessarily about how you treat me. It's more about how if I feel you can handle what I'm telling you, or if you can comprehend it without like I'm not trying to say I'm smart or anything. It's just
Well,
it
mine
happens
a
over
little
and
bit.
over again. You learn like fuck, like I
What
have
things
to
not to talk about
yes,
certain
or
people. That's
certain
my biggest
words
issue.
not to use, or
Well, you sound condescending to some people because you use
exactly
big
that's a
words.
problem too. But that's not my intention. It's like that's how I am. That's how like all words are is your thoughts being expressed linguistically, right? So all it is my brain tends to make things more complicated. So it automatically comes out like it sounds what's the word you just used? Like you're trying to patronize people or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
condescending.
condescending. Like, but that's not the intent. That's just how I talk. That's how I like when I'm typing. That's how I type.
I get that with a lot of people. I think it's a lot of stupid people though, because also if I use big words, then
Mhm.
they don't understand what it means, so therefore they think I'm being condescending.
Yeah, so they take it like, oh, you're trying to show off that you're smart, and I'm like, dude, I'd use the word like pawn or something. Like that's not a big word, dude. Like, and then it gets even worse because then they're like, oh yeah, now you're making fun of me because I'm stupid, and I'm like, that's not my fucking intent. And
Well,
then
see, like
you get lost in this whole thing.
how you even use like the word ignorant. Like around stupid people, you say you're being ignorant. They think you're calling them rude.
Right.
When in turn it means they're being stupid.
Yeah, it's very annoying, and I do the same thing. But it goes back to what we're talking about. This whole, you kind of have to get a feel for people, but my problem is even when I try to simplify it. So there's this common saying that people use a lot. It's supposedly from Einstein. I don't know if it's true, that if you're truly intelligent, you can simplify things. But I think that that's to an extent. So
you don't understand it well enough unless you can explain it simply.
Yes. So that is true. However, the person that's hearing the simplified version is not getting the totality of the point. They're only getting a very overly simplistic version. Yes. So the point is, you're not showing them the same thing. You're giving them a very overly simplified version of that thing.
But more than likely, they'll never understand. It's more to transmit the ideas to the ones that will understand and maybe possibly use it.
Right. Now, that I can agree with. So, but that's my experience is no matter how much I try to simplify a concept that I'm trying to get across. I think we got into this particular conversation when we were talking about, what was it that led me into having conversations with people and they don't understand? I can't fucking think of it. See, my brain goes everywhere and I go like, I'll lose my original point.
And I'm stoned and it don't help. At this point, I've been sitting here vaping nonstop for a while, not, subconsciously not realizing it. Just...
I have an oral fixation ever since I smoked. So if I have my pipe with me, I'll just constantly, and I'll like burn like a shit ton of money worth of stuff if I'm not thinking.
It's kind of like smoking and going to a bar.
Yeah.
You'll take a pack of cigarettes in with you, and that pack of cigarettes will just disappear.
Oh, it's especially bad if I'm drunk. If I'm drunk and I'm smoking cigarettes, especially, holy shit. Like, I don't even realize. I think I just smoked one and I took a whole fucking pack out.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate it, especially the next day when I realize how bad my wallet got hit.
Well, in your lungs, you just feel like they're just scorched.
Yes. The next day, you're like, yeah, it's bad.
Your bronchial tubes and everything are just had their shit kicked out of it.
Yeah, they're fucking raw. Like even air hurts.
Yep.
It's terrible.
Like when you breathe, just that breathing in. Yep.
It's terrible.
That's why I don't drink and I don't smoke anymore.
It's why I moved away from smoking. For a while, I was completely clean on everything, but then I decided that cigars and pipes to me are good. Well, they're not. I wouldn't call them safe. Yes, they're not safe, but they give me my nicotine, which I love, and they're far safer than cigarettes.
Well, like
so it's an in between.
Like, so you're like me. You sit there and just get lost in thought. Your mind will just kind of go off in nowhere.
And it's a problem because it leads to anxiety because my brain is wired to think of every implication or every possible thing that can happen with a given action to where I get stuck in my head. I never do shit because I'm so stuck in my head that I'm trying to perfect this master plan of what I should do.
But to such an extent, snaps you out of that because you have to keep doing things.
Not to mention smoking, nicotine itself stimulates your brain anyway. And it's actually been shown to, for people with like ADHD or have problems concentrating, it allows them to concentrate better. I don't know why, but it does.
Rush Limbaugh used to sell like clean tobacco, they called it. But there is, I mean, it does have its benefits. So like for obesity, actually, they were prescribing people to just smoke.
Really?
Because it speeds up your metabolism.
Well, the beautiful thing about today or nowadays is that the science behind it is nicotine itself, which is the main drug which you're after, isn't that dangerous. It has about the same carcinogenic profile as sugar. It's not dangerous. It's the other shit that's dangerous. So if you just get like this shit, like fucking pouches of just pure nicotine, according to the research, at least what we know so far, there's no real downside.
Well,
They don't harm you.
It's probably created from sugar too. Probably the plant somehow turns sugar into nicotine.
Maybe.
Tobacco plant.
I don't know how it works, but all
It's
I know is that once they've done what they do to it, there's none of that other shit. It's just absolute nicotine, and that's it.
Because it's a bit like tree sap. We take maple syrup from maple trees. Just think all plants do is take water in and then use photosynthesis to turn it into sugar. And then
Right.
use that sugar as energy. We use the same kind of process in a way where we take sugar and turn it into glucose and then use that to power our brain.
True. And there's some really interesting weird shit that we do. Like I don't remember what it's called, but it's not ketogenesis, but something that has to do with like the carnivore diet. It does some weird shit to where you get sugar in like a back end way. And I don't understand it. Like I'd have to look back into it, but it's interesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to. I did put a video in the physical thing or whatever about that. About fasting. After 3 days, what the body processes go through. Like after so many days, your body will actually clean out like cancer cells and shit like that if you go without eating.
Yep. There's a lot of freaking benefits, a ton to fasting.
People used to go hungry all the time. It's just we don't go hungry anymore. So our health is decreasing.
There's also a direct link to lifespan and the amount you eat. Like people who eat less live longer. And it has something to do with every time you eat, something like, I'm going to butcher it, of course, but like somewhere in the general line of it does something with free radicals and shit that comes from the molecules from the food, and it changes your cells. And each time that happens, somehow it like ages you. Now you would still age without that, but it like makes the process faster, I guess.
It amplifies every time you take in food. It increases the process of aging, basically.
Yes. So like, and that sucks because food's like one of the best things ever.
I don't indulge in food. I enjoy food. So when I eat it, I enjoy it, but I don't seek out snacks really. Or
I wish I could do that. I need to get to that point because I'm kind of addicted to certain things.
Like I don't buy it. I mean, the easiest way is just don't buy it. If you don't have it in the house, you can't eat it.
That's the problem. I have a tendency to go out. Like I'm such a procrastinator. I buy all my food to last like 2 weeks. And then I'll keep putting it off even when I've ran out of certain shit till I have no food at all. And then I'm starving when I go there. And when you're starving, you'll buy fucking everything.
Yep.
That's my problem.
You and I procrastinate about the same. Like I will literally, I'm at this point. I literally have my last pair of boxers on, boxer briefs actually. The last t-shirt. I mean, I gotta do laundry tomorrow now, regardless. Like, and it's been 2 weeks now, so like I have enough of shit to last me 2 weeks.
The funny thing is I've said that like so many times before and been like, I've got to do laundry tomorrow, no matter what, regardless. And then the next week I'll be like, I've got to do laundry today. I really have to. And then I'll keep on and keep on.
It's Saturday. Yep. So I won't do it till Sunday.
I do it with everything, dishes, fucking anything I don't want to do. And the more I learn, I believe it's directly linked with ADHD. Now people, well, yes, that's part of it, but people like to make it overly simplified and they go, you're lazy. That's not true. The truth of the matter is ADHD is characterized by a lack of dopamine in your brain. That's what makes ADHD ADHD. It even goes back into the why you get easily distracted, right? So dopamine isn't just about like making you feel good. It makes you feel good specifically when you achieve goals. And it also is what gives you drive to perform goals in the first place. If you don't have enough dopamine, which people with ADHD don't have, you can't do things that you don't want to do. It explains why we have to really be into shit to get the drive to do it. Or we have to at either that, or we have to be at a point where we're going to go to fucking prison if we don't do it. Like, it has to be an emergency.
It's funny you say that because there's so many times they come up finally with a letter and like, hey, you're gonna go to prison if you don't do this. I'm like, all right, I'll do it then.
Yeah, and people are it honestly, it's not me trying to defend people. It's not about laziness.
I've had so many goals, and yes, exactly what you said. I lose all ambitions for it. There's no real drive for it. I don't care anymore.
I explain it to people, and this is one of those things like we were talking about. You try to have conversations with people, and then you give up because they can't understand what you're trying to say. This is one of them. And it's worse because they can't understand what it's like to have ADHD. They think of it from their perspective, which how could they possibly get it? They think of it as laziness, like you just don't want to do it. And I'm like, you don't understand. If it gets bad and it's something that I really don't want to do, I cannot do it. I am incapable of doing it. It's that extreme.
Yep, that's been my life in a nutshell. So many goals, so many things I'm supposed to do, and just don't do it.
I'm thinking there's a possibility that ADHD medication might help. There's a 70% chance. I think it's 70%. It's a high compared to like depression and shit. The medication outlook for ADHD is very high. It tends to work for people. But I haven't tried it yet.
That's probably why I like opioids, because opioids just turn that dopamine on, and it didn't matter what an idea came up, let's go do it.
What class of drug is opioids? Are they depressants?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I know they turn dopamine on. They just basically flood your system with dopamine. Basically makes you forget about pain.
That makes sense. Okay. So it works in a different way. So the reason why they give you basically meth, and actually I just recently learned they prescribe methamphetamine to people with ADHD, not Ritalin or
Adderall.
whatever. Yeah, Adderall. So that's what I was thinking. Not Adderall. They actually prescribe methamphetamine. Actual methamphetamine.
Hitler stuff.
I just recently learned that, but they still do. And I'm sure you have to be like really bad off for them to prescribe it. But the reason why it works, because it don't make sense if you think about it without understanding all the details, because it's like your frontal lobe doesn't give you enough dopamine, so it's like not working as well. So why would you?
That reward thing? It wants a reward.
Yes. So what happens is a lot of people look at it like, oh, you speed up and you're too fast and shit. Why would you give them something that makes them more stimulated? The reason why is because it stimulates that part of the brain, the frontal cortex, I believe, that's responsible for that dopamine production, and it causes you to produce more dopamine, which kind of evens you out.
It makes sense. At work, I'm just zipping all over the place. I'm
like that too, and it also explains why it might be the same with you. It's why stimulants have always been my weakness. Cigarettes, nicotine, any sort of stimulant basically has that same effect and causes me to be able to get more dopamine from things.
But I don't get addicted to like hard drugs. Like I've tried cocaine, heroin, like all these hard things, but I've never like, okay, I need that. No, I don't care. I mean, maybe that's good about the procrastinating because I'm just too lazy to go get it.
I don't know. So I can't really relate to that. I've joked about it before, but I've honestly never done really hard drugs. The hardest thing I've done is weed. But alcohol is the only thing I can compare it to, and I've never had an issue controlling that. I could drink crazy, and then like the next day I don't need it.
Yep, I never had any kind of. Most of the time, I've always regretted drinking alcohol. In most cases, because I want to be a performer with my social, and then I drink too much, go overboard, then act a fool, and then regret it the next morning.
Yes, I'm similar. Yes, Rash, we're still going. I should have shut down by now. You got kicked, and your phone said it was too hot. Damn.
Oh.
That's some shit. Anyhow, we're hitting like 12:40 now. I need to frickin' go do my research. I'm probably gonna watch a couple of try to get caught up on any news, and then try
Wiki
to
rose
find me a
budding.
game. Huh?
Wiki some rose budding.
Of course.
Dude, when I see that shit, I'm just like, no, come on, get out of here and just scroll away.
Yeah, but some I don't understand how people can just be like, ooh, like how?
It's like people with foot fetishes. It's just one of those really weird, fucked up,
Yeah.
understandable ones. You either like it or you just don't.
Yes, but to me, the foot thing has more legitimacy to it, or at least it's very common, and it's I don't know, like I don't really have it hardcore, but I'm on the spectrum enough to where I can find a female's feet attractive, I guess. So it's not as crazy to me, but like it's not just a butthole, dude. It's a butthole that's fucking like monstrously fucking enlarged outward. Like how? Like I don't understand.
Looks like a sea monster or something like that coming out.
Kinda. Yeah, it's like fucked up. It's like why? How can you get hard looking at that shit? Not only could I not get hard looking at that, but there are people that can't get hard unless they are looking at that. Like what the fuck?
And then there's people who can't get hard at all.
That's true.
Take care of your heart if you want to get a hard on.
Yes. It was kind of a blessing, or meant to be. I went for coffee when my phone shut down and came back with a kitten. Oh, that's awesome. I can't turn the kittens down. If I see a kitten, I take it. They're the cutest.
Mm-hmm. Their ears. It's their ears. You just see those little fuzzy things and you're just like, oh my God, it's so cute. You gotta touch them.
It's definitely a big part of it for sure. It's like the whole package to me, but the ears are definitely like a major part of it.
Yep. Animal ears, baby ears on animals. They're just always.
Interestingly enough, this goes back to pedophile research. And you're probably thinking, how the fuck does that relate? So there's a natural instinct in humans to find baby animals, babies, or anything young like cute. It's a natural evolved thing for protection. So there's a lot of link. This isn't a fact, but there's evidence to push toward that pedophiles have that same region of the brain responsible for that cute effect. It's just turned up to like fucking 20. It's very interesting to me. And it can kind of help people understand what's going on there. Like,
So just take puppies in the places and see the guy who gets the craziest about the puppy ears.
I don't know how they've researched it, but maybe they could use like puppies and kittens and stuff to maybe wean them off of fucking diddling kids and shit.
Or it'd be able to identify them.
What was that? What? You said something, identify them. Furries.
Furries, dude. They have an obsession with animals. Like, yeah.
Who does?
Furries. I don't know
Oh,
what
yeah.
that even is. It's so weird to me. I don't even know.
But strangely, it's become pretty common. But so some people. This is the best way I can word it. There's two different types of furries. It's not just one. So a lot of people try to make it only the craziest. So there's people who have a thing for dressing up in animal costumes and having sex that way. It's not about the animal so much as it's about like just this interesting novelty thing, I guess. But then there's people who are sexually attracted to animals, so they dress up as animals because it's closer to being an animal. Does that make sense? Like the difference?
Yeah, I guess I see what it. I remember seeing. Did you ever have HBO growing up?
Yes.
They had real sex that would come on.
Yes,
they'd
I
go
used to
around doing
watch
this.
it all the time.
Yep. The clown party. Did you ever see the clown party that they all dressed up like clowns and would have an orgy?
Not that one, no.
Oh my god. The stupid shit people would do.
What the hell? What'd they
Like
do?
they just with like making balloon animals and stuff while they're fucking each other and everything, like acting like clowns, all dressed up like circus clowns.
What the fuck?
Horns and everything, big shoes, but all their shit out fucking each other in like orgy.
Now I can't understand that. What? Like I can't even try to make that make sense.
Like, yeah, what do you think my teen brain thought? Like, is this what people fucking do when they become adults?
I could see that. That was around my teen years too when I started seeing real sex.
The street interviews and shit like that. Oh my god.
That's fucked up shit.
Or the whorehouse, the bunny ranch. I remember that episode. That was a good one.
I think I did see that one.
I think that's Nevada. There's a whorehouse. It's
Mhm.
prostitution's legal there. Yep.
It was an interesting one. I've always a lot of people make it about perversion, and there's some of that, but more than anything, it's about how I am anyway. Like psychology is my shit. It's how I'm wired. I want to understand what makes people tick, and that includes sexuality. So I do like learning, even without the horniness, what people are into and why, because sexuality is not just a thing, it's a huge driver for mankind. It like
Mine's always been older women. So to me, I think like I've always had counselors and stuff I always found attractive and stuff. So I think more that motherly kind of
I did
older
too.
woman.
I did too, but to me it's not necessarily about motherly. It's about, now I don't know if you can relate to this, but I've always had a problem with, I was smarter than my age group at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So the girls that were my age, I considered fucking morons, and I cannot be sexually attracted to a moron. It's not possible. So I looked for older women because they had a more developed brain, I guess. They were more mature, and I could relate with them better.
More decisive as well.
That, yes, all of that. So I was the same for those reasons.
I don't like all the schoolgirl drama bullshit with the gossiping and all that drama. He cheated on me, all this. I hate all of that. Like I would say I was more mature than my age group, but I did a lot of immature things to try to fit in with the different age groups. Like
Right.
at like my age, well, because when you get held back in first grade and shit, you're with younger kids than you, but it's kind of weird. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah. I know. Hell, I got held back numerous times. So it was extra weird, I bet, for women that dated me, because I already went further ahead because I wanted more mature, or at least from my perspective, more intelligent women. But like, I'm like a fucking freshman that's supposed to be a senior. So it looks like they're trying to rob the cradle.
Right.
It's funny.
Well, my last one was 21 years difference.
Damn, that's a big one.
Yeah, I was a bit shocked.
To me, it's not as big of a deal. Like I used to have a limit for myself to where it was 3 years one way or another when I was really young. But the older you get, the less it matters. Like now I can do about a 10-year gap probably.
Well, that's the funny thing is when we first started talking, we can't they didn't disclose their age yet to me, and so I was like trying to guess, but I was like, well, it's not 5 year difference, is it? And I was like, well, it's not 10 minute though, and then like she refused to say that, and then finally when I got out, she's like, no, it's 21 and a half.
So that probably would have happened to me too. And it's kind of fucked up to do that because you kind of develop a bond already, and then you're told how old they are. Because normally the age is a factor. At least I'm not saying age is everything, but it is something that you take into consideration, at least a little.
Well,
So it's
like
in a way, it's kind of fucked up to hold that back.
that's what I was kind of put off by. That kind of pissed me off.
It's
But
it's almost like manipulating you in a way. Like it's like, you don't want to be honest about it because you're afraid that they're going to be turned off by it. So instead, you're making them more and more like into you when they may not. I'm not saying you would have, but you may not have been like pursued it as much if you had known there was that big of a gap.
It was a bit of a shocker because I thought she was more my age, maybe
Right.
a little older. But
Right.
then to turn out that she's my mother's age. Well, actually,
Right. So to me, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but it would bother me just on the principle that she didn't fucking tell me. Like,
exactly.
why didn't you just tell me?
Yep.
It's almost like, to me, it's like she knew that something was wrong with it.
And that made me just kind of skeptical too about a lot of things because, like, she'd always just not be forward. I'd always be forward with everything. I always, played my cards out, and she wouldn't.
Even makeup is a lie.
Yeah, that's
it's true
too.
it's true to an extent, and also a lot of people don't like this, but I just got to be honest. I agree with Jordan Peterson at least on this one thing. Makeup is literally designed to simulate like sexual shit. The reason why lipstick is red is because it simulates the
blood flow.
Blushed, yes, blood flow, and that's why you wear rouge and shit. That's why you wear blush. Everything about makeup is designed to be sexually enticing to a man, and there's no world where that's not the case. You can't go like, I just want to be pretty, like, but it has nothing to do with sexuality. That's not true. It does have something to do.
Unless she's really black woman, like one of those really dark ones.
That's
then
true.
You can't see her turn any colors.
Well, that's true, but it's true that you have the association with that being a woman that's turned on, which you associate with sexual things, which is why it's caught on and why it's a thing. So I'm not so hardcore. I would say anytime a woman wears makeup, they're trying to like fucking be a whore. I'm not like that. But I would also say don't act like you're not trying to advertise at the very least. That's the whole point.
The thing I find disgusting is like these that little girl they had, she used to do pageants or whatever, and then they put her into a TV show. But those pageants where they dress little girls up and everything with all that makeup and shit, that to me is just wrong.
It is wrong. I agree. I think Chew On Head covered the movie called Cuties or something. And the video is titled, I watched Cuties, so you don't have to, and now I'm on a watch list or something. But it was interesting because she was talking about how fucked up it was.
Well, it's these parents living through their children, and it's like they're just putting their children through this stuff, and it's bullshit.
I do find it very wrong, but I it goes back to exactly what I'm talking about. We have turned makeup into it's nothing. It's just, part of everyday life to such an extent that we forgot that its entire purpose is to sexualize women. And now little girls are doing it because we have this belief that it's nothing. And so it's fucked. Like, I'm not all about getting hardcore and saying you're not allowed to wear makeup or anything, but at least acknowledge what it's for, why it exists.
Yeah, we shouldn't have teenagers and shit wearing makeup to me, like where it should be this normalized thing.
I agree.
Little girls, they're giving them makeup kits and shit as toys and everything, told them to put on this makeup when it's meant to attract a mate. That's the only thing it's meant for.
Yes, and so they also can use like their excuses, like they use for makeup, like it's nothing to do with sexual stuff. It's just about it's for me. I want to feel pretty. You can make that same argument with like, oh, I've got my boobs hanging out up to the point where my nipples are almost showing, and I'm a teenager. That's for me. That's because I want to feel good about myself. You can make the same damn argument, like. You have to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, I don't like all the skimpy clothing and shit like that. I think ours should almost be like a standardized school uniform. A decency code almost. Like, so I'm conservative in that aspect of There should be
I'll
public
agree.
decency of some kind of.
So it depends on what the line is. So I do believe in freedom of expression. I want there's my type of girls that are like gothic or alternative. I want you to be able to show your differences, but there should be a line. You shouldn't be like having your shit hanging out. But also, I'll say there's a pro to it as well. The positive of it is it allows me to easily tell it at an easy glance the girls that are not for me. If there's a girl out there and she's like out in public with her shit hanging out, I know that's not my girl. And it kind of weeds out the riffraff, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because you can't go meet every single human being and give them like a fucking questionnaire and shit.
I do like the librarian types and the well-dressed, nice-looking kind of.
Yes, and it's because you associate that with they're more likely to be loyal. They're more likely to be intelligent, which to me is huge. Maturity, all sorts of different things. So I'm the same. But that's the good thing about it being the way it is that we can, like, while the other dudes,
distinguish, what we
Yes.
like and actually understand it. And
easily, yes. And so while all the other dudes are like, "Oh my god, baby," and they're talking about their dick being hard because her tits are hanging out. I am, and I think you are, based on what you're saying. I'm like, yeah, no, thank you. And that it allows you to narrow down your playing field a lot easier.
well, and I understand a lot of stuff. The more they put attention into all that, the more that's probably lies.
Yes,
Like,
and
the more
also
the boobs are pushed up, the hips are pushed around to the ass and everything to make them look better. But then when you get them naked, everything falls apart and it looks like shit.
I agree. Rush says, I believe men should be allowed to wear outrageous makeup, not just bronzer. I mean, eyeliner and black lipstick. I agree.
He wants to be Johnny Depp.
I wear fucking eyeliner. Well, not so much lately, but I used to, I guess. But the deal is when men wear it, and this isn't sexist because it's just true. Men aren't doing it to directly signify sex. For women, that's literally what it is. That's its entire purpose.
And it's intimidation more so.
So yes, to an extent. And also, for me anyway, it's an association with a specific subculture. Like gothic rock style band type people that would wear like eyeliner. It was like I'm dark. Now you can make fun of it. I make fun of myself. Like, I'm so nonconformist that I look just like all these other guys that are goth. But it's true that it's different. It's not the same as like sexualizing yourself.
I could see Trobs 20 years ago with glow sticks dancing to trance music in the fucking dark.
Honestly, that was not my thing. I was a metal. I was one of those annoying ass people that was like the only real music is metal. Everything else is shit. That's how I was.
With a cocky attitude too.
Yes, very much. I was the type of person that I would want to punch in the face now. Like, I would not have liked myself back then.
I do that self-reflection looking back at myself and like I wish I could take my thoughts now and imprint them into my fucking skull back then and change the outcome. Because I was like, you're a fucking numbskull.
Yeah, but at the same time, that's how you became who you are now. Without those mistakes, you wouldn't have realized how stupid it is. Like, sure, you can learn from other people, but not the extent. You won't learn as much as you having done it.
Well, that's where Henry Ford, I'll quote him. I hate the son bitch, but if one wants to increase their rate of success, increase your rate of failure.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. And I agree. I hate that fucker. But so talking about Ford, so a lot of people talked about, and it's true, how great the industrial process changed when he jumped his rate of pay by double. It was like $1 to $2 or something. I can't remember. The moment he did that, the whole game changed. And everybody tried to make it out that, like, one, this is the truth of it. Yes, when you pay your workers more, everything gets better. The industrialization fucking jumps the people are happier, they work harder, they have more money to spend, which drives the economy, etc. But the bullshit part was that Henry Ford did that out of the goodness of his heart. No, the reason why Henry Ford did that is because he had a bunch of people having near-death accidents and shit because the work was so dangerous and shit. His turnover rate was astounding, and he needed to find a way to get them to stay.
And he had 9-year-olds running the factories then too.
Yep, there was so much fucked up shit going on.
Think about Hitler, or not Hitler. Henry Ford he sided with Hitler. He was like buddies with Hitler.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he was a piece of shit. That's true, Rash. That well, to some, they don't have to, but it's true that you are treated differently as like a professional working woman if you don't wear makeup. So I guess to some extent you could say that there's pressure there to like force them in like a certain direction. That is a problem.
Using their beauty to get a position, basically.
Well, if they're doing that specifically to manipulate, I agree. But I think what Rash is talking about is like they feel like they don't really stand a chance if they don't play the game. Like, I'm not going to get hired if I don't fucking look like this, which might be true to a certain extent. I don't know.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah.
I hate the game so much. It's like I do not want to participate in this bullshit game of capitalism, which it's rigged from the start.
That's my problem. I can't, like, a lot of people can like convince themselves, well, I don't like it, but that is what it is, so I have to do what I have to do. I can't get my brain to do that. I know what I'm doing. I know exactly all the fucked up shit that's going on, and I can't forget. I can't be dumb and pretend like it's not happening. It bothers me, and like if I go, even if I get paid well or whatever, if I'm working for some shit ass fucking corporate piece of shit, like pretty much all of them are, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to fucking have my little part to push this big ass fucking machine. It bothers me.
Yep.
So I kind of fuck myself just to hold my own standards, to keep my morality.
I don't want to be a cog in the machine.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what it is for me.
And kind of like protesting.
Kinda. It's protesting in my own way. And I do believe, and I've said this to many people, a lot of people are like, yeah, but that's not going to change. Do you know why that's not going to change? Because there's too many fucking people that goes, it is what it is. And that's how it is. That's how it was. That's how it's always going to be. That's throughout history. And I always point to the French Revolution because it's one of the best examples. But throughout history, even more powerful fucking controls or manipulative governments have been toppled overnight by people saying, fuck this.
Yep.
We are very fucking powerful if enough people come together. The problem is not enough people want to fight.
That's why they made us fat and lazy.
Yes, and that's give them bread and circuses, and it fucking works. And that's why now people, all they care about is being distracted by, honestly, I'm part of it. I'm fucking distracted by the next video game and shit.
Look, they're censoring violence now. Did you notice how like all YouTube videos, anything blood or anything like that, censored?
Mm-hmm.
Because now people are grossed out by that now. Even the most simplest of gore now grosses people out. So now it even makes them even more docile. Because now they don't even like gore. They don't want to get their hands even dirty.
That is true. That's how they want to fucking keep people, and that it irritates me because you'll explain to them and even not just tell them, you provide evidence that this is what's going on. And like, you can't reach them. It's like they're fucking zombies.
That's why sometimes I swear it's like I'm in the Matrix and I'm aware and I'm just kind of watching the whole system playing, but there's nothing I can do to change as the system runs.
Yeah.
I'm just an observer, basically.
Yeah, that's how I am to a large, at least in real life. But like, I do know, obviously, that there are people that think like I do out there. The problem is that there's not enough. Like what has to happen? How bad does it have to get? Does people even watch the fucking news? Do they not see how bad shit is right now?
But that's what my understanding has come to be. It's like, can people comprehend what I am comprehending? Because it seems like they're missing a lot. Like they're only getting certain parts of things, and that's it.
Yes, and that's why people give me shit and say, "Oh, you're just doing that thing where anytime someone disagrees with you, you call it stupid." And they say that's what I'm doing. No, that is actually the problem. Some people aren't capable of understanding the very complex shit that's going on in the world. And some of them don't want to. And it's not me being an asshole and trying to make myself seem smart to call them stupid. I'm calling them stupid because that is the problem.
Did you ever see how they explained the market crash in 1987 to the public?
No.
They used fucking Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy.
The fuck?
They used Muppets to explain how the market crashed and how it was going to affect people, their lives. That's how they told people here in the United States when the market crashed. Because
What
they
did they
knew,
do with the puppets to show them?
just demonstrating, like saying that things are going to cost more and the market's crashed, and like just a basically dumbed down version of economics for simple people.
Is that necessary to go that far?
That's
Like,
what they did.
are
87
people
people.
right? I know they did that, but the question is, did they go too far and they kind of like thought people were too stupid, or was it necessary? Are people really that stupid?
I think people are really that stupid.
What the fuck? If that's the case, then we're fucking. There's no hope.
From what I see at like at my workplace, and some people are just, they don't care about anything but their own like meaningful lives. Like there's no grand idea of anything. Like they're just, they don't care. They're not deep thinkers, it seems, other than their own life.
Yeah, Jamie, I literally just covered that. They're not stupid because they don't fit my agenda. It has nothing to do with whether they agree with me or not.
I
They're
talk more,
they're
the scale of their
actually stupid.
thinking. Like they can't perceive like at the scale, like say Trobs and I might be able to perceive.
Yes, and that's not even like. So the moment you say that, these people, the moment you say it, they think that you're fucking trying to like act like you're arrogant or think you're great. That's not what we're doing.
No, I just want people to understand me, and I'm just having a
Yes,
problem with the
exactly.
communication and why
So
it's not.
yeah, it's just objectively what's going on. It has nothing to do, and I've had this conversation many times, especially with ex-girlfriends and shit. Because they're like, why are you a narcissist? And I'm like, if you think I'm a narcissist, you've never met a narcissist.
Exactly.
Like, because I say that objectively, there is an issue when I try to communicate with people, and it's because most people, I don't even say everyone, most people can't understand what I'm saying. And it's because they're not very smart. That is factually true. That has nothing to do with me trying to make myself seem like a god or some shit. And I don't even think I'm like a genius. I just think I'm above average, right?
Exactly.
That's not anything.
Yeah, I'm nowhere in anything. I failed at a lot of things, but there's just when it comes to comprehending and understanding things, I'd excel at that.
Right. Right.
Like it's not, I don't have an overall great brain. It's excels in mainly one area. That's remembering stupid shit.
That's like the area that I suck at. I can't remember shit.
Like I like all these details and shit. I don't know how I know them. Like when there that was it Aristotle? No, I am so mixed up with tonight. I know that I know nothing.
Yeah.
Socrates.
Well, that's the thing, and it's absolutely true. As an intelligent person, the more you dig into, the more it opens up like little branches of things that relate to that topic. Like if I learn about guns, then I need to learn about types of guns, like different cartridges. There's like, the point is everything you learn branches into like subcategories of more shit, and then it continues like a tree. So the more you know, yes, the more you know, the more you realize you're stupid. And that it's because it's infinite. Like you can't possibly ever touch the limits of knowledge in your lifetime. There's no way.
And I get to the point now, like I try to think, what do I know, and nothing comes ahead, like forward. Like I just can't think. What do I know? I don't know. Nothing. Like,
Right.
but then whenever a topic or somebody talks to us, this shit floods forward, and it's just like, how do I even know this?
I think that's normal. It's because, well, if someone's asking you, what do you know? The question is so broad. How the fuck do you narrow that down? Like, do you know what you have to do to answer that question? Like, you could write a novel to answer that question. Like, that's to me, you just don't ask someone that. You need to have something a little more specific, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that's normal. The more you get into topics that you can relate to, it like clicks your brain, and then you start thinking of anything that you know related to that, or things that are interesting or whatever related to it.
Yeah, linked. Everything it's linked to that basically just floods forward, and it's just
Yes. And yes, I do love the word retarded.
yeah, I do too.
I can't help it. It's stuck in there forever.
Me and using the word gay, like when anytime an electronic device wasn't working right, stop being gay.
I still use it. I've trained myself not to use it as much when I'm live and shit, because I know it'll get used against me. I don't really care, but it becomes annoying, because then we can't actually have the important conversation, because people are hung up that I'm a liberal that said gay in like a way that's considered negative. But I do the same thing. I even still do now, because I can't take it back. It's how my brain thinks of anything that sucks.
Well, to me, it's something it wasn't working right. It was gay.
Yeah, well, it is for me too, but to me it's even broader. It's not just something that doesn't work right. It's that, but it's also anything to where the situation is not what you would want. It's gay. Like, that's how I've always used it.
That's 90 kids.
Yep. It's stuck in there, so I can't help it. So what I usually do if I catch myself, like in real life, what I always say, now it's like a thing people associate with me. I'll say, fucking gay, but not the good kind. I throw that at the end. And they're all like, the good kind. And I'm like, the kind that makes you feel good.
Makes your butthole moist.
Yeah.
Jamie got some moist butthole.
I would bet he does.
But he came back here to fap again. He fapped once and then just let it cool down and came back for round 2.
The gays are all gone conservative now. Only trans are liberal. What the hell did you just say? Is that English? What
It's
does he
funny
mean?
how they fear trans people.
It is. It's the reason why it's funny is because they are the most harmless people on the planet. Like, you would be hard pressed to find people, like maybe really old geriatric women or something, like, that are less of a danger than them. And those are the people they chose to have the most fear. Like, what the fuck?
It's like they think they're all Buffalo Bill or something.
Maybe. I don't understand it. It's so fucking weird. I still don't get what he's even saying. I'm not even trying to make fun of him. Like, that's not English to me. The gays are all gone conservative now. Only trans are liberal. I don't get
feminine.
What's he saying? What's his point? Is he saying conservatives are gay? And then, are you trying to say only liberals are trans? Like, you had it backwards or something?
Yeah, I think he says conservatives are openly gay now, and only liberals are trans.
I don't understand, dude. This is
And
so
apparently
confusing.
I'm feminine. If I could, I'd send him a picture of the ugly woman. Sure, you take your balls and junk and tuck it in your ass crack, and then, ooh.
Beautiful. Confident people they don't even think in terms of masculine or feminine, like, at all.
Yeah.
It's not even part of our way of thinking.
I think as I walk around, like I'm the, like, I don't know. I don't really think. I just kind of think as people are watching, what's going on around me and shit. That's about it.
You're not a man unless you wear a sarong.
Hey, I'm
That's
getting there. I should drops my body. It's getting there.
You had the pecs.
The abs. It's getting rid of that flab on the abs. It's always just that little layer right on the abs. It always lays there.
I think it honestly, like, not even kidding. I think that looks better than like chiseled abs. I think a little bit of fat is positive. It looks better aesthetically than like, like rock hard. I don't
Chiseled.
like that. Yeah, I don't like that look.
The dad bod.
Well, dad bod is a little further, so like it's in between that. It's not perfect like fucking chiseled ass rock. But there's some fat there. I think some is necessary. Otherwise, it's like grotesque looking. From your last picture, I don't think that was fat. Not in my opinion.
It's there. It jiggles.
Maybe a little bit. I've got my stomach coming in because I don't really care about it anymore. I had a phase where I was like hardcore. Now it's like I've got more things that are more interesting to me.
My work, and if I melt off any fat on me, I'm really lean. I have that muscle there naturally. So if I just melt any fat there down, I just become built.
You don't need to melt all the fat though. I think a little bit is a good thing.
You need a little bit of chunk, yeah.
Yeah, like, have you ever seen a dude that's like 10% or less?
Well, yeah, I've seen those ones that dehydrate themselves.
That's disgusting.
Like they don't even drink water and shit just to get all.
I would even say like 20% is good. Like that's high. I think I'm at about 20%, and I think I need more fat.
I'm probably good around where I'm at. So I'm at 193 right now, pounds.
How tall?
5'11".
That's not bad. I like a woman with a beard. Gives a man something to hang on to. Whoa. What the fuck?
It's Gimli. That's Gimli from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, is it?
Oh, give me a dwarf bride with some hair on her chin. Something I can hold on to.
Damn, I seen Bianca YouTube page recently. What does that mean? I didn't even think she was still around.
Yeah, I didn't think either.
Men hold on to love handles, not beards. All right, guys. I keep on going and I've gotten lazy. Like, I'm like, okay, I got to go. And then I just sit back and I'm like, let's keep going.
We started talking about ADHD and all that shit.
That's the irony is I got all ADHD by talking about ADHD. But it's all good. I will be back next week and we can do it all over again. You guys take it easy. It was fun. And
Sounds
Jamie,
good. Quit
fapping to us, dude. I mean, it's cool to like liberals and all, but you shouldn't be that hardcore. Like, you don't have to fucking fap. See you, dude.
Later, man.